Can you hear? So we are all naturally 100% right where we need to be, or 100% right where we are, and there is no need to go anywhere. There is no need to do anything. All of the plans come to an end. Just like death meets us irregardless of person, place, time, situation. There's no protection against death in this world. It is just as much guaranteed that you will be alive from one moment to the next, breathing, seeing, hearing, that you will be a corpse, that you will disappear completely, totally. It's an interesting question, being in the graveyard, where there may be dates and names put on the tombstones, but it's not really going to affect those people who are dead. So, in some sense, what we're learning to do here is to celebrate, to rejoice in cessation, to appreciate the truth of ending. And then when we come across this time and space, this experience, where there is nothing arising, where there is nothing ending, or where it just becomes so clear how so much has disappeared. That is the renewal, that is the arrival, that is the freedom and transformation moment. You can try and see what feels right for you, what feels comfortable for you. No dates, just death. Well, we should also consider that a lot of these teachings are not at all a matter of perspective. So, to say that you're going to die at any moment is not my perspective. There's no perspective in that. That's just the way that it is. To question or to say that there's nothing permanent. There's no thing that's permanent. Everything is temporary. Everything is disappearing moment by moment. Even a solid block of steel is totally impermanent, totally temporary, totally changing. So what we do in that case, instead of fixating and getting excited about these things and these experiences that arise, we bow our head to their ending. We bow our head to the disappearing of phenomena, the disappearing of ego, the disappearing of thoughts and experiences. And we actually, we see that as it is. We see that honestly. We see that wholeheartedly. And we do need motivation and support. For me to not be psychotic, for me to not be in a state of fear or in a state of worry or in a state of confusion right now, there has been a lot of support. So we have to get rid of this hyper-independence idea, this kind of right ego that lives on its own, makes its own bread, cooks its own food, practices its own meditation, studies its own dharma, understands for itself. In this way, well, if we don't have support, then that is the conditions that we have to go through. That is our karma. That's what we have to go through and experience. And to have the support of the Dhamma, to have the support of the community, the teachings, the community, and the recognition of the awareness, the natural awareness, or the unobstructed way. The important teaching here is that we practice spirituality in community. And if we find ourselves to be a spiritual seeker, we're interested in enlightenment, or we're interested in spiritual truth, or whatever the heck that we think that it is, uh, we don't find something then close around it. Oh, this is my spiritual truth. This is my understanding. This is my special experience. This is my religion. But rather we open, we bloom, we unfold out. And that the opportunity itself to support, the opportunity itself to give, the opportunity itself to help, to serve, to offer, is the path, is the most wonderful gift that we can get. Is to give, is to serve, is to have meaning in our life. And in this case, meaning in our life that's concerned with enlightenment, that's concerned with ultimate truth, that's concerned, with the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha, even if that's not language that's familiar to a lot of people. Because when it comes down to it, we're not just saying, okay, what's the absolute truth? Let's compare my understanding of the absolute truth with your understanding of the absolute truth. It's not like that. We also, the absolute and the relative meet. So we start to talk about, well, what am I doing here? What are you doing here? We're not just talking about things to talk about things. We're not just debating about things to debate about things. We're not just understanding things to understand things. We're not just yapping, but it comes down to this place of, what am I really doing here? And what are we doing here together? And we have to, it's so clear for me, but it's like there are a lot of things that are interesting, that stand out, that we can grasp onto, that we can get attached to, that we can get involved with, but oftentimes it just really doesn't make any sense. And it's weird how our modern human brains can do things that really just don't make any sense. For example, I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. This is my YouTube channel. If you take a look at my YouTube channel, you'll find hundreds of hours of me exposing myself, exposing my body, exposing my mind, exposing my life and community. And this is a channel where I'm giving, I'm sharing my experience and my life, and, we're getting into a lot of interesting things. So you can take a look at that. We can talk about that. But it would be very easy to just kind of fixate onto the comments that people are leaving. Someone, for example, could leave a comment and say, this guy just escaped from prison. This is all a charade. And I know it sounds unbelievable, but really we have a tendency to grasp onto something and attach to something like that just doesn't make any sense. And now we're not even having a discussion with another person, as far as we know. We're having a discussion with a comment, with an anonymous idea or thought that we don't know where it's coming from, or what it's about, or what the intentions are there. So there is actually a lot of responsibility that we have to take when we come into a place of intimacy like this, and when we come into a place of community like this, to really be willing to listen, to really be willing to share, and especially not to be in a hurry. If you have a question, shut your mouth, listen, sit down, wait, be patient, and be ready to ask it again. Otherwise, it's not a question that's worth asking, is it? It's just you know, stroking your ego for a moment before you keep swiping along on YouTube Shorts. And that's a bummer for me, because I'd love to talk with you. I'd love to talk about Buddhism and meditation and compare and contrast our mutual understanding. You know what I mean? I'm always looking to learn. I'm very curious by nature. Different perspectives about Buddhism and meditation, different perspectives about Zen or the ultimate truth. You know, it's difficult to find people who really want to look into these things together and share their experiences and ask deep and meaningful questions. My head's going to explode from the sun. But even though the sun's hot, listen to that. Even though the sun's hot, we can pull off a move like this. The sun, it shines on my face and on my eyes. The sun, it shines in my heart. The sun, it shines in my heart. You see what I'm saying? So it's kind of like we actively engage in a way that shifts and transforms our perspective. And people are get a little bit worked up because they've probably never talked with a Dharma teacher before, or someone who might be a Dharma teacher. I don't know. Talking with someone who is a Buddhist monk for 7 years. A lot of people, maybe they've never come across anything like that. So this is a little bit of they feel a little bit of juice moving in their body, and they're excited. And we can't hold that against them. I'm excited too. And so one of the big things that I'm advocating for here, not that I really want to deal with a bunch of people, but a big thing that I'm advocating for is how we learn to communicate with one another based in a deeper view, and how we learn to all kind of mutually develop a ground of understanding that's deeply connected to, or at least empathizing with, reality, impermanence, suffering, no self, and where we can have somewhat of an alignment about the reason that we're here, what we're interested in being here, and definitely like how we'd like to develop this community and things like that, but not in a hurry, not in a rush at all. And especially to step back and to detach, because really, let's be honest, you can have the biggest, baddest, smartest, fattest, skinniest, coolest person in the whole wide world, a billionaire, a trillionaire, the king of the kings and the queen of the queens and the Badabajugala Zuwapata Begamane, coming straight from Zeptune Planet 9. But if they are so much in a hurry, if they're so much in a hurry that all they can do is leave some weird big question or big comment, but they can't stop and listen and wait and be patient and share the space, well then, too bad, too sad. It's almost good that there was a lot of things going on at that moment, so that time wasn't wasted on someone who wasn't willing to stop. because it's dangerous. It is exceedingly, exceedingly dangerous when we don't know how to stop. Even if it's just for a small moment. If we don't know how to stop, it's a disaster. And especially when we get into these big kind of conversations, what's going on? I hear it in the whispers, I hear it in the space between the comments that people leave. What's going on? I can feel it in my bones. That energy, that quality. What's going on? I'm also interested and I'm also curious in the interesting comments that people leave, and maybe I'll go back in a bit and take a look at that and see what's going on. But when it comes down to it, I have something to say. I have arrived. I am home in the here and in the now. I am solid. I am free. I am solid. I am free. In the ultimate I dwell. In the ultimate I dwell. Boom, boom. We're all the leaves of one tree. We're all the leaves of one tree. The sky has come for all to be as one. We are all the leaves of one tree. We are all the seeds of one earth. The time has come for all to be as one. We are all the waves of one sea. We're all the waves of one sea. The time has come for all to be as one. We are all the stars of one sky. If I had a hammer, I'd hammer in the morning, I'd hammer in the evening, I'd hammer all day, I'd hammer out a warning, I'd hammer out a song to sing, I'd hammer out a love for all my brothers and my sisters all over this land. If I had a kite, I'd fly it in the morning, I'd fly it in the evening, all over this land. I'd fly out a warning, I'd fly out a song to sing, I'd fly that kite for all my brothers and my sisters all over this land. Good one. So you know what's really happening here? Well, I think I'm gonna I have an appointment to keep with the coffee shop. So let's start walking in that direction. Doing things in slow motion to train in mindfulness. Well, this is one of my special techniques. I don't know. Maybe this should be behind a paywall or something. But what we're really doing here, when we it's mindfulness with detachment. It's mindfulness with renunciation. It's wisdom-informed mindfulness. So let's say we're coming to the meditation center and we're all going to walk together in mindfulness according to a rite and ritual. Okay, that's a good exercise, but it's a little bit limited. When we can practice it's kind of not non-dual mindful movements without rites or rituals, we're breaking down the usual way of doing things. And that's one of the very important things for me is to, so we're teaching no self. We're bringing about practices where self is exposed, the erroneousness of a self, the erroneousness of a soul. And we're also bringing up practices that dissolve rites and rituals, dissolve the authority or the relevance of rites and rituals. And then also, what's the other one? Rites and rituals, belief in a self. And we're developing faith through testing. We're developing faith through deep exertion. Because technically, if you act the way that I do, you should be going crazy. And yet I feel completely fine. I look great, I feel great. I'm ready to go into the fires of intellectualism. I'm ready to defend myself against the interlocutors, etc. So, yeah, really so not just doing things in slow motion in like our slow motion yoga, but actually because I'm supposed to be going to the coffee shop, right? I love my coffee. Right? We're supposed to be like that, but we can intervene. We can intervene in that. And you see, most people, they're just fakers, they're just pretenders, they're just posers. They're not really here to talk about it. They're not really here to get to the bottom of it. They're not like me. I'm a protester. I'm an investigator. I'm a concerned citizen. They're not as concerned as I am. They just want to watch Fox News complain about people of color. Okay, here we go. And so that here we go, that's a full refresh, restart, begin again. That here we go is shut that mouth, shut that mind, get out of the way, fall in line, let's go. There's no thinking about it. There's no understanding about it. There's no explanation to be had. Save some of this stuff for later. I'm sure there's going to be interesting points people brought up. Because actually they think that they've got a hold of me. They think they caught me in my live stream, but actually this is all a part of the plan. This is all a part of the research modality. And when you do, when you start to get into the juice of life through doing good deeds with meaningful activities, you know, you don't really care about the sweat. Let it sweat. Let the sweat kill you. You're ready to die. Kill me. Sunlight, heat, that which I'm avoiding, just let it go through. Let it interpenetrate. What comments should we address, Brianna? What comments should we address this morning? Nunya, don't pretend to know who I am. Brianna, don't pretend to know who I am. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. If you're going to be here, be serious, be sincere, look deeply. Just because this isn't something that you understand, just because this isn't something that you're familiar with, it doesn't mean that you can come in here and pretend that it is. Do you know about Buddhism? Do you know about meditation? Do you know what it's like to be a Buddhist monk for 7 years? I'm teaching in my own kind of way. A lot of that spirituality is just people fumbling around with their thumbs, ringing bells and smiling and having sex parties in Bali, okay? That's not what we're doing here, all right? Singing little songs, doing little dances. We're here concerned with the truth, all right? I'm done playing games with the intellectual elites of spiritual egoism, and I'm taking a stand in the Mongolian graveyard of my heart. I'm fully exposed. As it is, as it already is, without adding something to it. Without taking away something from it. Fully exposed. Imagine. I'm getting a... See, when my energy's up like this, I want to reach every single person. I get juiced up and I get riled up, and when that person comes up and says, I'm a big stupid idiot, I say, me too. And I grab a hold of their hand and I just want to pull them in to the heart of my mind and share that experience with them. You know, and I do want to point out how stupid they are, because the stupidity of it is not in themselves. It's in this way of being, this quality, this way of looking at things, you know, this way of engaging. You know what I mean? Because if you really want to engage with something, you have to look into it. You have to learn how to look closely. It's like everybody's lost their microscope. We've got it. That's one of the things we're going to get to the bottom of, is the lost microscope theory. Why don't people look closely? And actually what we find when we look closely is, we don't find anything, which is, not our ego's favorite thing, because it's not a thing, but that's what we're here working on. That's the walk that we're on right now. To realize thinglessness. To realize the emptiness of things. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years, big guy. Who are you to say that I'm not a Buddhist? If you can be a Buddhist, so can I. If I want to be a Buddhist, I can be a Buddhist. It doesn't mean I need to be Buddhistic. It doesn't mean I have to be attached to rites and rituals. The Buddha taught against that anyway. Well, this is kind of what this is about. This is not something to buy. This is not something to eat. This is not something to shove in any of your orifices. This is not something to grasp onto intellectually. This is not about understanding something. This is not about grasping a hold of a particular idea or a particular thought. Sometimes it appears as that way, but this is not actually about that. This is concerned with the Dhamma. So we're not comparing religion as much as we are addressing the religiosity at the core of our ego or our self. The belief in a self, the belief in a soul. Yeah, we do requests. Me too, J.R. Sanchez. I remember it better than anybody does. But this is our new wave. That was second wave Bhante. This is third wave Bhante X. We've gotten into the third wave coffee, and that's the best stuff. That's the best stuff you're going to get. Not everybody likes third wave coffee. But ultimately, the second wave coffee enjoyers, they had their chance. Now it's time for the third wave coffee enjoyers to get involved. And really, from the community that we had before, nobody is stopping anybody from participating or getting involved, etc. So, actually, Zoe, this is a very essential part of the practice and the process. This is concerned with the inclusiveness and the openness. So, I don't really see much value in that, honestly. Maybe sometime we can do, because somebody recommended to me this alien guy. He's got a channel on YouTube called Alien, and he always says in his YouTube thumbnails, like, you people from Earth like eating candy and things like that. But we had a call together, and he was saying that I should set up like Zoom sessions, coaching sessions, paid Zoom coaching sessions, but where we just, like a retreat, where we just sit together for, so many hours a day. But really, this is that. And as much as it would be nice to form myself into something that was more digestible for people, so that, I don't know, so I can get people more hooked in. This is what has the most reach. This is what is most inclusive. This is what is most natural and readily accessible. And frankly, I'm just not in a hurry to build something up here. I'm not in a hurry to market this. I'm not in a hurry to have like this, being able to just walk in this graveyard and walk to the coffee shop with 76 people, and I can do something like this. That's as far as I want to go right now, really. And I hope the idea, maybe I'm a really great spiritual master, maybe I'm a great meditation master and good community leader and all that stuff. So, maybe one day I'll have a meditation center in Portugal. But that's just not, honestly, I don't want to deal with that at all. I don't want to deal with that right now. Even though it sounds good. It sounds like that'd be great. Mr. Rob, Mr. Portugal meditation man. But I don't want to do that kind of stuff. I don't want to go outside of this right now. And that's a part of what the teaching is here, is that we don't have to go outside of this to practice deeply. And that, in fact, this situation and this stimulation and this energy is precisely what we need for our Dhamma practice. This is precisely the fuel for the fire for our renunciation. Because there's all these opportunities to get involved, but from a safe distance, from a safe place. We can see the suffering of the world, we can see the suffering of ourselves when we attach to that, and we can see how the guy wearing the yellow hat with a W on it, makes use of all that. And because the big thing here is now we're in a different age, we're in a different era. The Buddha didn't have a smartphone. Siddhartha Gautama, he had a bunch of wives, but that has as many problems as it does benefits that comes along with it, right? We've got tons of constant distraction. And so now, if we're trying to meditate ourselves to enlightenment, it's just not going to work. The consistency is not going to be there. So we actually, our practice has to be in the world, but not of the world. And this is a way, and I try to do it like this. I invite the world, come here, come and get it. Come and get it. And I do it that way because I'll throw the phone away and I'll run away if it gets too close. But that's also good. That's also the lesson, like having this accessibility, having this overwhelmingness of resource to come together and practice and look deeply, and then to say, okay, I need to step back now. Not because you don't have enough access or it's not interesting enough, or because someone came and messed with you in some way, but because you're just saying, okay, now I need to take a rest, now I need to take a step back. So it's all experimental, and I don't mind if anyone wants to have a call, if anyone ever wants to check in. I'm not really a big fan when people want to call me and then try to help me and tell me what I should do better. But, that's okay for a little bit also. Please help me. I want help too. I am interested in like doing a retreat sometime, hosting a retreat, but I don't think that's on the itinerary soon. And it doesn't need to be, because I mean, there's so much baggage, there's so much extra stuff when we can just be in retreat like this. We can be in retreat right now here in the streets of Malaysia. You know, you can get as close as you want. I'll meet you where you are. You know, I'll meet you where you can get to. I'll try to meet you there. And for the spirits, I'll use my powers. Huzzah! 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 What's going on? What does that mean? What does that mean? What does the sound of the tree mean? And why would you want to? The reason that we'd want to force a tree to grow is because we don't understand, because we're colonizing the tree. Don't colonize the tree. Let the tree be the tree. The tree has its own qualities. The tree has its own way of being. Ultimately, we know our intention if we can stop and look at it for a moment. No, there's nothing overwhelming. Trust me, you're not going to overwhelm me. The only person who can overwhelm me is me. And I'm used to that. Like after yesterday's 12-hour stream, I was pretty zonked. The mind was pretty deep. And you know what I did? I practiced some Buddha recitation. Namo Guan Shi Yin Pu Sa. Namo Guan Shi Yin Pu Sa. Namo Guan Shi Yin Pu Sa. And it really works. Because it's like, so this is a part, seems to be a part of it. We have been traumatized, and we've traumatized ourselves in our lives. And it's amazing that we've gotten to this point. The body has gotten to this point. That's like, think of how many blessings, think of how much support, think of how many good conditions have been there, how many blessings have been there for the body to get to this point. It's remarkable, as vulnerable as it is. So that those traumas and those sufferings are in there, in our store consciousness. And then when we penetrate down, when we go deeply down through our meditation practice, deeper into the mind, we're more and more aware of how our store consciousness is affected. How we water certain seeds or we act certain ways that lead to certain effects. And it's compulsive. A lot of our suffering is compulsive. A lot of our thinking is compulsive. That's why, you know, sometimes my position is that I've got to yell at these people. Even, you know, even that I'm holding myself back to a certain degree, because if they're not yelled at, if you don't do something completely outside of what's understandable, they're just completely unreachable. So we'll get into some of these comments that have been left. I'm sorry, I know we have a lot of busy scrollers on YouTube Shorts that I've missed, but because, dear friends, those fellow practitioners, those people who join the club, so to speak, not talking about necessarily being enlightened, but join the club of being kind of an insider of what's going on here, I can do a whole bunch of this. Piyasawayana! But that is really what we're here working with. We're working with the detachment, the mindfulness, the renunciation. The renunciation of previous actions. The renunciation of actions of body, speech, and mind. Can I get an amen? Can I get a yee-haw? I don't know, we're a little bit corny today. Seem to be a little bit corny. Let's get some big W's in the chat, everybody. Let's get some yeehaw cowboys. And it's all with a lot of salt. There's a lot of salt. I mean, it's hot out here. It's a graveyard. There's no AC in the temple. So it's a lot of sweet and salt, and you think that that balances out, but actually we just relax. Relax the sweetness, relax the saltness, simplify and stabilize. The Buddha lived in the forest for a reason. You know, people are problematic. We get caught up. We get da 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 da. So this is X Bante X. I can say that's my name, right? My name Bante X. Bante X's Boys and Girls program. Okay, and this is our daily walking and meditation work and coaching program. Hi everybody, welcome to my new W's in the Chat coaching program. Sure. So just as much as there's somebody walking, somebody who's a story, somebody who's a person, somebody who's a character, there's just walking. Just as much as there's somebody seeing, there's just seeing. Just as much as there's somebody hearing, there's just hearing. Just as much as there's somebody talking, there's just talking. Just as much as there's somebody who knows, there's just knowing or just not knowing. Is there a noticeable difference in the microphone today? We'll have to see when, especially when we're in the coffee shop. But can you notice any difference? Okay, that's good. And I hope, and it should sound clearer, right? Sounds more clearer, more vibrant, more rich. It's incredible, it's amazing. You're a genius. Okay, thank you. Great. Okay, good. Very good, very good. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Hello, sir. Namaste. Ami Toho. Sashi Dele. What a beautiful day today. What a fine day today. I didn't see it. Is this a new one you get here? Columbia Margarita?
This is the new one. Just
Okay.
launched after because we just finalized the profile. Yes. Around evening hours.
So I can get this cappuccino?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. You're the best.
You are the best.
Oh, thank you. I'd rather not waste your time because this is something that works for me. This is something that's tested. You know, I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I've trained with the meditation masters from around the world, so I can say that this works for me in terms of the enlightenment path. But it may not be workable for you. It may not make sense to you. So what you can understand as you're taking a look at this is that this is not meant to be understood. If you think you understand it, you've gotten a little bit confused. You've taken an ancillary path. Whereas, if you can just listen and experience this with all of the confusing elements and say, oh yeah, that makes sense. then you may have a karmic affinity here, and so we can practice together. But I don't want to waste anybody's time. The more the merrier, that's what they say. The more the merrier. So it is, so it is. Okay, good, Jennifer, very good. Very skillful here, Jennifer. So, when you meditate, don't try to shut your mind off. Don't listen to people. Never listen to people when it comes to meditation. That is the last thing this is one of the biggest problems we have in modern society is everybody's ready to listen to people. I've got an idea. I've got something to say. I've got a foot to put up your derriere, okay, and kick you out of here on the way out. So we don't listen to people. Do not listen to people. People are not reliable. You cannot listen to people. You can listen to people, to those you know, people you know. You can listen to people who, that's about it. You can listen to people that you know. And even then, you should see for yourself. You should look for yourself. But so we're starting off from a difficult place here, Jennifer. And a lot of people are starting off from a place like that. So in that way, we have to be a little bit less egoic and a little bit less arrogant about wanting to meditate, because that kind of meditation can be a desire. We want to feel good, we don't want to feel bad, and we want to have a good, deep, special experience. There's a lot of wanting in it, and this is not gonna work. So meditation is primarily, especially in a context like this, is stopping. Oh, wait a minute. Zip, weep, whoop, stop, and step back. And that's actually very peaceful and wonderful, especially if you have a good mindset about this and you take this seriously, right? You take this seriously, which is different than if you take this to be just welcome to McDonald's, what can I get for you? But a lot of times that's all people really know. Hi, I'm here to be your slave and you'll pay me, and welcome to McDonald's, what can I get for you? It's like the whole society is a scam. It's kind of like that. It's kind of like the whole society is a scam. Now, you stop, step back. So it can be stopped from reading comments, could be stopped from leaving comments, could be from whatever. Stop and step back. Now we're in a place of awareness. Breathe and relax. And stop being in a hurry to know how to meditate, to develop in meditation. Anyways, people who connect with me and what I teach and kind of my mind naturally, you're probably as crazy as a bucket of rocks on a Tuesday afternoon. So when you do start to meditate, you're going to go as crazy as can be. if you're lucky, you know. Wow, thank you so much. This is the new offering, right?
Yes.
I'll share it with all of my followers. They can come here too. All right, everybody, this is the new offering here, the Columbia Margarita Ruby Lychee. What a treat, what a delicious treat that's going to be. Special shout out to all my donors and supporters for allowing me to have this cappuccino this morning. It says, this is a double anaerobic honey process, and it's got a quiet elegance in every sip. Ruby black tea and lychee sweetness wrapped in delicate florals and rose, balanced with full-bodied sweetness and graceful composure. This is Colombia's Summer Ruby, a double anaerobic honey gem. What a gift for all of us. Let's try it. That's very floral. That's probably the most floral. So what we start to realize, what we start to recognize, is that the problem is not the people or the situations or the story or what's going on. The problem is our own personal greed. The problem is our own personal anger. The problem is our own personal delusion. And you can think about, I love this working definition of delusion as non-practical, complicated thinking. Actually, when you get the real power, when you get the real juice, everything is just delusion. Okay? Anything thinking about there's a real objective world is delusional, but we're not getting to that. So all of that non-practical, complicated thinking, what do we get involved with? We get involved in our garden. It's like you leave your own garden to go and yell at trees in the forest. It doesn't make any sense, right? Or you leave your own garden to go and destroy someone else's garden. Then we make all of these thoughts up about it. So remember, Jennifer, these are your meditation instructions, okay? Jennifer says, I try to meditate, I can't do it, I listen to people, I close my eyes, nothing, blackness, da-da-da, why, all nonsense. Okay, listen, just like this. You could leave a comment right now, or you could read a comment right now. Stop and step back. That's real meditation. No, just stop. Just stop and step back. Good. Yes, thank you, Ms. M. There's a lot of different things that we do. There's a lot of different things that we do. That's great, Carter. Just relax and be here, man. Nobody's getting any special treatment. I'm also not getting any special treatment. There's a body here, there's a mind here, that means there's a problem here. No body, no mind, no problem. So, you can be here and you can be authentically yourself, and you can know that you're welcome here, and that you can reach out and you can talk with me anytime. And relax also, just to be here and relax. Just people, two human beings being completely independent together. Whatever is there to feel, feel it. Stop making this judgment about sad being bad, or depression being bad, or happy being good, etc., and just feel it. If you're working on being more selfish, then you're working on being more stupid. What does this mean? What's this about, right? The matter of fact is that you may feel, oh, pleasure, pleasure, pleasure. I'm feeling a lot of pleasure, pleasure, pleasure. But when you're doing that, you're cultivating an attachment to pleasure. Now, what is pleasure? Pleasure is temporary. Even the greatest pleasures that go on for a long time are temporary. And so when that pleasure goes away, you're going to crash out. You're going to be suffering. You've lost what you had. You've lost that great value, that great experience. Now, in the same way, you've cultivated attachment to experiences, to involvement, right? To stimulation. And so now that you've lost what you had, and now there's a certain kind of stimulation, a stimulation of unpleasantness, a stimulation of lacking, and now you're attached to that. So there's a balance in everything. There's a balance in everything. It just doesn't matter if you say you understand. It matters if you sacrifice yourself. And it matters to you. It's like the difference between saying that you understand the importance of going to a meditation retreat versus going to a meditation retreat. So it's you can say it, you can say you understand, but that doesn't really matter. When you give up yourself in a balanced, deep and meaningful way, this is a workable situation for more and more people. This is a more and more workable situation. Thank you, Yogi. Yeah, I have to remember that. This is also where you can run into problems here, Soul Rebel. The brokenness here is in not recognizing that your attachment is your problem. What you're holding on to right now is your problem. And you need to learn not just to talk about that, but to give that away, to abandon that, to renounce that, to throw it away like we're playing hot potato. And in throwing that away, the mind is clear and aware to be with what's happening right now. To be in the space of not being about something, not being about someone. It's great to be broke, but you've got to let that broke go from the top of your head to the tip of your toes. You have to let that poverty, that lacking, that not having go everywhere throughout your whole body and mind. Thank you so much, Milad. I don't know if you're here. And Heath, thank you very much, brother, friend. We've been getting more donations, more offerings, more support recently. And that's great. That's good for mainly one reason. We have more people taking this seriously. We have more people practicing self-sacrifice, concerned with the way of awakening. And we have more people making a commitment to whatever this is, to this process, to this practice, to this journey. And that's really the main benefit. So you don't just do that because you make a donation, but that's a nice way that I can see that, because people don't just go around throwing their money around. Very careful, and oftentimes where we put our money represents where our mind is, where we are directing our mind, what we take seriously. That's what it does represent. So it's great. It's a good sign. And I know some of my other supporters and donors, maybe they can also feel relieved that other people are involved and helping. To keep this a choo-choo train running as long as possible. Well, I'll share this with you, and this is really true. what tends to happen is that like things fall off as we go deeper into the path and into the practice. So things become less interesting. I remember I used to like playing video games. Yeah, video games. Video games are very engaging and interesting, and feedback and all that, right? And now if I try to play video games, it won't be very interesting for me. So it's not that I'm rejecting that, like I'm trying to get rid of playing video games. It just doesn't engage. It doesn't bring me in so much. You know what I mean? Well, I'd say that the first step is you want to make sure that your environment is good and clean and consecrated, sacred. And then when you wake up into your environment, into a new day, into a new experience, you know that this is for real. This is important. And you may just need to spend some time sitting in, like, what the heck. A lot of people probably need to reacquaint themselves with what the heck. And then we build spiritual friendship. We develop spiritual friendship, and we go from there. We see how we can support each other. That's why during the beginning of the live stream, I was saying we have to get rid of this negative idea about being supported. Being supported is how all of us got here. It's like when people say that human nature is selfishness or human nature is greed. If we're going to debate about it, human nature is generosity. Human nature is supporting one another. That's how we get here. Human babies can't be independent. Human babies can't be anything for years. They're totally living through generosity. They're totally living through support. So we have to be more supportable. We have to make ourselves more supportable, and that means more open to non-action, more open to deep listening and deep looking, more open to stepping back, more open to not having these big desires. Honestly, can you imagine how difficult it would be to support me if I was like, I need to get an apartment, I need to have a temple, I need to have a place to do my teaching, I need to buy property somewhere. Come on, that would be ridiculous. And then people would be like, I can't be involved with this. This person needs that degree of support. That's too much. So we have to be like that. We have to not have these big, complex needs and plans. I need a retirement plan. I need a new car. Yeah, of course, it'd be overwhelming. Even to get involved or to participate. So when we don't have these big needs, it's more like we're ready to help, we're ready to serve, we're ready to listen. It's the same, like a while back, it's a time I think fondly of. I was at my teacher's meditation center, my teacher's monastery in southern Italy. And I'd probably be open to go there again. It's just we have some, the leadership in Italy is not super laid back and open. And I was staying there, and a lot of my work as the head monk of that monastery and as that temple of that time was just to be at rest and just to be available. Not to make everyone follow a schedule and have all these meetings and making sure that everyone was dotting their P's and Q's, but to just be available. Because you can imagine, well, what if I was this monk that was the head of the temple that you were staying at, the meditation center you're staying at, and I was always busy doing things. I was always busy talking to people and doing projects and planning and all these things, right? So then if you need to talk or you need help or something that comes up, I'm either exhausted or I'm too busy to get involved with that. So this building up of a relationship with non-action, like what the heck, and building up a relationship with busylessness is very, very helpful in terms of connecting, being available for one another, right? And also that we can make a lot of the rules and regulations and the advisements for how you live your life is so that you cut out all this stuff that makes making use of this moment as it is accessible. Because if we're hungover, or if we've been masturbating or giving out all of our sexual energy, or we've been over consuming media, or we've been getting worked up and involved in arguments or politics or whatever, this moment becomes exhausted. We've kind of exhausted the moment before we've even gotten there. So when we learn to step back and calm down and just be involved in the essentials, there's a lot more time and space to make use of this moment. And then there's more and more and more and more and more moments where it's like, wait a minute, I don't have to bury my head in the sand, or I don't have to like distract myself, but there's a space in this moment and I can make a good use of it. And that's oftentimes, because we're not doing that, is oftentimes why we're trying to get to this other place, why we're trying to get to this other time, why we're trying to travel across the world and become a monk or what have you. You know what I mean? Because we're just so busy, unnecessarily so. And this is a big core principle of my community philosophy, community organizing philosophy, that we know how to stop and not be busy. And then we can be busy doing the things that really are meaningful for us. Because the reason that we're here together is we already have shared values and intentions. So we don't need to go around telling each other what to do. But for many of us, our intention might just be to help. So make it clear that there's a way to help, there's a way to serve, there's a way to volunteer, there's a way to donate, there's a way to support, and then people can fill in that role as much as they want to. And then if we, because we're human beings, so even though we're watching a live stream or whatever, it makes a lot of sense to talk about, living together, being in community together. If we all usually eat, then it makes sense that there might be a time when we can come together and eat. It makes sense that there can be people or a person who wants to volunteer to help for cooking. So nobody has to be forced to do anything. Here's our schedule. Make sure that you show up. Usually that makes more problems than it solves. And in terms of closing the eyes for meditation, very, very, very important. You don't have to close your eyes for meditation. If you close your eyes for meditation, that's not meditation. It's just you're meditating with your eyes open, or you're meditating with your eyes closed. Don't give this special importance to the eyes being closed or the eyes being open. Okay, Soul Rebel, just relax, okay? Just relax. In terms of being single, because this is an important element. This is an important aspect. Firstly, I am not. Secondly, if I am, then I'm for everyone or no one. And, give me my space and let me help. If we're going to work with each other in community, big community, small community, it's very important that lust or sexual desire or sensual desire is not the priority. This is what breeds competition, conflict, non-practical, complicated thoughts. This is animalistic. So, sure, it's natural, but there are a lot of things that are natural that need to be contained or relaxed or put over there. And lust is certainly one of them. As much as you can use something, know how to not use that thing. As much as you can do something, know how to not do that thing. I think we're getting a little bit... Yeah, basically set it down and develop a relationship with basically setting it down so that it's not a special thing, so that we don't need to release our kundalini or expose our chest or something to the sunlight in putting it down. Just relax. Just stop. And know how to go for a walk. The innocence. Know how to reconnect with innocence. You go for a walk, you relax. You go and play. You come back to innocence. That is the important. Return, isn't that what Enya said? Isn't that what Enya says? Enya says, return to innocence, right? Even clothes. We're carrying around all these clothes. We've got big suitcases full of clothes. We've got all these different shoes. We've got all these different things that we're involved with that we're saying are mine and ours. Everything that I have, everything that's practically mine, I can put in a little white backpack and walk down the street. So, am I tooting my horn? Am I saying, wow, look, whoop-de-doo, look at me? No. No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that if you look around your room and you have all these things and all these possessions, you have to have an active relationship with disidentifying, with possessing those things. Not me, not mine, not self, not belonging to me. So you can have space and simplicity. There's nothing wrong with having a teacher. There's nothing wrong with following a leader. There's nothing wrong with trusting somebody. The world of spirituality, or the world of Buddhism and meditation, or the world of doing good deeds with mindfulness and detachment is not your local McDonald's, is not American politics, is not American culture. It's not based in that. It doesn't originate from that. We all want to have a sexual partner, or our friend, or an enemy. Everybody wants an enemy, or somebody to complain about. Most of us need a teacher. The most meaningful and deep and beneficial relationships in my life have been with people who I identified as a teacher. Doesn't mean they want to call and talk to me about my life. Hey, what'd you do today? They won't even pick up the phone. Some of them. But if I need a place to stay, or if I need to take refuge spiritually in my heart, boom, they are immediately there. Their mind is there. Not their interpersonal bullshit about how, their mind is there with me. Their mind is in my heart. Their mind is with me. You know what I mean? And then people say, no, you're going to get me in trouble at this coffee shop. No, I'm the real power man. I'm the real power woman. I'm the one who knows what I'm talking about. But it's just because we're so stuffed up with our own ego. We haven't realized how much we make ourselves suffer. And the ego is just full of shit. I am just full of shit. You are just full of shit. Because there is no I, there is no you, but there is, let's say, like the heart essence of the mind. And so if we can be more open, we can actually receive someone else's mind. We can experience that very deeply. And that can be like our guiding star. And also, just because we have a teacher, it doesn't mean that we need to get too crazy about it. It doesn't mean Master, what do you need? And you try to go and live with them, and you try to be around them, and what, master, 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 you know. It doesn't have to be like that, but it's someone that you trust. It's a kind of love. It's a kind of remembering. It's a kind of safety. It's a kind of protection that's deeper than blood, frankly, much deeper than blood. It's like if blood was made of liquid sapphires and crystals and rubies and emeralds of different colors. It's amazing. And that's the kind of relationship that allows us to receive their mind. No, we're not smoking weed here, okay? Smoking weed means you get low. I don't like to get low, I like to be high. And Soul Rebel 99, that's what we know in our own mind. That's what we see in our own mind. That's normal. It's not something special. It's not something to get worked up about. The same with like, oh, I was a monk for 7 years. I'm a big, strong teacher guy. Look, everybody who's here. Look, people support me. There's nothing special. And it's not me over you or me compared to you. It's not what it appears to be. It's impossible for it to be what it appears to be. Poha Sunim is who I was thinking about. Kairasa, Zen Master Poha Sunim. And I've talked about him many times. Actually, he's up on a mountain in South Korea. But the memory, so the way that he, it's cold in here. Give me a second. Remember, monkey see, monkey do. Not leaving a comment, need to recharge, mindfulness. Monkey see, monkey do. If there's an opportunity to meditate with your teacher, if you see your teacher or the person you're following meditating, you meditate too. Shut up and meditate. Okay? Or I'm gonna throw you off the raft. And you have to swim to the other shore by yourself. All right? So generosity, this generosity is done. It's a way of giving what appears to be valuable. Whether it's valuable or not is just, you could go to a different culture, you could go to a different society where pieces of grass were more valuable than gold. It's completely possible, isn't it? So this relationship or trust built on generosity is a reliability of giving a lot. So we trust each other, or we know each other, not because of how we put thoughts about each other through the gears of our mind and intellectualism about this and that and this and that and this and that, but to what degree are we consistent, or the depth, the proven depth of our generosity, of our willingness to give unconditionally. That's where our reliability is. But the unconditionally is very important, because it's not constrained, not within a certain context. It's just giving. It's just generosity. It's not reciprocity. It has nothing to do with reciprocity. Reciprocity is outlawed. Reciprocity is transactional. If you want to do a transaction, go to McDonald's, go to Walmart, go and buy something. There's nothing being sold here. There's nothing you can buy here. I'm not a salesman. Reciprocity is just an idea that keeps you from being generous. It's what you see on the late night infomercials. Hi, everybody. Do you want to get something special with your money? Take a look at this. You send us this money, we'll send you this thing. Now that's okay, we can do that. But that's a lot of extra legwork. Yeah, people do remember what you give them. How could we not? And it's also, that's where we get the true egos come out. When we start talking about putting your money where your mouth is. That's when people start to expose themselves. And if you're not ready to expose yourself, then you're in the wrong place. You're in the wrong situation to begin with. Ezra, try to describe that, what you're saying. The Western view on schizophrenia. Don't worry about the Western view. Just take a look at your view. Work with your view. And the part of that view that is wrong is just the I. So if you drop the I, there's just the view. There's just the view to be mindful of and not attached to. There's just the view to be found, to be holding on to, and to be put down. Kusala is a good deed. Okay. For both. For both, Ezra. And that's what I brought that up earlier. We didn't get into it, but we can practice generosity for our own mind, for our own goodness, for our own good deed. And we can also practice generosity to encourage others to be generous and to share that wholesomeness of generosity with others. Generosity and self-sacrifice, volunteering, offering service, literally, not just staying in your room all day twiddling around, but coming out of your room out of your own volition to give, to serve, to take care of the garden, to sweep, to offer, you know what I mean? And so my philosophy is that if we're coming together as a community, as an intentional community, which there's a space for a completely limitless and open community with and inside of intentional community. But without intentional community, that's not really a limitless community. So in terms of the intentional community, we have a situation where the unwillingness to go out of your room and to give and to self-sacrifice and to volunteer or to share or to help in what's needed, that unwillingness is more of a point than the need for that work to get done. The need for that work to get done is evil. But the unwillingness to do that work is a human being who needs help and who doesn't understand or who needs more support. And that human being is more important than the need of that thing to be done, which is just nonsense most of the time. If there's a fire, if we have a fire going inside of us, then there's a big need. We gotta run away or pour water on it or whatever. Okay, Jack, I love you and I'll always be with you, but your reign has come to an end. Because I do have to moderate the chat according to YouTube's guidelines as well. So if people are crossing too far of a line, then I might be putting myself in danger. I love you, Jack. You're my big guy. And I'm gonna put you in timeout too, Joe. Give you a little bit of 5 minutes, okay? 5 minutes to reflect upon yourself. No, I'm the only mod because this is a part of people's training as well as how they're moderated. So that's a big subject of these teachings as well, is the return to innocence. And so I don't agree with that idea. Just do what people tell you to do. I think that's maybe why people don't like or get offended when I talk about generosity or donating or volunteering or offering service, because they have a very deep belief in this idea of just do what people tell you to do. I don't think that we should just do what people tell us to do. I think we should remove that as much as we can from our perspective, from our way of being embodied, from top to bottom. Even if they're paying us money, I don't think we should just do what they tell us to do. Let's not do anything. Let's start with that. Stop doing anything. But generosity is not about giving what is free or giving what is easy to give. It's about giving what's difficult to give. And for a lot of people, their time isn't, for many people, hold on. For many people, their time is not valuable because they're disassociated. Their time doesn't hold value. So just to say giving your time or giving your attention is not true, because your attention is basically just food for the advertising companies. So you have to sacrifice your views, you have to sacrifice your held beliefs, you have to sacrifice your leaning back in the lazy boy chair and offering your consideration or your opinion. There's plenty of time to be silent when you're asleep. Don't underestimate the value of a good rest, the power of a good rest. That's not about you working out your mind or figuring out your mind or meditating out your mind, but just take a rest, relax. Do whatever it is that you do that helps you relax. Go for a walk, especially. Relax a little bit, open a little bit. Try to not try practicing meditation, just even the idea of practicing meditation, just relax. Sit back, step back, open the mind, open the heart, open the body, just aware. Whatever it is, just relax that, just release that. forgive that, step back. Step back, step back. And then the stepping forward is not forwards or back, just relax and aware, just a natural mind. I'm feeling a lot of awareness and presence kind of in my head or on the top of my head, the head area. So you may also be mindful of that. But whatever it is that you're aware of or that you notice, just be aware, just notice. It's nothing special, nothing good or bad or right or wrong, just aware, just a notice. The moment our meditation becomes a task or a struggle or some kind of self-improvement thing, we've lost the point. We can go in that direction, we can do it like that, but that's not the point, that's not the wisdom. 100% aware naturally, 100% detached, free naturally, aware and free, no meditation, nobody meditating. Nothing to do, nowhere to go, just everything. I've been thinking about a particular text that we had read before, and I wanted to bring that up again. Tibetan mystical Dzogchen text. But first, this. Disturbing emotions come because of thinking. Thoughts produce emotions. Thoughts create karma. Therefore, don't follow past thought. Don't invite future thought. In the present moment, do not correct, do not modify, do not accept or reject. Don't try to rearrange your present wakefulness. Instead, leave it as it naturally is, without any attempt to alter it in any way. That is called sustaining your natural face. The moment you let be in uncontrived naturalness, the essence of your mind is empty and at the same time cognizant, cognizing or awareing while being empty. This is the natural state. Letting be in naturalness does not mean being absent-minded or dull. It is conscious and present. But this clear and cognizant sense of being awake does not necessarily hold on to anything. And so in this way, we stop the necessity of necessarily holding on to anything. So what that means is that anything that is being held on to can be pointed to, can say, well, why are you holding on to this? Why am I holding on to that? Then it becomes a discussion. But if it becomes a discussion, or worse comes to worse, a debate, or worse comes to worse, a fight to the death, in our forgetting of the naturalness, in our forgetting of the empty cognizance, we've totally left the context of what this is about. That is the joy, that is the happiness, that is the refuge and the protection of being concerned with the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. A everly renewing and returning relationship with this effervescentness of empty cognizance, uncontrived naturalness, as our basic state, as our root guru, as our true guru is this uncontrived naturalist. And we're all in varying ways in relationship with our root guru, and so that's why we help each other in varying ways according to our dispositions and our understandings. And this is where you get into being a major giver, or a major listener, or a major practitioner, or who knows, a bodhisattva, a dharma protector, different things like that, because the whole world becomes a reflection of light in the glass of the mind when we start to take as the basis this uncontrived naturalness, or this empty cognizance. Everything is flipped on its head. No space, no time, no person, no place, no situation, necessarily. Right? So it's not rejecting or suppressing, but inclusive without grasping. An all-inclusive resort without any grasping required. And for the person who, Mr. Kai, who was asking about the teachers, some of my teachers, one teacher, Poha Sunim, and I first went on retreat with him, must have been 22, 23, something like that. And we had a retreat at the lake house. And it's interesting because the retreat, like the rules and regulations of the environment of retreat, was very casual, but the master, Poha Sunim, he's a Korean Zen monk, or Son monk, a Korean Zen. He is like on fire all the time, but also very casual. And so I don't even know if he sleeps. He's a real sage, a real master. Hopefully I can see him again before he passes. So the way that that retreat was hosted is we'd be meditating a bunch, just staring out at the lake, and the meditation method is a koan practice. So the master will give each person, according to their relationship with him, a koan. So the koan is like a thought puzzle that has to be solved. The koan that he usually starts with is: a student asked Master Yunmen, is there not even a single thought has arisen? Is there still a sin or not? Is there still an error or not? Zen Master Yunmen said, Mount Sumeru. So why did Master Yunmen say Mount Sumeru? Now, you have to process that you're meditating on that for many hours, and then you go into the interview room with the Korean Zen master and you, and he asks you, he says, a student asked Master Yunmen, not even a single thought has arisen. Is there still a sin or not? The master replied, Mount Sumeru. So why did the master reply that way? And then you have to give an answer. So I was just a bubbling young man, and I would just stare at him and meditate, stare at his face and meditate. You know, I didn't have an answer. And so one day we're at the dinner table, because we were having dinner during this retreat, and it's casual. You can speak. There's not these big rules and regulations. The kind of the intensity or the rules and regulations of the retreat was just held by the master's practice and being around him. So we're sitting at this retreat, and it's very, when you're all meditating together like that, it's very sensitive, it's very real, it's very vulnerable and intimate. And this guy who had come for a part of the retreat, kind of a muscular young man, maybe as old as I am now, in 30s, and he said, he just asked some kind of convoluted question that he really meant about morality and kidnapping and, what would you do if you were the hostage response person to the master? And the master sitting there eating his meal, and he just responded and he said, you are eating donkey shit. That was his answer to this person's really serious, sincere question, in the middle of this meditation retreat. You are eating donkey shit. And I remember I laughed when he said that. And then because my laugh was kind of out loud, then he challenged me and he said, what are you laughing about? And then I told him, no, I'm full. So I don't know what that's all about. But another time, this was, I'm very proud of this one because I got a chance to go and join him in a meditation retreat in South Korea that he was organizing with his Western followers. And I was a monk at that time. And I just heard about it, and I kind of made it happen for me to be able to go and join that retreat. Ultimately, it was kind of boring, but that's okay. Apparently, that's good. So one time we were going for a walk, and there was another guy kind of similar to the guy during the first retreat many years ago. And Master Poa Sunim was kind of talking about how his uncle or his friend or somebody owned this property that we were looking at as we were walking along the beach or something. And then the guy asked him, is that really the property that you own, or is that really like that? Something. And the master, he let out a big fart, a brave fart. And he said, how's that for your answer? And then he just kept it moving. It wasn't like he was then how's that for the answer? What do you think about that? No, he just kept it moving. That's his Zen way. And I have a lot of love for old Master Sunhim. And so when I think about him, because there's ways that people appear. There's ways that people appear in the outside world, and then there's like someone else's mind. So maybe you can think about like your inner mind. Like only you can know that, right? And the same for me, my deeper inner mind, only I can know that. But the deeper we're willing to like look and go and be open, it's kind of like we can in small bits receive the deeper minds of the others, right? Especially our teachers. So like when I think about Zen Master Poha Sunim, I think about or I receive his deeper mind in my heart. Even like the him that I don't really know, that this ego doesn't really know that true him, that true deeper part of him. Because we have like ways of relating to each other that are based on contexts, right? That are based on where we happen to be and the situation and how that, and the people that are around us. That would be totally different if we were just on an island somewhere or whatever. All the variables could change, right? But so I think about Master Poha Sunim, and it's something very subtle and powerful, like a mountaintop, and very alive and very real. And it's not something that has to do with his body. Like if he died, that would still be there with me, as alive as ever. And then I have a number of teachers like that, that at a time of need or a time of difficulty or a time of intimacy and openness like this, I can receive them, I can feel them. And I don't have to get caught up in the worldly drama. I don't have to get caught up in the way that I understand things or like how I'm going along in my plan of life, but I can actually receive their teaching, their mind directly. And then another aspect of that is that if something happened, if I really needed to go somewhere, if I really needed to take refuge or something like that, or if I had enough depth to go and serve and I want to deepen my training, then it's not like there's a program or there's an application that I need to fill out to go and take refuge in them. I can just do it. I can just do it now. You know what I mean? Because as much as it's a problem of people being unserious or people being irreverent, right? People being serious and reverent is also a problem. Because we're Americans, we're modern Westerners, we don't have a deep context that we're working with. Like, it's not like I'm a reincarnated Lama from the past. Like I'm a tulku, right, or something like that. So doesn't matter what I do, doesn't matter what you think, doesn't matter what happens, I'm this special, important person according to our cultural tradition and background. It's not really like that. So our reverence or our seriousness, we have to be really, 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 really careful about it. To not get lost in the sauce of seriousness. And to just be open-hearted, open-minded, and to eat the sand sandwich. Because it's not just all about us. You know what I mean? And these people coming in, even even if they stay for just a little few seconds longer, in terms of my belief of that essential that is beyond words and understanding, there's a space there for them to connect and for them to get something from that. And that also facilitates other people to come in and just stay for a moment. So really to be patient, really to be open and to enjoy, because they're not too dangerous. Actually, we're in a very safe spot. And to be able to see the suffering of the world and to feel safe, that's also a good teaching for us, good indicator for us. Let me step back for a moment, and I see some good questions to think about, so I'll be right back. Just let it go, Gene Ward. Whatever you think, let it go. So Gene Ward, to address the elephant in the room, here we're not really talking about spirituality. Here we're talking about mindfulness and detachment. We're concerned with the ultimate truth. We're concerned with no self, no soul, no spirit, no you, no me, no I, no other. Non-duality. And so to be here, you're here as a student, you're here as a guest in this online meditation center. And I hope that you'll stick around, I hope that you'll learn, but you'll really have to be very patient, because you may have actually not had a lot of training in Buddhism. For those who don't know, I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years, not to toot my own bajuga, but I was a real Buddhist monk for a real 7 years, and this is concerned with the path of enlightenment and meditation and all that stuff. Okay, the real deal, the high level. Okay. So let's scroll back here and see what we missed. Appreciate you, Venom. Okay. Can we elaborate on the connection of solitude and taking refuge? Breathing in, I go back to the island within myself. So the island within oneself is really the mindfulness and detachment within oneself. If we truly become great at taking refuge in the island within ourselves, taking refuge in mindfulness and detachment, in the real Buddha, the real Dhamma, the real Sangha, then there's no inside or outside. Wherever you go, you will be lonely. You will be alone, together with everything. But you may not be, you won't be pulled to being in a certain situation or around certain people. And in being in a certain situation or around certain people, there will be nothing holding you there. So it's just the openness and flexibility. And the power, the real power, the true power to be mindful and to detach in any given moment. And there's a lot of things that I don't know, different elements of guru yoga and various high specific dhammas about working with working together, but just be patient and open, and all will be revealed through the naturalness, through the highest dhamma, which is the natural cognizance, natural empty cognizance. Dev, I don't have an experience of living life on repeat day in and day out. So like every moment is completely, it's like overflowing with sparkles and space particles and cosmic unknowns. There's nothing typical about this. There's nothing known about this. I know that if I walk out the door, reality will be completely unknown and new and fresh. And each moment and each breath is just like that. And if I get lost in, oh, here I am again, doing this again, that's when I step back. That's when I stop and step back. Sit like a mountain. Skip a few steps. Skip a few steps. Stop. Step back. Sit like a mountain. But it only has to be for an instant or a moment. We get this idea from our, from our 9-to-5 jobs that, you want to clock in so that you can get a big paycheck. You want to clock in for meditation. You want to get a big paycheck. Just an instant of natural meditation is better than an entire meditation retreat of forced, contrived, self-fixated meditation. Okay? No pretending. Don't pretend here. Don't pretend here, Gene. You're here to listen and learn, all right? Realizing no self is meditating deeply. And also know. John, there is no guarantee of future peace. It's a good one, Venom. Some good venom. Sure. With a grain of salt, Rakesh. Not to die. You don't want to die on that hill. But there's a good point in that. The new techniques are just practices that are built on the teachings of the Buddha, or the mind of the Buddha, or the mind of emptiness, or the mind of nothingness, or the mind of no mind. So Okay, Chinese, being Chinese, that's interesting. Okay. Jean is using all of her straws. The final straw might be any moment now. I'll take a look at this, everybody. We've got a single origin, Colombia, Monte Blanco Juicy Peach Honey. Look at this. Delicious. Daydreaming is just daydreaming, isn't it? Okay, Jean, you're welcome here. You're welcome here. Jean, we're very happy to have you here. Put your feet up, have a glass of fine, non-alcoholic cognac, and enjoy. Okay, I'm ready. not in a hurry. What is the General Su's Art of War says, the quick victor is soon to die. The great general has established long-lasting peace, etc. So, look at this, everybody. I've got a little photo journal from my phone. What's your worded request? Let it happen. It's a learning experience for all of us. Don't interfere. Stay out of the way. This is all according to my master plan. Which, that's a joke. It better be a joke. Enough. Enough is enough. In general, they say it's important to have that smiling factor But if you can detach, that's more important than smiling. And don't be shy to double down or triple down. If I didn't answer your question sufficiently, you can ask again, or we can keep kind of unfolding the layers and going back into the womb of direct experiencing together. Well, you have to be more willing to be with the silence within the mind. So more willing to be not the one in control, or not the one managing, or not the one figuring out, or not the one thinking. You just have to let thoughts happen without identifying with those thoughts specifically. They're not specific thoughts, they're just noises. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. No nightmares recently. We certainly should, Ezra. It's very suitable. But this is the thing, that our practice has to come about naturally. If we're forcing ourselves to practice, that's not sustainable. And if we're doing that alone, it's very unlikely to have success that way. If we're doing that with a community, or we're doing that with a master, that's something else entirely. But you can try. We're learning through experimentation. Be still, interesting. Why do feelings happen in the body? Why do certain thoughts happen? Why do people act a certain way? Why is not the answer. So drop why and go into direct experiencing. That's not conceptual. That's not explained by words and phrases. Go right into it. Feel it as it is. As you feel it as it is, then you realize that it's not what you had thought about it. So when we ask why, most of the time, we're just looking for more thoughts about what is being directly experienced, instead of looking into what is being directly experienced. But it's a really deep question, actually. It's a very meaningful question, Jaguar. Okay. We don't have control, going back to Jaguar. We don't have the control that we think that we have. Jazwa. We don't have the control that we think that we have. Let's get that out of the way. You as a person, you as a human being, I don't care who you are, do not have control in the way that you think that you do. You can't control the weather. You can't control the car if it breaks down or if it doesn't. You can't control the earth, the ground, your family members. You can't keep them to continue being alive. You can't even keep your own body to continue being alive. So the mind that we think that we know is precisely just that. The mind that we think that we know. So it's a kind of thought on top of a thought on top of a thought. It's thinking that we're used to. It's situations that we're used to. It's conditions that we're used to. But that is just an idea. It's just like a vision or an interpretation that we've gotten used to. So when we go deeper into the mind, we experience and realize that the mind is not actually in control. The mind is not in control of or by someone, but rather that the mind is operating just cause and effect, limitless cause and effect. And when we begin to recognize this and experience this, now we can be more and more in line with navigating the boat of mindfulness and detachment, or navigating the boat of training the mind without I. The mind that is trained without I is the all-inclusive mind, is the wisdom and compassionate mind, is the true mind. But as much as we are built up and fixated on this I narrative, this I belief, we're a big stupid idiot. As stupid as you can be. Because we have this belief in this separate self. And then when it's pointed out to us, we want to fight. We want to defend ourselves. Or we want to argue or whatever. So we have to step back and stop. And widen out. And relax. The whole body and mind. And forgive. That you know, the practice of forgiveness is so important because we're ending the disputation. We're ending the fixation on disputation, and we're restarting and refreshing. We're beginning again with the opportunity to do well. And that forgiveness is not actually about someone. It's not about some particular situation. So we get the big W. We get the big W of wisdom. Rather than the big W of the ego being right. You make it happen, Philomosity, and I'll be waiting for your call. You send the email, you make the arrangements. You know, that's a big thing to consider. I'm the teacher. I'm not the appointment setter. So I'll go show up. I'm ready to fight. I'm ready to box. You get me in the meeting hall. You get me in the meditation hall. You get me in the big important seat and let those people come and try to beat me, and I'll be the winner. But I'm not the appointment setter. So if you want me on Joe Rogan, if you want me teaching at the highest echelons of the Western meditation spiritual community, that's up to you. You go out there and you do the work. But good luck, because I'm not very consumer friendly. What's my resume? That's my resume. So good luck getting some invitations from me. I'll just sit on my YouTube. If you get mad, let go. Or if you can't let go, then just face and embrace the madness, and you'll see how mad it is to stay mad, and you'll let go of it. All right. two questions that have the same idea, from Philomosity and from, where'd that question go? Philomosity and interesting, one after another. Okay, there's a right view and a wrong view. The wrong view is just like you believe in movies. You believe that movies are real. That's basically what it is. Movies have characters, an environment, and a progression of story-based elements from a beginning to an end. And there can be a before a beginning, there can be a prequel, there can be a sequel, etc., right? But there's a real true story going on. There's a real true person and a real true story. So the wrong view is the belief that there is a sense of self, that there is a real you that's basically, even though it's very multifaceted, the belief that there's a real you in a real story or in a real situation. This is called the wrong view, the view of someone, the view of self. And it's not that you're thinking this or you're making up this story moment by moment, but it's a kind of perspective that you're looking at direct experience from. This is called the wrong view, okay? Or the view that has an absence of wisdom, the view that appears to have an absence of wisdom, or the true nature that does not see itself, that is clouded by thoughts, okay? Or the true nature that we continue to turn away from unnecessarily. The right view is the view of not someone. So like, for example, these eyes. These eyes are seeing pink and white and blurry and clear and hard and soft and wrinkle and what have you. But there's not a someone in the seeing. There's not a little elf named someone standing on the tip of the tip of the fingers talking to me, right? Talking, saying, I'm someone, I'm someone. It's just not there. So where is the story of my life in seeing? Just a thought, just an idea. So we actually train or we practice to not conceive about things as we are seeing. So seeing without conceiving about things. Hearing without conceiving about things. Feeling the sensations in the body without making up a story about them. And this is very much a priority moxie, which I don't think that means anything, but it's a really big point that we're working with here of right view, wrong view, also known as samaditi, the view of wisdom, or the view of mindfulness and detachment. So it seems like, just like those TV shows, it seems like it's real, but it's not. The you, the real true person in a real true story, I'm not trying to simplify it, I'm saying the you that's this big, multifaceted, good and bad and right and wrong and in and out, and the story of your life that has all these different facets, etc., is just like a movie that you believe is real, but is actually not. Something that you're convinced in and then become unconvinced of. And by being unconvinced of the real true person and the real true story, you now have access to mindfulness and detachment, which facilitates the right view. The view of not someone, the view of not something, the view of not some place, not some time, not some situation, not some story. And so we may not have right view. For whatever reason, how am I going to know what you have or what you don't have? But even though we don't have right view, even though we mainly feel like, seem like, I am a person, I do have a life, I am in a story, I am in a situation, Mr. Rob, this is really what's Rinpoche, this is really what's going on. Even though it's like that, we begin to be able to empathize with, well, wait a minute, like the emptiness of our thoughts. We begin to be willing and able to empathize with, storylessness. And so through that, we can practice mindfulness and detachment informed by wisdom, and we can slowly reorient more and more towards this perspective of non-self. Step by step, I just see it like this, right? We're going from wrong view and not being concerned with the Dhamma and not being concerned with enlightenment and not being concerned with generosity to empathizing with emptiness, empathizing with the Dhamma, empathizing with freedom from suffering, empathizing with the emptiness of stories, empathizing with the notion of no self, no separation. And that's where our hands come together, and that's where we can really practice mindfulness and detachment, and then the arising of right view comes about naturally, not because we force it. Because there's not really, right, this is the interesting aspect of it, there's not really a you that gets right view, because that wouldn't make sense, would it? How could there be a you that realizes that there's no you? And anyway, it's not about getting involved or getting worked up about our thoughts about things. We come back to the practice of generosity, come back to the practice of self-sacrifice, come to the practice of watching our behavior, our mental, physical, and verbal actions, come back to the practice of mindfulness and detachment. And remember, this is not a place for you to teach. This is not a place for you to share your opinion. This is my meditation center. This is my throne of irrelevance. Don't come here, share your opinion. Don't come here and try to teach other people or give them advice. Shut up and listen, or get out. I'm not joking about that. This is my dominion. Don't come here and pretend to be teaching other people, all right? And of course, donors have special permissions and get special treatment. So if you're a big donor, of course, you're a big supporter, you're a big practitioner, of course, you be ready to share. Don't think like I'm trying to get a hold of you. But for the people who know who they are, they know who they are. The people who know who they aren't, they know who they aren't. And we just keep it going like that. Give it a try, ice cream. I'd be willing to try a little bit of that with you if you were here. Just be patient, hey, and relax and be open. Uh-oh. Rude. Well, if you're going to be... Now I'm really interesting. Can we check if there's any difference? Does it feel like the mic quality has improved or is more clear in any way? I'm a big mic, this kind of thing person. Can you tell a difference? Can you tell a difference or not? Good. I'm not sure why my eyes are big. Hopefully it means I'm going over the other edge of the mountain towards deeper and deeper enlightenment, and everything's going to be easy from here on out. Let's pray that that's the way that it is. And stick around, we're going to do something really special soon. Go be bothered somewhere else. We're going to do a little bit of a prayer. I know that Interesting was asking for a prayer, and it seems like John could also use a little bit of a prayer. Not quite a prayer, kind of a declaration, kind of a blessing, kind of something really special. That's your karma. Don't try to rearrange your present wakefulness. Daisy of Love, are you drunk? If your wife and kids have left, the last thing you want to be doing is getting drunk. Karma doesn't work like that. Karma will get you. Karma is not a thing that gets anybody. It's just cause and effect. Well, if you're drunk, then go and sleep it off. See you tomorrow. Don't drink. This is not a place for drunks to belch into the environment. Actually, it is, but just don't disturb anyone else with it and don't get aggressive. And you are welcome here. You're very welcome here. Just a timeout, 24 hours. One of the things hey everybody, how's everybody doing? One of the things I would like to offer in the hostel, coffee shop, community center is places for silence. You never really notice how noisy environments are until you go into secluded places. Because if you're just like in your home, you go into your home and you experience the silence there, right? You have the noise of all of your life, all of your things around you. You know what I mean? Please don't buy into any membership. The best way to support is to donate through PayPal or Patreon, or to donate directly in some way. And of course, that's very much appreciated. But so that silence can be very, very valuable. That's right, hey. That's right. So anyways, let's keep it moving. Let's keep focused here. Let's not get distracted by anything. We're First of all, let's get some big, big W's in the chat, everybody. Big W's in the chat. Big W's in the chat. Okay, these interesting butterflies. Big W's, big stomping. Also, I'd like to try a, they have these rooms that are like completely silent, and they say you go crazy because you hear your own heart beating, so I'd love to do a live stream in one of those super silence rooms, because I think that's an important element of what we've got going on here is the silence. We've definitely got the noise covered. Spirits don't like to live in monasteries. Monasteries are like spiritually protected environments, so there's mostly human beings or animals there, and then sometimes the high spirits. Oh, all the tests have already been done. not so solid, not so rigid. We have a particular view of like what a self is, or what a being, or what an entity is, right? But that's not really realistic. So like, compare your idea of what the self of a dog to you being a dog, right? They say like, oh, they have movies where the human being is transformed into like a dog, right? I'm sorry, but wouldn't you like have an electrical spasm, insanity attack if you were now in the body of a dog instead of the body of a human being? So the simplistic way that we view ourselves as a character in a story, and the way that we view other people as a character in a story, is not realistic, frankly. Storylessness is very realistic and very simple. Okay. No, DMT won't help you get wisdom, that's for sure. Okay, Gene Ward, focus on listening, all right? 10 minutes, listening time. You don't want everyone to be annoyed with you about you yapping and talking all the time, do you? Basically, you have to stop. You have to stop pretending that you're God. You have to stop pretending you know everything about yourself and the world. You have to stop pretending that you're like playing a video game, or that life is under your control. You have to stop pretending that you understand everything. You have to stop pretending that, like tomorrow you're guaranteed to be alive. You have to stop pretending that you are in control of yourself. You have to learn how to stop pretending and to actually like be a human being, because we've changed from human beings that are in community, that are connected, that are involved, to these kind of contrived, ghoulish, judgmental commenters and likers and dislikers. We've gotten lost in the sauce of social media and being an influencer, or being someone that's judging about an influencer. I'm not an influencer. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I don't take drugs, I don't get high, I don't get drunk. This is community building. We're here to talk about the real meaningful things. We're here to practice mindfulness and detachment. We're concerned with enlightenment. We're concerned with real spirituality. Now, people who don't know about that, or who aren't interested in that, probably don't have any reason to be here. But if you're going to be here to troll, or to pretend, or to front, or to bluff, just know that you're making a joke of yourself. Just know that you're making a joke of yourself to pretend to know about things that you don't know about. And you shouldn't do that. You shouldn't pretend to be like a community leader. There's a lot of people out there that pretend to be like a really important person in their community. Like they're a leader and they're setting standards, and they're kind of role playing as if they're in a TV sitcom of being, like a local important person. And it's a shame, because it keeps us from actually being responsible for our own minds and looking more deeply at the experience that we're actually in. It's great that you want to be an important person. It's great that you want to be a community leader. It's great that you want to be a role model. It's great that you want to be someone who has something to say for the community, for the people around you, right? But as they said in that meme, you're not that guy. And so this is a live stream about how we become that guy, not by pretending as hard as we can that we are, an influential person in our society, but actually by stopping and starting to listen, and to deepen and broaden our experience and our understanding. people don't know how to listen. I'm not here to feed you with a baby bottle. You're not a kid. You're not innocent. You're not this, that, and that. I'm here to kick you in your mouth. I'm here to be the big, bad, strong guy. I'm here to be the king of W's. I'm the real power man here. You think you're going to come around here and give advice to people? I'm going to rip your tongue out of your mouth and throw it into the graveyard. I'm Mr. W. Shut up and listen or get out of the way. There's more than enough ego here to go around. We're not going to have other little teachers and little important people coming in and go around giving advice to people. Nobody here knows who you are. Nobody here knows what you're talking about. We can't trust you. We can't see you. We can't hear you. We don't know who you are. We don't know why you're sharing. We don't know what you're doing here. So you can shut up and listen and be respectful and be reverent, or you can get out. I don't know what's so confusing about that. This is my house. This is my live stream. This is my temple. This is my podium. This is my throne of irrelevance. What's confusing about that? I have a right. Yeah, you've got a right, all right. You've got a right to shut up and listen or get on out of here. I'm not joking. This is my throne of irrelevance, not yours. To let the cat out of the bag. It's a training modality and it's a testing modality. Look, I'm not here to baby you. I'm not here to give you a platform to talk to other people. I'm certainly not here to hear you just overshare, this kind of disassociated oversharing about you're a spiritual healer, you're empathizing with people. Nobody cares what you're doing. Shut up and get out. Or you're coming in here and you're going to have a talk with people, you're going to help people out. Shut up. I don't know who you are. I didn't give you permission to help people here. Woo, buddy. Woo, 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 buddy. I can only hope you were curious enough to stick around and listen enough to get this spanking. Of course, it's a lesson. It's not just a spanking for you. It's a spanking for everybody. Okay? It was all a part of my master plan. It's all a part of the teaching. Okay? You want to arm wrestle? You're going to have to grab on to these guns. Okay? To these muscles. We're not playing games here, Adam. I will pick you up and I will throw you out of here. It's just remarkable that people are so confused that they think this live stream is somehow a platform for their opinions. Shut up and listen, or get the fuck out. What don't you get it? This is my live stream. This is my house. If you don't like the food that's being served here, don't let the door. I'll pick you up and I'll throw you out. I'll help you get out. This is class in session. It's some of these people, this is a good point. Thank you, Ronald. Some of these people are so disassociated, so lost, that they're coming into a professional's consultation class. I'm just like a university professor. I'm experienced. How many years does it take to get a master's or a doctorate or something? 5, 7 years if you're really good. So I spent 5, 7 years as a Buddhist monk. So this is the university level class on Buddhism and meditation, mindfulness and detachment, bringing about the ending of suffering. And you've got these people in here who think that they're going to come into a university classroom, raise their hand and say, I have an opinion. You've got a what? And then when they realize, when I turn the mirror around and say, excuse me, class is in session here. We're not here to play games. Nobody asks your opinion. Get out. When you say that to them, they say, I'm going to call the police. Yeah, you're going to call the police and you're going to have yourself removed from this institution. You don't know. We have to learn to accept that we don't know. We have to start looking at our priorities about what we're doing. Are you concerned with Buddhism? Are you concerned with meditation? Are you concerned with mindfulness and detachment? Are you concerned with enlightenment or awakening? Is that something you're trying to learn about or something that's important to you? I don't care if I lose donors or lose supporters or people don't want to support me or donate to me because I'm addressing this issue. I dare to address it. I'm not afraid to address this issue. Are you interested in those things? Well, if you're not, then what are you doing here? Well, I have a right to this live stream because this is a public live stream and I was scrolling on shorts and this is my live stream. Well, I'm sorry to break it to you, but keep on swiping, Chief. Okay? This isn't about you. This isn't about your ego. This isn't about you pretending to know about Buddhism, or you pretending to know about meditation, or you pretending to know about living as a monk or something like that. This is not about that. Well, what about my politics? What about Joe Biden? Look, big guy, I appreciate you. I love you. Drive your truck and drive it safely, right? First, we don't like electric cars. Elon Musk is our friend. That's all up to you. That's your business. That's your work. I'll leave you to your work. Okay? But you're ranting. But you're here listening. You're here as a student. You're here as a learner, as a practitioner. But what about America? This isn't based in America. We're in Malaysia. Take your American rights and shove it. Oh. And I care about you. This isn't a place for us to fight or be, arguing with each other. This is a place for you to get your ego checked. This is a place for you to stop pretending. And it's like for G, it's not just that I want to, it's not just that I want to show you how, powerful I am and cool I am and smart I am. It's not just that. It's also that, it's not that difficult to understand that there's a lot of things that we don't know. So it's like there's a major, major American problem, and I'll tell you what it is. It's not Trump, it's not Biden, it's not George W. Bush. There's a major, major American problem where we pretend to know about things that we don't know about. And not just that, but we do that, so it's like we're confident about being ignorant when we know that we don't know about that thing that we're pretending to know about. So it's like someone who comes in and says, and really listen to what I'm saying, because I'm not distracted or whatever when I say this. I'm not like getting like caught up in things and like in a rush or in a hurry. It's a situation where somebody comes in and they're serious and they're real, and they say, there's no way this guy could have been a monk. Look at the way that he's acting. Look at the way that what he's wearing. There's no way this guy could be a monk. Well, firstly, I'm not a monk. I was a monk for 7 years. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I'm not a monk now. But this guy comes in, he says, you're not a monk. Or, you're not a monk. Or, that's not a monk. There's a lot of different characters running around out there, aren't there? And so we say, okay, because we're not in a rush to do anything. We're not in a rush to like pass a test or pass an exam, right? Or like, I've got to leave my comment. I've got to leave my comment. I got to say what I got to say. We're not in that situation. Because we're actually listening deeply and we're sharing deeply. We're not like pretend. We're not doing that. We're not, as fun as that might be, right? We're not in a hurry. We're not in a rush. But what about my comment? Who are you talking to anyway? I need to make my statement. Now you're getting me worked up. So that person who comes in and says, there's no way this guy was a monk, etc. All these people who say this kind of thing. And that's fine. And not getting into like my ego and how important it is to me to be a monk, or how like you're applying importance to being a monk, right? But how many monks have you met? Have you ever read a book on Buddhism? Have you ever been to a meditation center? Have you ever spent time at a monastery? Have you ever listened to a dharma talk? Do you know anything about Buddhism, meditation, monastic life, ordination? Do you even care about these things at all? Or is this 100% just another excuse for your ego, for your desire to know, for your desire to have an opinion, for your desire to be right, to rear its stupidity? And then we fall back, and those people, they always fall back. They're completely fake pretending people. They always fall back and said, ha 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 ha. This is always the thing they do. Ha 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 ha. I didn't care anyway. I got you. I never cared. All right. Don't blame me for trying to have a human conversation or taking you at your word that, like you are a real man or you are a real woman. You know what I mean? So, and it's not about defending ourselves either. And this is where people really get confused. They think that I'm doing this to like defend myself. What's there to defend? I'm just sitting here talking to my phone in a coffee shop. I'll admit it, I got worked up, I got excited because there was a big opportunity there, but it's not really about me defending myself, it's just kind of pointing to how ignorant we can be and how attached we can be, and then engaging from this place of ignorance and attachment when it doesn't even make any sense. when we're not even willing or open to have a conversation about a topic, we're not even willing to talk to the person that we're making fun of or making judgments about or like making up a story about. And yet we're, for some reason, that greed, that anger, that nonsense thinking, it's looking for a place to overflow. And then those people just, disassociate. I'm not afraid of embarrassing myself to make a point. And we're definitely not going to let people just come in here and say whatever they want to say. There is a boundary line. There's a point where we say no more. There's a point where we say no more. Isn't there interesting? No more. We learn to say no and we learn to run. Well, sometimes I'm answering the question. So the comments that people just won't stop doing, oh Adam, may you have fun in yoga. Now get out of here and shut up. Nonsense. Lunatic. Another lunatic in our live stream. I guess that makes two of us, doesn't it, Adam? I'm gonna go do yoga. I'll see y'all later. Who? Who are you talking about? Who are you talking to? You think this is your Facebook? You're making a Facebook post on my live stream? Get out of here, Adam, before I kick you out. People are out of their minds. Firstly, this is a fake live stream. There's nothing of substance here. This whole thing is a sham. And now they're using this live stream to make their Facebook posts about what they're going to go and do with their ego. Intrusive thoughts won, after all. You haven't said a word of substance. Get out. I'm about to go to the graveyard so I can start yelling and screaming to these people because they can't hear me at the volume that I'm currently speaking. They think I'm joking around. They think this is a little bit of a game. I got a game for you. It's called Gaha Aima. Which one you want first, the Gaha or the Aima? Here's a game for you. This is the jungle. This is the real world. This is the Buddhism server, okay? This is the Buddhism monk life meditation server. And you better get real or get out. Because I'm done holding back. I'm done hiding behind the robes. It's time for me to show everybody who I really am. Well, that's what all this is about. Special G, this is all about nothing. Hey, don't be influenced by those people. You know me, you don't know them, so that's what you have to work with. You're my good boy, all right? Relax. Don't be getting too much involved with them. Make yourself sick. Tristan, you're here to raise up your IQ score, all right? You're not as stupid as people think that you are. This is Malaysia. This is not America. This is not an American live stream. And Michael, this isn't a place for weird stuff. Okay? I'm going to show the man at the counter who I really am. All right then. You got it, Kai. It's time for us to head to the Mongolian cemetery. We're going to figure this out. We're going to get this done today. Enough with the live streaming, enough with all the thinking and all the planning and all the developing. Let's get it done today. And in the meantime, let's get some big W's in the chat. Let's get some, it's time to get this done today here in the chat. Don't come in here and embarrass yourself. Don't come in here pretending to know what's going on. You don't know what's going on. You're pretending. And it's time that you learn that you don't know what's going on. It's time that you learn that this is outside of your purview. It's time that you learn this isn't Mr. I'm the boss. This is Mr. W's in the chat. You're about to have your mind blown. You should have never said that. You should have never acted that way because you invoked the beast. Look at the size of my pupils. You woke somebody up that you shouldn't have woke up. All the pretenders, all the fakers, all the I'm a professional man watching from the distance and offering my critiques. I got a professional man for you right here. You're going to find out what a professional man looks like really soon. Thank you. I'm going to show you what a professional man looks like. Donations can be made through PayPal, so don't be shy to offer and support if you like to. All of my needs and this is my whole life. This is all that I do. So support as much as you can or as much as you like to. Okay, we're going to do a Wi-Fi switch. So we may have a brief intermission. During that Wi-Fi switch, let's get some major non-stop W's in the chat. Big W's in the chat, everybody. We're about to switch the Wi-Fi. Put those W's in the chat. Put those W's in the chat all the way. Let's go for it. Everybody, are we live? Is the live stream back on? Oh my gosh. Oh, great. Thank you, Sarah. We're back. So, you know, that's a teaching, that's an idea that just came in my mind. Well, what about, you know, we love the live streaming and we like to do this kind of thing, so what if we're attached to that? Well, the teaching in it is that we make a use of it without attachment moment by moment. So we drop the trick and the story of the ego that's attached, and we refresh and restart. Completely independent, completely make whatever choice we want to make, etc. And completely inclusive. Maybe there's something inside of this happy mart. Cigarettes, no. Vapes, no. Alcohol, no. Sugars and candies, no. But maybe there's something here. And that's what a lot of our life is like, isn't it? We're searching for something. We're thinking for something. What is it? What is it we're looking with the coconut water. Let's try to stay. Let's try to stay hydrated today. Hello. $3.50? How much is it? 8 each? Each one 8? Total 16. Okay. I don't need a bag. I just put inside my bag. That's 10. That's 15. 16. Okay, thank you so much. I wish you good life. I wish you blessings and inshallah. Assalamu alaikum. Okay. Did you go before to the place, the Mecca? You go before? Oh, inshallah, inshallah. You will get there. So for the Muslim, we take the pilgrimage to Mecca, and for the Buddhist, you take the pilgrimage to maybe the meditation center or the Buddhist temple near you. But even better, we take a pilgrimage to the present moment, don't we? We take a pilgrimage to mindfulness or awareness in the present moment, but not being someone. We take a pilgrimage to the way of not being someone at that moment. Just W's all the way down. That's my kind of psychosis. W on top of 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 W. It never stops. The W's just don't stop. They come into my live stream, they think they're going to be able to stop me. Jai Jagannath, the unstoppable one, the spirit of unstoppability. You can't stop me. You want to know how I got these scars? You know, I mostly focus on the young boys. Because for these young American men, well, that's a tough situation for a lot of them. It's a little bit hopeless. So we do the work that we can do with the ones that we can do the work with. We do the best. Now let's get some big W's in the chat. Let's get some big W Buddha Riz in the chat. No, this is just how people are. This is just how people are. Oh, mane padme hum, oh, mane padme hum, oh, mane padme hum. Compassion, compassion, compassion. Giving out and receiving out the great compassion. Non-stop. Non-stop, no limit. Unlimited. It's just going to get more intense. It's just going to get more out of control until it's totally out of control. You want to know who I am? You want to know what I represent? I got the perfect place to show you. Ba-dum, 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 ba-doo, ba-doo, ba-da. See, a lot of these anime guys, these cool guys, these strong guys, they pretend that they're ready to go head to head, but they're not a real anime guy. The real anime guys, They're ready to go to the Mongolian graveyard to get to the bottom of this. Okay, Rusty, let me do you a favor. Dway Chan prayers. I've got a prayer. I've got something we're getting ready for. I've got to find it, but it's in my Kindle. So we're just going to go to the graveyard, and we're going to go from there, the Mongolian graveyard. Okay, Kane, take your business somewhere else. Thank you so much for the time that you've spent here. Thank you for all of your thoughts. And now take yourself, take your thoughts, and go. And don't come back. You can come back, but you don't have to. You don't have to go, you don't have to stay. Stop thinking that this is about you. Stop thinking that this is about you personally, like you hired me or you paid me. Did you pay me? Did you hire me to give personalized teachings for you? This isn't about you. This isn't about anyone. This is about screaming in the Mongolian graveyard, okay? If you don't like that, then it doesn't matter, because this isn't about what you like. This is about mindfulness and detachment. This is about being concerned with the ultimate truth. What are views? It doesn't even mean anything. Hey, I'm not going to let you distract me. I'm not going to let you confuse me with your words. I'm not going to let you confuse me with your words. I'm not going to let you sow doubt in my mind. I know what's going on here. I know who I am. They're coming. It is hot though. I need to get in the shade. This is meant to be intense. Meant to be intense from a distance. And you can make your own determination of what you're going to do with that. But that's why it's like I don't have so much. Of course I have compassion for these people, but I don't have so much energy to like placate people who, this is too intense, this is too not according to my understanding, this is too much like not what I expect. Think about Gaza. Think about the people who just lost a child. Think about the people who just got in a car accident and can't walk anymore. I remember it's a young woman I took care of. Maybe not many people know this about me, but before I got into monk life, I was a direct care worker, support worker for people with disabilities and also the elderly, a job coach and an advocate in certain ways. There was a woman who, she was with her friends over a bridge, and I think her friend like pushed her to jump in, and she dived in or whatever, and she was like a, super girl. There's a lot of girls going around. They're beautiful everywhere they go. Men, wow, what a beauty. So they're all juiced up all the time. And this girl, she was one of those girls, young women. She jumped off and she became paralyzed from the neck down. So it's like these people come in here, I don't like this. I don't agree with this. Okay, who cares? Go fuck yourself. With kindness or with forgiveness or with mindfulness and detachment. This isn't really, we're not here to play around. We're not here to have some kind of conventional Buddhist ceremony where, you get to pat yourself on the butt and congratulate yourself, or pretending that, you know about Buddhism and meditation when you don't, or pretending that somehow you have like an ownership or a responsibility to manage over this live stream when you're not even a donor, you're not volunteering, you're not serving, you're not doing anything, you're just watching it and consuming it. So it's like you think that something's owed to you because you're getting something free. What is that? That doesn't make any sense. So it's like it's a lack of logic. It's a lack of clear reasoning. Hey, I do this for everybody, not just for myself. I don't do this to lift up my own ego. If I was doing this to lift up my own ego, I'd do it in a different place. I'd probably become a monk again, you know? That's a good one. It's really, honestly, this is really not, I don't want to get anybody wrapped in. I don't want anybody to get coerced or convinced. This is an open space for your ego to be challenged. This is an open space for me to challenge my ego. You know, it's like, how dare you? How dare you say that? What are you talking about? How could you say that, man? How could you say that in the live stream? What are you talking about? How could you say that? What are you talking about? You know, it's like we're policing each other. Let's not do that. And we're policing in a district that we don't live in. We're getting involved with people and places and situations and experiences that we don't even care about. We're not even that interested in. But I'm protecting people. You're protecting people that you don't know, that don't know who you are? Really? Who hired you to do that? You know, and look, I hate to say it, but the gravitas, the power, the demur, the mindfulness that you are seeing here, you can't buy it online. Your DMT vape pen's not going to bring you here, big guy. So if you want to compete, I told you the context. I told you, and that is a little bit nasty, Kevflock, so I'm going to remove that, but listen to this. I'm the loser here, all right? I'm already the loser here, but if you want to get that W, you better call in reinforcements. You better call some Buddhist temple, call some monk that you know, call some meditation master saying, this guy's misrepresenting Buddhism, this guy's teaching fake meditation, this guy's a freak, this guy's a monster, this guy's wrong, we gotta stop him, let's go! Let's play a game. And I know it might be too intense, might be too tough for some people, and I'm sorry about that. I don't mean to upset you, but I hope this just leads you to look for better dharma in your life. Now, who's ready to gamble? Let me hear it. Who's ready to gamble? Now, I'm going to place a golden coin under one of these objects. I'm then going to mix and flip the objects. If you can, in fact, find the right coin in the right object, you will learn about the truth. All right, here we go. So it's in the middle, right? It's in the middle, right? Now, it's in the middle, right? Everybody confirm if it's in the middle or not for the people who are just joining in now. 7 years as a Buddhist monk. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. And this is a little trick that I learned. In the streets of Myanmar, in the streets of Sri Lanka, in the streets of Thailand, in the streets of Burma. It's right here, right? You see the golden coin is right here. Now, are you going to be able, well, you're not ready yet, are you? Look, okay, golden coin is in the middle. Golden coin is in the middle. Now, are you going to be able to determine where the cup goes? You're a smart guy, right? You're a smart girl, right? You're a smart, cool person, right? Here we go. 3, it's in the middle. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Now, under which cup is the golden coin? Under which cup is the golden coin? One on the left. Yeah, of course you did. I can relate to that. Okay, we're saying the left. They're saying 1. In the middle? It's in the middle? And this is a test. I'm watching because I want to know who I can rely on for this kind of stuff. Kai says the left. Cass says the middle. Shelly, are you here? Which one is it in? Deneen says it's on the left. Hey says it's on the right. Yes. Okay, here we go. Who else? Who hasn't guessed yet? Which one is it? The middle, the left, or the right? Okay, here we go. Wait a minute. Is it my left or your left? Is this the right or is this the left? Is this the right or the left? That's the right. Okay, yeah. Okay. Is it in the middle? Oh, Shelly. It's not in the middle. So we had left and right. What did everybody say? Left or right? Kai said right. Okay. Is it in the right? Is it in the right? Oh my goodness. Is it here? Was I tricking everyone all along? Ah, it's in the left. It's in the left. Should we try one more time? Okay, here we go. Now look, we're going to start in the middle. Remember, I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years, so I'm not going to cheat you on this. We've got a coin in the middle, golden coin, not a normal coin, a golden coin. Put in the middle. 3 boxes, nothing under 2, 1 under 1. Is that correct? Is that real or not real? Okay, here we go. Now, I'm going to mix these up, and you're going to see if you can follow it. Do your best. It's right here in the middle. Here we go. Okay, that should be pretty easy. That should be pretty easy. Okay, here we go. It's in the middle. It's in the middle. Okay, good job everybody. Hey, I love that. I love that, ministress. See, that's the thing. That's the weird thing. I love that kind of statement. It's so true. It's so deep. You know, and I think we can be so confused because we think things are about ourselves. There's no self here for anything to be about. It doesn't mean if you poke me, I won't feel pain, right? Well, we did it. The coin is hanging out. The coin's right there. What do you mean the first one? So we're meeting each other in the middle, just like this coin. You know what I mean? That wisdom is not something that we have, that enlightenment is not something that we get, that we hold on to. You know, we say you're lucidly delusional or you're going through a psychotic episode, but what are you really talking about? You know what I mean? And that's the thing, when we don't have this active relationship with generosity, we don't know how to be specific. We don't know how to share our experience or our understanding. You say that you have an important opinion or you have an important position that you're sitting on, that you're standing on. So share that. Share it deeply. Share it totally. I understand you're frustrated. Life is difficult. Life is suffering, we say in Buddhism. That doesn't mean that there can't be big W's in the present moment. Big W's that aren't about stories about ourselves or other people. You know what I mean? Some people might say, I don't like it, this guy's bad, this guy's evil, or whatever. I'm going to look at that gravestone and find out what the address is and call the police. Okay, you know? Or, yes, this guy, he's my master. I try to make sure that doesn't happen. We're here together. In this moment, in this graveyard. And so the question becomes, what is really important to you? For me, what's really important to me, you know, if I can get the fairness or the generosity of being able to share my experience, you know, to speak for myself, and I'm inviting you to speak for yourself. It's not pretending. Is to, you know, to be unconditionally at peace. To not think. To not be reliant upon thinking. And to give everything, to share my whole life, to share my whole body and mind, skillfully, with consideration. Not just throwing myself out in the street and saying, look at my generosity. I mean, can you hear the wind? Can you hear the birds? Can you hear the sky? Can you hear the nature? So it's not like being lost. It's like being found. But it's being found in a place or in a situation that's not based in thoughts. That's not based in theories or stories or judgments. Or like the right that you have to hold your opinion. It's not your place. It's not your position. This isn't your live stream. This doesn't belong to you. Go somewhere else with your opinion, please. I don't care what you have to say. I don't care about random people online's opinion. But I know you. Great. So go know me over there. I've got to follow you and get involved with this. Do you? Why do you have to do that? I find it amazing. You know, people have really weird definitions for knowing other people. Look, somebody knows me if they've spent time with me, if they've listened closely what I've had to say, if they've talked with me about their understanding or their experience, if we've somehow reached common ground with one another and spent time practicing together. You don't know me just because you've seen me or you've heard me or you've thought something about me. It's just nonsense. Well, it's just an opinion. We're too addicted to holding on to our opinions. This stream is about mindfulness and attachment, detachment. The problem with ignoring people is that we've got to keep we've got to keep our energy up. We've got to keep our engagement up. We've got to keep our involvement up. We have to keep hooking and bringing people into this space and this way of mindfulness and detachment. And we've got to exert ourselves to come back again and 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 again. Ultimately, it can't be ignored. Unless we want to miss out on the opportunity to make use of it. Because this is a public space. This is not, ultimately, this is not actually my live stream. This is a open door in a public environment. So we have all kinds of people flowing in and flowing out. So yeah, I think I misspoke. We can just ignore them. Ignore your thoughts, ignore your opinions, ignore the people, ignore what other people say. But the problem is, that's actually a high practice. That's a high dharma. And what we tend to do is reject. Oh, that's a lower person, so they're not worth my time. Or they're just trolling, so they're not worth engaging with. Everybody's worth engaging with. You can see how far they want to go with it. When I get excited, when I get worked up, there's some space where it's like nobody doesn't matter or nobody is disqualified. Yeah, nobody doesn't matter. Nobody is disqualified. And with that, and with this quality of goallessness, that there's not a goal, that there's not a plan, that there's not a project that's in place. I'm not trying to placate people here. I'm not trying to recruit people here. If anything, I want to make it clear that you, Mr. and Mrs. Opinion, are not ultimately welcome here. And that this is not about that. Right now, I don't want to create a structure where people can come in and get comfortable and know what to do and know how to settle in and go along and be kind of, they expect to know what's going on, etc. No expectations, no reservations, no schedule. The forms are in the formlessness. The formlessness is in the forms. So we've got our forms here and there. We've got W's in the chat, don't we? We've got the Mongolian graveyard. It's just people are so self-important, especially American people, modern Western people. There's so much self-importance that whatever is presented to them, they make it about themselves. This is not going to be about you, period. This is not going to be about your opinion. This is not going to be about your preference. This isn't going to be about what you think about it. I'm going to make sure of that. And ultimately, I don't know what I'm doing. How could I know what I'm doing? If I'm doing it, then I can't know about it. And it's also this hurry. We're in a hurry. We're in a rush to put this into a box. I'm literally going to have a heart attack. But don't be... Oi, 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 oi. Clear. You want to clear that out, right? You want to clear out those arteries while you're young. Oi. Oh. This is life and death. And that feeling, I mean, maybe you get too juiced up, you get too amped up, and you blow an artery or you blow a lung, and now you're stroked, or you got a lot of pain or something like that. You give yourself a tummy ache. That's a serious situation. Everybody's in a hurry to judge and put everything into a box and, all right, I'm here to be the judge. Let me take care of this case. This is like this is like that, sign off. You're not going to be able to sign off this. You're going to either have to run away or keep exposing yourself or sacrifice yourself. We're addicted. You're not enlightened. You're not the king of the world. You're not a special person. You don't have ultimate wisdom and now you're flying down from the sky to make a judgment. That's why context is important. So we can say, look, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Stop pretending to. As one of the modalities here. And it's a modality because people can just wander in with all of their arrogance and all of their superfluousness and all of their pompeity. They can just wander in. Whoa! My home, you're in my home. No, you're in my home. This is my live stream. You're a guest here. And I know it's intense, but life is intense. You like pleasure, don't you? You love to have a good time, don't you? Well, let me introduce you to the good time's best friend, a bad time. So that's why this is about mindfulness and detachment. This isn't about grasping onto an understanding. It's a really interesting situation. People here think we're just doing the standard thing. It's another live streamer, isn't it? Or is it? Let me get my tarot cards. Let me get my program for you to sign up to. Oh, have you heard about my coaching program? So everybody's welcome here. It's just that you've got to practice generosity seriously. It doesn't make sense for you to be here otherwise. If you're not here as a donor, if you're not here as a volunteer, if you're not here as a practitioner, if you're not here as a self-sacrificer, if you're not here giving up your body and your mind, then you are in the wrong place. And it doesn't have to be the good people. Oh, you just want everybody to like you and support you. Well, you probably does want that, but this isn't about you. If you want to come in here and you want to take a stand against me, then I want to hear it. Not little flippy comments that you're putting around. What are you doing? Speak up. Be a man. Be a woman. You're an American, aren't you? Say what you've got to say. You're in the right, aren't you? So speak up and say it. Stand up for your country. Stand up for your rights. Isn't it? You're right. So stand up. Speak up. Be clear. I let people know. I say, look, I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I know what I'm talking about. I've trained with meditation masters all over the world. I've sacrificed my life for this. And I'm not using that self-sacrifice to build up some coaching program to sell to people and make a bunch of money. I'm using it to continue on my path. So you want to come up here and you want to say, meh, 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 meh. Why don't you meow, meow, meow your way out of here? Or if you've got something to say it strong, say it tough, say it rough. Really say what you mean. Get it out of the way. A lot of pretenders, a lot of fakers. And look, I'm not saying you have to know all about Buddhism and meditation to be here, but I'm saying that's the context that we're working with. I'm not going down the Jim Newman non-duality route. This is about nothing. This is about nothing. This is about me putting my foot up your ass. Jim? And it is a danger, and I'm watching out for it, right? Well, what if, Rob, Mr. Monk Life Meditation, I get you were a Buddhist monk for all these years, and you really like this spiritual stuff, and you want to end suffering, and you want to help people, and you're kind of an eccentric guy, kind of an iconoclast. But this whole thing could be, you could be blowing your ego out of proportion, and that's why it's so important to donate. To give up myself, to give up my life, to give up tomorrow, to give up yesterday, to give up thoughts, to give up identity, to give up being the opinion holder, to give up being the understander. And to that fact of why don't you just ignore these people? I don't want to ignore them. I want to invite them. A lot of these people are men. And I want these men to know that I'm ready to take them on in the most open way, and fairness is also something that I value a lot. And I don't necessarily fully understand that, but I think that it's about self-sacrifice. It's this fairness of sacrifice. It's this fairness of generosity. It's this fairness of letting the self go, letting the biases go, letting the seeking perceived outcome go, and just sharing and listening. This live stream isn't all about me. If anything, it's all about the people who participate in it. It's not really a live stream. You're here with me in the Mongolian cemetery in Malaysia, underneath the clouds that are above. We are here together. I don't have a job to go to. I don't have a home where I live at. I'm a former Buddhist monk of 7 years who's on the path to continue enlightenment. Letting go of yesterday, letting go of tomorrow, and being really deeply concerned about the Buddhist teachings. And I'll tell you what, there's not a lot of people out there that you can talk about these things with. There are not a lot of avenues to connect in this way about even just boilerplate basic Buddhism and meditation with people who have experience, let alone being concerned with wisdom. And this is my own flair of, what did I say, non-dual Buddhist absurdism. So you get your Buddhist teacher to come along and tell him that this is non-dual Buddhist absurdism and ask him, is that okay? But really, it's a little bit ridiculous to take a stand or to have an opinion about something that we're not involved with. And what did I say? When nothing else works, run. So we'll open the comments back up. Be here together. And let's see just how far we can go in supporting each other and developing this. You can't put it into a box. Can't put a name on it, can you? If I can't, then you certainly can't. Uh-oh, we've got a glitch. We've got a glitch. Okay, which one is it? Which one has the golden coin underneath? If you want to make an impact, make a donation. If you want to make a big impact, make a big donation. Especially for those people that, want to ride their horse of righteousness on the way out and say, "Too bad, bud. You weren't good enough for me. You tried, but I don't go down this road." Great. But that's not going to mean anything to me if you're not a donor, you're not a supporter, you're not a volunteer. Go on your way. Let it be. There's space here for everybody. And remember, who wants to talk to ChatGPT? Who thinks it's time to ask ChatGPT what's going on? This ordinariness, this empty cognizance pervades everywhere. It doesn't matter what or who or why or whatever. It doesn't matter. It is everywhere, all the time. Who wants to ask ChatGPT about this whole situation and get to the bottom of it? But ChatGPT has a lot of academic knowledge. So we're in the Mongolian graveyard. Lonkmife. What? Oh, that's fantastic. Really? Well, we can talk to ChatGPT, but it's the people, we have to see who really wants that, who's really interested in that. So you can, if you want to talk to ChatGPT, please put your age and country that you're coming from about this whole situation to kind of find this out, to kind of figure this out. Because maybe we don't have the knowledge base. Can you hear the raindrops starting to fall? I don't know if the microphone's subtle enough for that. Big raindrops. Big old raindrops falling. Uh-oh. Better take care of that. Okay, Took. You can come by if you like. We can go for a walk together. If you're already here in Malaysia, why not? Okay, let's find that thing that I wanted to share. Ooh, look at this. Look what we got, everybody. Some coconut water. Coconut water at the graveyard. And that's a big thing to do as well. Just make sure that you're walking. You're walking every day, walking a little bit. I can't honestly, I have no idea if what I'm sharing or what I'm doing is going to work for anybody else. All that I can say is that it's working for me. But it's working for me in a way that's not about me becoming successful in my plans or in my missions or in my like big dreams for the world. Just helping me to be where I am. And honestly, I'm getting a lot more help from the community and the grace of the YouTube algorithm um, than you can know. This is really supporting me a lot. Okay, so is our Tibetan interlocutor here? Our Rinpoche, our local Rinpoche, was it Sky or something with an S? There's kind of a special prayer here. That I really enjoyed. All of this is good. And very esoteric. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Here it is. Everybody ready? Is this it? Maybe this isn't it. This is the one. Is it? There's some I like about, it's like, please, Guru Padma Sambhava, transfer attainments onto us. Transfer attainments, transfer cities, transfer special abilities and attainments. I love that kind of stuff. It's just like a Buddhist romanticism. And there's going to be a lot of this, oh, is this it? Is it not? Is this the right one? Is it not? And that there's not really a thing to begin with to fixate on or to be involved with. Looks like we're a little bit deep, a little bit sensitive in depth, so step back a little bit. Homage to all the sublime masters. In order to create trust and authenticate the source, here I shall briefly mention the succession of lineage masters, to quote the Union of Sun and Moon Tantra. Unless the meaning of the history is explained, the flaw of distrust will develop toward these teachings of the definitive great secret. As for the history of how this transmission occurred, this same Tantra continues. Through blessings, the teacher Samantabhadra with consort entrusted the sovereigns, who are the sattva recipients, not inferior to himself, so that all dharmas were liberated by knowing one, beyond the confines of bondage and liberation. Through the blessings of Vajrasattva, they arose in the mind of the self-appeared Garab Dorje, who entrusted the Tantras to Sri Singha. That's not the one I'm looking for. Sometimes it's because we get a very high-minded idea about the Dhamma and like the deepest, most special spiritual teachings. But a lot of the times those teachings don't just come from nowhere, they come from like lineages, they come from communities, they come from ancestors, wisdom ancestors. You can think of it like that. And so there's a lot of hegemony and historiography, that kind of creates a container of the deeper teachings. So, do you need that? Not all the time, but you need to be able and ready to see that for what it is, that's empty. There's just too many people in the world who just keep swiping. And, you're going to be more likely to find a genuine connection in a cheeseburger than you are in a human relationship or with human beings if all you know how to do is keep swiping, And especially for the children, what are the children supposed to do with a bunch of people who only know how to swipe? It's overwhelming. It's exhausting. It's annoying. It's horrible. That it is. Who said horribleness was a bad thing? It's a judgment. Is this the one? I think of, I think a lot of my teacher's main center, main monastery in Myanmar, and you can imagine, like, you go there because you want to increase your understanding about the Dhamma. You want to learn more about meditation and Buddhism and wisdom. And you go to a place and there are people suffering. Not only that, but there's no AC. Not only that, but there's not enough food to go around. Not only that, but the people there aren't idealistic. They're suffering people trying to figure things out as well. Not only that, but they don't speak your language. So, what is the right mentality for approaching the Dhamma? Well, it's to stop complaining. It's to get out of your own way. And it's to be where you already are. To stop seeking. To stop judging. To stop theorizing. And allow the being to deepen and to open. Being where you already are. And we say, what? I want to be successful. I want to be skinny. I want to be strong. I've got to do push-ups. I've got to fast. I've got to study the Dhamma. I've got to meditate hard. But if you can just stop thinking like that, stop the thinking about seeking, you can step back, let's say, into being, into awareness. You can breathe in awareness. You can sit, you can breathe in awareness. Sitting and breathing in awareness that is not about someone, not about you. See, this is the problem. If we're approaching our success or our spiritual development in this way of I want to develop more, I want to get more enlightenment, then we're missing out on the no I that is already here. No self, no I that is already here. This is anti-scam. This is anti-convincing. This is anti-belief. This is the poison for the ego. Don't believe anything. Don't be convinced by anything. And this is going to be more and more and more relevant as time goes by. Maybe some of you have heard about getting a call from your grandma that she was in a motorcycle accident and now she needs you to send her $20,000. Has anyone here ever gotten that call? Because they can replicate and do voice changing now that will mimic your loved one. Well, what about this? When you get a FaceTime from your grandma on the side of the road next to her broken motorcycle in 4K, that's all AI, all artificial intelligence from top to bottom. So this wisdom element or detachment element can't be believed, can't be convinced, can't be tricked, because it is this way of there being no one to be tricked in the first place. And this is where our real deeper abilities to meditate skillfully are. In not seeking for some other place, some other time, some ideal environment. Maybe we want to be more kind, or we want to be more generous, or we want to be more mindful. Then this is the place to do that, to practice that, not just to think about it. This is already that place. And where is this? Well, this is like a place that's free of time. This is like a space that's free of space, or a place that's free from places. It's like we've discovered a sealed urn or a sealed container. And we pry it open and we find that what is inside of it is space. Ageless, timeless space. Reality as it is. Reality that's not based on thoughts about reality. Reality is free, that is already free from the idea of reality. Reality that is free of itself, from itself. I'm not here to sell you on anything. This is my practice. This is my sadhana. This is my spiritual life. You can say, well, you are live streaming it. It's just an additive. This is the way that it is now. Tomorrow, tomorrow, it never comes. It's an appearance. The skyscraper is an appearance. Your family members are an appearance. Your thoughts about this live stream or me or what's happening right now is an appearance. It is an appearance in the same way that a storm or a cloud is an appearance. In the same way that we may see a face, or we may see a ring, or we may see a cheeseburger in the sky. But it's not really there. Now, how is it not really there? If you see it, then it's really there. It's really there in that you see it. It's not really there in that it's just a temporary appearance. It is illusory because of its temporariness. Now, the face that you see, or the emblem, the starship, the little alien that you see in the clouds, that vision is impermanent and unreal and a fiction in the same way that the cloud itself is impermanent, unreal, and a fiction. It is a temporary expression of everything. The cloud, being impermanent, being temporary, being a fiction, being illusory, is just as much illusory, just as much temporary, just as much empty as a skyscraper. It's just different elements coming together. You are as likely to be alive tomorrow as you are not to be alive tomorrow. And in fact, there is no tomorrow. Tomorrow is a thought. Tomorrow is an idea. And thoughts and ideas cannot compete with death. Thoughts and ideas cannot compete with impermanence. Thoughts and ideas are empty of themselves. So this is about learning the way of understanding and compassion, learning the way of knowing and seeing and realizing the emptiness of thoughts. This is not for everybody. This is not meant to be easy. This is not meant to be easily digestible. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years, and it's been a very difficult path. I'm not your normal, everyday, average streamer. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. This isn't a recording, this is a live stream. We try to go 12 hours every day, non-stop, unlimited. The other day I did almost a 24-hour live stream, non-stop, in the streets of Malaysia as a former Buddhist monk. So some people have come to call me the Buddhist Mr. Beast, or the non-dual Kai Cenat, or the Mindfulness and Detachment Aiden, the Aiden of Mindfulness and Detachment. But anyway, So it's not just to think about death. We're here in the Mongolian graveyard. Let's get some big W's in the chat, everybody. Let's get some big likes in the screen. Go wild, go crazy, everybody. Come on. Like I said, I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. So it's not just to think about that or like believe in that idea, but that it's related to a real life experience, we can say. So when we talk about thinking about death, because we're here in the graveyard, and that's like a Buddhist practice or a meditation practice, we like think about death. Actually, that's not quite right. That's not quite true. Because we're not thinking about death. Death is a reality. Death is like a truth. So it's more that we digest it, that we contemplate it, that we breathe it, that we experience it. The reality of death. You can call me Mr. Buffoon. You can call me Mr. W. You can call me Mr. Monk Life. Just don't call me stupid. Just don't call me a faker. Just don't call me a pretender. I'll take you to task. I'll take you to town. Just don't call me insincere. Just don't call me not generous. Just don't call me not authentic. Just don't call me not ready to step forward. Just don't call me not curious. I am curious. I am interested. I am sincere. I am real. And that's a lot more than a lot of people can say in this world. Oh, you were a Buddhist monk for 7 years. Oh, you're live streaming 12 hours a day. Oh, yeah, but I need to go watch Fox News. Go and do it. Nobody's stopping you. Nobody's stopping you. I need to play Roblox. Nobody's stopping you. Just go. I'll get over it. I'll learn to accept it. I'll learn to live with it. You just go. Go and play Roblox. But I'll be here when you're ready to come back. I'll be here ready to give and ready to listen deeply. But it's just, we've had a lot of fakers and pretenders recently. Peyton, Sassy, Monk Life and Lonk Life, Dark Lord, Rusty, John Smith. We've had a lot of pretenders coming up and speaking, and this is the other thing. This is the other reason why we practice generosity. Because if we don't stand up and wave the flag of mindfulness and detachment, a lot of people may miss out on this opportunity. Okay, welcome in everybody. You can ask your questions about meditation. You can ask your questions about mindfulness and detachment. Hi, Jean Grey. Sometimes people call me Professor X. you're going to have to let go of the idea of third eye. That's low. That's a low thought. That's a low term. Why not 20 years? Just how life is. Where's your third eye? You've got two eyes and you've got a nose. Focus on that. We haven't even started to look at our own two eyes or to see through our own two eyes. And we're already looking for a third eye. It's just constant desire. It's constant seeking for something. So let go of seeking. Just being, just breathing. Be realistic about that. Sure, sometimes you can get bothered, can have experiences that bother you. Detachment can't be against anything. Detachment is not for or against. That's why we call it detachment. If you want to focus on your spiritual wellness, focus on your spiritual breathing. Focus on your spiritual not thinking. Focus on your spiritual listening. Where did you come from when you were born? Where did you come from when you were born? Spirit is nothing, it's just a sound. Not listening to anybody right now. You thought that. Who's Elijah but Mama? We have an announcement to make! You thought that. Just because you think something doesn't mean that it's true. This is your wake-up call. This is your truth call. Yes, I've smoked cigarettes before. The Ajahn Jack at the first temple I ever lived at, where I ordained at, he was a big smoker. So I actually smoked cigarettes from his influence when I first became a monk in 2018. The point is not to get caught up in words, not to get caught up in complicated words that don't mean anything for us. So it's like you have to get that spiritual bullshit mind down into your feet. You've got a lot of big, complicated, confused thoughts, right? You think you're very special. You think your opinion is very important. So you have to stop that and start to listen to the sound of the bird's wings. Start to be aware of your breathing. Stop pretending to know about things that you really don't know much about, I've lived at Buddhist monasteries all over the world. I lived as a monk for 7 years, so I have a lot of experience with that stuff. But I don't have experience with the royal family of England. I don't know what it's like to be a member of the royal family. I don't know what their dinner parties are like. I don't know what it takes to join the royal family. Does tea and cigarettes help in spiritual awakening? No, I would say that that's completely wrong. That's very misguided. That deserves a timeout, that kind of misguided statement. Everyone's opinion is not important. A lot of people have bad opinions, and a lot of people have opinions that aren't coming from a place of experience. And that's the big call out. I had thought that. If we're just coming up with random thoughts and believing in them, it's really impractical. And then we're psychic. We know if somebody else is angry or upset. We know people that we've never, we don't know. And it's a real, kind of a lockjaw situation. We really can't speak. All we can do is, let all that gas come out. But we can't really use our lips and our tongue to speak from the heart, to speak from our experience. because we're just so twisted and locked up in our judgment and our preferences, our likes and our dislikes and all that. So it's like somehow you have to stop. No opinions are important. It's like, how can I make my opinions important in this graveyard? Your opinion isn't important. Your opinion is just gas out of your ass. Why is it so important that your opinion is heard? Why is it so important that you hold on to your opinion? Honestly, what's the big deal about it? It's not just diarrhea of the mouth, it's diarrhea of the mind. It's non-stop, non-practical, complicated, compulsive thinking. It's being completely and totally lost. It's not about what other people think or what other people agree with. Get grounded by sitting on the ground. Get grounded by not thinking. Get grounded by doing something unskillful, experiencing the consequences of that, and then settling down and saying, wait a minute, I've got to stop. I don't want to be suffering like this. I don't want to be going through difficulties like this. Sure, we can practice deep meditation. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years, so naturally I've practiced a lot of deep meditation. I've studied with meditation masters from around the world. I'm sorry to say it, but it's true. And we have so many people coming in and coming out, so, some things I have to repeat again and again. Yeah, I told you, piggy, sit on the ground. Sit on the ground and shut up and listen. You'll get grounded really quickly. It's true, Fad. It's undeniable. We can't deny the truth, can we? It's okay. Take it slow. That's a good idea, Alexandra. And if our community grows, then maybe, as time goes by, the tonality of the space can change as well, and we can do different things with the space. Uncomfortableness is really helpful. Okay, good night, Kiyoshi. Justin, we are in the Mongolian graveyard in Malaysia. Oh. What are you getting at? What are you trying to get at here, Alexandra? And there's a lot of problems as well in taking it all too seriously, so thank our little helpers. Have gratitude for our little helpers. And come on, everybody, let's get really aware. Well, that's the problem with trying to find peace. It's the trying and the to finding. How about just peace? Let's get some big W's in the chat, everybody! Sometimes we think we need a Brazilian hot tub or something like that to find peace. But maybe we just need to put some W's in the chat! Get a little bit loud. Get a little bit energized. Maybe we're getting a little bit sleepy. We're getting a little bit we're getting a little bit morose. We're sinking, right? We're sinking in the mind. We're sinking in the body. And so what happens when we're doing that is we get a little bit, and so then we stand up and we find ourselves in the here and the now. Sure, we can give some advice for that, humble. So in some way, the person who is on the edge of ending their you-know-what is in the same situation and the same position as the 35-year-old cocaine-addicted, 6'5", six-pack Bugatti driving Wall Street broker. That is that this is it. Really. This is it. It doesn't matter how much cocaine you have. It doesn't matter how much money you have in your bank account. It doesn't matter how much hopeful, interesting activities you have on your itinerary. This is it. And so when we're in that position of hopelessness, honestly, there's a little bit of wisdom in that. Oh, uh-oh. I'm walking away from the Wi-Fi. So what I was saying is that there's a certain kind of wisdom what I was saying is that there's a certain kind of wisdom in that sense of hopelessness, because it says, like, tomorrow's not worth it, and yesterday's shit, and all I have now is this, and this is shit. The problem is that we don't realize that there's a way to be free from shit in shit. That's called mindfulness and detachment. And there's also a way that we can practice with dealing with it, which is renunciation. We can fully and totally give up on the idea of ourselves in the world. We can totally and completely walk out of our lives. It's like those people, it's the compulsion of ignorance and attachment. It's the compulsion of craving and holding on and never letting go. And this like illegitimacy about letting go that leads us to be working at McDonald's and hating our job and hating our life and hating everything about what we've got going on, and then choosing to end our own you-know-what. Leave your job. Leave your life. Sorry to get extreme, but abandon your family. Abandon your responsibilities. Give up everything. That's what Siddhartha Gautama did. Siddhartha Gautama abandoned his family, and he became enlightened. I'm not telling you that that's a good value to have. For America, we believe that that's a good value. So as Americans, family doesn't mean much. If they're too old to take care of themselves, put them in a prison. Put them in a nursing home. Get rid of them. So to feel hopeless is actually to be open to anything. And in this masochistic, sadistic modern world, that means, for whatever reason, it means we're more inclined to harm ourselves or to kind of torture ourselves with negativity than to refresh and restart our entire idea of what our life is. So your life isn't real. Uh-oh. Scary zone. We're walking through the graveyard. We're in the scary zone. Your life isn't real, my friend. Oh, I'm going crazy, yo. We're walking in the graveyard. The danger zone around. Don't know what to do or say. I might just have a frown. But smiles are all over here. Can you see the smile in the sky? Walk outside of your stinky room and you might find a brand new eye. Because we're all in this together. Trees and sun and feathers. Sky is waiting for your brand new life. We've got to open up our hearts and open up our minds and open up our lives for a brand new day. Because we're all in this together, you and me forever, empty of ourselves and the others. Let me say it. The sky is all around us, the trees are asking for us, the ground is holding our heart in its hand. So what I mean to say, dear one, is have hope. Life isn't just what it seems. We can go beyond ourselves. We can go beyond our ego. We can open up to life, even in the graveyard of our suffering. Now let's get some big W in the chat, everybody. Come on. We're going to Ibiza. We're going to the party capital of the world. We're going to W City. Come on, everybody. Can I get some big W's in the chat? Yes! Everybody now. Yes! Can hear the Muslims also getting involved. Be more specific, Alexandra. We got to get out of the sunlight. Time stone's right here. Come and get it. Pack in, pack out. No need to litter. It's, it's not just the heavy-handed, heavy-minded, winners of the world that are taking themselves too seriously. And, it's also those who are putting themselves in suffering. They take their ego too seriously. They take their opinion too seriously. They take their own thoughts too seriously. And what that means is that they take others' thoughts and opinions and nonsense too seriously. And so they're just trapped in a cycle. I think that happens, right? People are like that, right? And that's not the way we want to be. Free and unbothered. Unborn and indestructible. Unborn and indestructible. beyond time and space, beyond time and space. This body is not me, is not mine, is not belonging to anyone or anything. This body is empty of things. Unborn and indestructible, unborn and indestructible, beyond time and space, beyond time and space. This body is not me, this body is not mine. Good one, Rowana. The mind is a clear blue sky. Clouds come, clouds go, but the mind is a clear blue sky. All these fake Dharma guys, I tell you what, I got some Dharma for them, all right. Bunch of pretenders, bunch of pansies, if you ask me. Bunch of phony stream enterers. I got a stream for them to enter right here. Ooh. No, not created. It says that in the song, uncreated, unborn and indestructible, uncreated. What are you talking about, Alexander? Did you ever join a meditation retreat before, Alexander? Lonk Mife, please, why don't you just send me an email with your screenshots, with little pictures that you take. Send me a little care package. Practice some generosity. You're a big guy. Okay? So I ran to a religion. I'm not a monk. I don't need to meditate. Well, I would say if you want to really learn about meditation, then it's something you want to practice for yourself. Can meditation be overrated? Of course it can. But we do want to try to practice a little bit to learn about it. And we want to practice with guidance. It's just like you don't play basketball with yourself and think you're going to be any good at it. You need to actually, you have to study under teachers. You have to study under masters. Listen to guided meditations, etc. Alexandra, I'm in Malaysia. In the Mongolian graveyard. Yeah, it's beauty. Very beauty. Look at that. That's like a scene out of a new TV show or something. People take on different roles to get attention, that's all. They want to get attention and they're frustrated because they never had access to deep connection growing up. So it's like they don't know what it means to connect deeply. So all they can do is like take on different personas to get attention and to feel seen. Well, I was a real Buddhist monk, AWOL. That's the thing, right? I was a real Buddhist monk for 7 years. You can my channel. For 7 years, I was a Buddhist monk traveling all over the world. This is my. This, I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. I'm the 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 crazy. Yo 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 yo. I'm the crazy, I'm the crazy, I'm the crazy, I'm the crazy. Omni bed meal, mommy 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 bed meal. Oh, money bed meal, mommy 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 bed meal, money bed meal, mommy 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 bed meal, money bed meal, yo 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 yo. W's in the chat. Don't just sit there hanging out. Let's get the W's in the chat, everybody. Yo 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 www. Oh, money bed meal, mommy 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 bed meal. Come on, everybody! Don't let the haters win. Oh, money bed meal, mommy 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 bed meal. Yo 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 yo. I'm not crazy. 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 Yo 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 yo. Money bed meal, money bed meal, money bed meal, money bed meal. The things I do for love. The things I do for you all. Never say I don't do nothing for you. The things I do for love. And thank you, Interesting. That's very kind. Appreciate you. No, I'm not crazy. We say, I'm not crazy, I'm not crazy, I'm not crazy, I'm not crazy. Because sometimes people think we're crazy. That's why we do the mantra. I'm not crazy, 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 I'm not crazy. It's generosity, it's energy exchange. It's not meant to be understood, it's not meant to be conceptualized, it's meant to be absurd, and it's meant to be non dual in nature, and it's meant to be flow of consciousness and energy exchange and a lot of things like that. And in terms of, how, because also a lot of our language is broken. So, like, we're young kids or children or people growing up in America, they're not used to people talking to them. They're used to people saying $5.99. Do you want fries with that? And being forced to memorize things in school. They know a few words. They know Roblox. They know. Actually, I'm not coming at children. I'm just talking about the degree of communication that we have for modern American or modern people in the world, especially when being connected online, right? So when I say, like, Alexander, how retarded can you be? You're on the YouTube channel that has hundreds of videos of me as a Buddhist monk in monasteries around the world teaching meditation, etc. Like that's all that you can say to reach these people. And then what do? They say, "Oh, yeah, I wasn't being serious. Sorry about that." Or, "Ha ha ha, I wasn't actually being serious." And that's fine. That's fine. But just don't pretend. No pretenders allowed. Because people try to come in here and take on those different personas to get attention. Yeah, that's a good way to look at it, Dave. Not everybody wants to go into these things deeply or be genuine. People are looking for attention and finding a way to engage. Oh wow, Sanad, you're really brave, man. Good idea. And and like I said before, I am 0.02% Congolese, so I don't know. I don't know if that means anything to anybody here, but that's what the DNA test said. That's what the science says. And there's a lot of good boys out there. I'll tell you what. There's a lot of really, really good boys out there. And all I want to do, honestly, that would be one of my, if I had a dream, if we're talking about, okay, what will you go and do? Right? Because some people are thinking about, well, it'd be great to have a guy like this around. I'm sure that it would. But we might be thinking, so what is this guy willing to do? Is he just going to sit around a graveyard? We know he likes to do his live streaming. What's he willing to do? If you talk about getting me a big group of young boys together, I don't care if they're white, black, American, if they speak English, and to facilitate camping trip, meditation camping trip, go out into the forest, walk together, breathe together, make fires together, explore together, that kind of project, I'm on the plane tonight. I'm ready to go. So what's that say about me? I don't know. But that's where my heart is, you know what I mean? Because sometimes you think they're being disrespectful, but what they're really saying is, I love you, big guy. I love you, Papa. I love you, big bro. That's what they're really saying. They're saying, when are you going to come home to play? And, sometimes it's tough that we can't be there for certain people, but maybe all that we can do is make ourselves available and accessible and leave it at that. We can't do everything. No, Caleb, you're a boy for sure. Yeah, I have seen that 7 Alexander. I mean, I'd like to go to Africa. I'd like to go to a place like that at some point. Thank you, Jay. Yeah, Buddhism's really based, and a lot of people are just disassociating their life away with drugs and alcohol and fake personas, listening to rappers and entertainers and, fixating on how they look, how they appear to others. This is not a good way to live for our people, for the children of the world. It's not a good idea. It doesn't lead anywhere. It just leads to you getting fatter, oilier, stinkier, rottener, more tattoos, more degenerate, more disassociated, more depressed, more angry, um, more distracted, more aggressive, certainly, more weird. Yeah, you seem normal and cool in general, but when it comes down to it, there's so much darkness there, so much negativity there. If someone handed Mr. Monk Life Meditation a bag of $1 million, we'd be hanging out at the Mongolian graveyard and talking about it and seeing what made sense. That'd be a lot of people would be interested and excited because of that, So it'd be a good place for us to practice mindfulness and detachment and see what to do. It's a good idea. Not a bad idea to send up to the moon, make a wish. And see, that's the thing, right? With the attachment to pleasure or the attachment to getting your hopes up, you build up this big positive energy, this big positive desire, meaning you get a profit or you get what you want. And then you either get that and it doesn't live up to it because it is what it is, or you lose it. You don't get what you want. And now all of this energy that's been built up is kind of like you get to see the opposite of it. That's why the real life of freedom is that we're not actually seeking, we're not chasing after anything. We don't need anything to access peacefulness. We don't need anything to access renewal. We don't need anything to access nibbana. No we, no you, no I, no me. Hypotheticals are just nonsense. What would you do if you had $1 million? What would you do if you grew a third arm? What would you do if you had a stomach ache? What would you do if you were called to be the protector of planet Earth? Philosophy is just a lot of nonsense in general. People give themselves way more credit than is necessary to be mindful and detach. A lot of extra thoughts, a lot of wasted energy. Keep it simple. Europe is getting back what it gave. What did Europe do? Europe went around everywhere, committed genocide, Holocaust, and stole en masse, not just the possessions and the properties, but the people themselves. And now they're getting back what they've done. It's karma. You get back what you do. Europe is getting back what it's done. So don't be confused about it. It just makes sense. So feel what is there to be felt, not in terms of thinking about all kinds of things, but feel it in your gut, feel it in your tummy, feel it in your heart, feel it in your body. There's no deserve to be conquered. We're all in this together. We're all in this planet together. The world and our societies and everybody would be much better off if the Europeans didn't go around holocausting everybody and instead developed trade routes and developed, if England would have focused on developing their own society and focused on developing Native American society, etc. Everything would be, you can't even imagine how much better it would be if we were a non-violent people. So don't go to war, go to peace. How and why is that so hot? What is going on in here? There's no way the phone should be this hot. This app has got to go. Signals taking a bunch of working in the background. Uninstall. I'm a professional beggar. I'm a professional beggar. Not really. I'm a meditation teacher. I teach about Buddhism and meditation to help people be free from their sufferings. I love that. That's great. New comment on the live stream, I think from yesterday. He said, "Bro banned," and this is a lesson for everybody in itself. We're gonna turn off these comments. I think we're dredging the bottom of the barrel, so to speak. Okay, this guy BC11, he said, "Bro banned me for saying he's an awesome guy, and then went on a rant saying you don't know me." X face D. So it's like, best monk ever. Genuinely like this guy, but why ban me? So if you get banned, you're supposed to be angry, right? You're supposed to be upset at the person who banned you, and yet this person was banned, and that gave them a sense of happiness and love and interest and curiosity. This person says you talk an awful lot and say nothing. Please cancel your channel and go research Jesus. That's a good one. And we can hear the thunder. We can feel the energy. Feel the energy in this moment. My grandma loves me so much. She told me so herself. That's a good question. You know, what are we going to do here? What's this all about? What's this leading to? You know, what are we going to get out of this? Is this supposed to be entertaining? Are you not entertained? What is the next step? I think I have to use the toilet. Excuse me. Give it away, give it out. The figuring out, the solving, the reasoning, even if you're not being serious or if you're being serious, give away unseriousness, give away the seriousness. Not about being serious, not about not being serious, not about the clothes that we wear, not about the thoughts that we have, not about our current experience or understanding, not about meditating or not meditating. Widen out all the way. Give out the nibbana, give out the ending, give out the resolution, give out the no more suffering, give out the giving itself. Out of the body, out of the mind, out of anything, out of the out itself. Even if it's just for a moment, even if it's just for an instant, even if you're just trying to do it as a joke, stand up, widen out, open out, give out the nothing. Give up, give out, give away. Give all thoughts, give all identities, give all flip positions. Give everything just for a moment. Open. Open completely, open totally. No one can see you. No one knows who you are. No one knows what you're doing. Just for a moment, open out completely. Meaning it's not about thinking. It's not about not thinking. It's not even about the words that are being said. Just widen out. Widen out beyond the just widening out. Let it empty. Empty it out. Give it out. Clear it out. Let it empty. Let it empty all the way out. We think that there's nothing more left. Give away the nothing more left. Give out the nothing more left. Breathing in, aware the fullness of the whole body and mind. Breathing in, you feel the whole body filled, the whole mind filled. Everything in the body, everything in the mind, all that awareness. Breathing out, give it all away. Give it all out. All the presence, all the awareness, all the attention out. Breathing in, fill the body with attention, fill the body with awareness, fill the body with presence. Let the body be full, heavy, everything. You feel it in the body as you breathe in. Breathing in the whole mind. Breathe the whole mind into the body. Breathing out, give it all away, give it all out. Give it all away, give it all out. It's a very good exercise, okay? Mr. Rob, Mr. Monk Life has taught us a meditation exercise. You can do it standing up outside, or you can do it sitting down, or whatever. Breathing in, the filling, the whole body filling with the mind, the whole body filling with awareness, almost full, heavy with awareness. Breathing out, give it away. Give all that awareness that has come into the body out into the environment. Give it away. And when I say out into the environment, I mean out into space. Concerned with that, a big, wide, open space like this. When we're stuck in the city, when we're stuck in our room, when we're stuck in our non-stop complicated thinking, we fixate on the barriers, we fixate on the things, we fixate on the thoughts, and we forget the wide openness. We forget the space. So this is to remember the space. to relax and release the clinging, the fixating, the solving, the understanding. Beyond everything. Even beyond everything. Beyond everything is just another thing. So especially beyond that. Grave after grave after grave after grave. So I'm walking with my stick. That's a good pun. And the followers and the watchers, whatever. But this is actually a practice that anyone can do. To walk in the graveyard or to walk in the nature. And your stick is kind of there with you. The story about yourself, what's going on in your mind, what you're maybe dealing with. But you don't let your stick be in control of the walking. It's more like you're taking your stick for a walk. And as you're walking like that, you can actually release the leash as you feel comfortable. Release the leash and just walk and just relax. Release your life. Release your identity. Release the story. Will you come back to it? Will you go back to your house? Will you go back to your relationship? Will you go back to your job and your car and all these things? Probably, but really you don't know. Because the releasing and the relaxing of the body and mind become paramount. What are you talking about, Raycon? And please, everybody, let's stay calm. Our chat has a tendency to get a little bit excited. Let's stay calm so we can talk this out, talk this through. What are you trying to say, Raycon? What would you like to say? Be specific if you can. Relax, relax. Not clinging, not holding on, not fixating, not being the solver, not being the discoverer. Yeah, still at the cemetery. And so then as we feel that calmness and the corresponding freedom or energy that goes with it, we like to use it. Or we like to, that's another reason to enjoy, right? To go into some kind of enjoyment. So instead of doing that, Relax the relaxing itself. Calm the calming itself. You can say go deeper into the calming, but it's not, you're not really going deeper. It's more like you're allowing yourself to spread out into it, to like immerse into it, to like dilute into it. Allowing yourself to dilute in openness and calmness and non-fixation. No destination, no map. No judgment. We're being in a way where it doesn't matter if we fart, and it doesn't matter if our friends fart. It doesn't even matter if our friends shit themselves or we shit ourselves. We're actually like really, really relaxed and really open. So it's like if you were walking together here with me, Sigma, and you said, you know, I just pooped my pants. I'd say, all right, let's take care of that. And still staying calm and relaxed and not getting like, whoa, whoa, whoa. It's just everything ordinary. If you can't walk, breathe. Each breath is like a footstep. And actually, when we practice walking meditation like this, once we relax the leash that we have attached to our shtick, each footstep is just like a breath. And we connect the body moving to the breath breathing. They're good boys, I know that. And they rely on me. I'm not going to let them down. Good boys, good girls, I don't know. Good non-binary. The kids these days, they don't even have gender, right? So we've got to live up to it. And to live up to it, we have to know how to walk out of it. Not be stuck in it, not be trapped. Cody the King, reach out to me on WhatsApp. We can have a call. We'll figure this out. Not too difficult. Pretty easy to solve these kinds of problems. I have experience with this. You know, it's not everybody's job to work at Walmart. And that's kind of what the government says and what the TV shows say. They say, look, you might not be able to drive a nice car or live a good life, but you've got to work somewhere and live a shitty life. And as long as you're working and you can live at a shitty place and have a little, you know, enough money to eat bad food, then that's what everybody has to do that. Or be wealthy, right? That's kind of what the government tells us. Actually, you don't have to have a job. You don't have to have an apartment. You don't have to have a car. You don't have to have a bunch of money. You have to give. Community is about giving. It's about serving. It's about volunteering. It's about donating. That's why I always encourage people to think about and consider donating and offering here. Because that's what we do in community. If we're sitting around all day eating Cheetos and somebody else is working all day teaching the Dharma or taking care of cleaning and doing things like that, someone's probably going to look at us and say, hey, what are you giving? What are you doing? Why do you just sit there and take? So I guess the wrong idea that the government and the TV shows have told us is that our giving has to be about money. Hallelujah? Amen. Thank you, Nolan. In the future, if you are so inspired to make donation, please do so through PayPal or other avenues, because YouTube takes like more than 30%, 30 to 50, like 30 to 50%. But thank you so much, Nolan. And that's completely normal and completely good to practice like that and to give like that. And it's something that is the foundation of community building. It's something that is at the foundation of showing our connection to one another, not just by liking it or forming some kind of parasocial relationship through donating, through making donations, but it's like making a commitment. And if you're making a commitment to entertainment, well, that's one thing. But if you're making a commitment to being concerned with the path and ending suffering and helping others and being free and waking up every day and getting to work being free and helping others being free, that's really wonderful and commendable. And it's certainly nothing to be ashamed of. It's really a gift. Thank you, Nolan. And I tell you what, it sets a big example for the young people in here. All other virtues kind of stem from charity. Okay, ouch. I tell you what, I'm not joking when I tell you that this graveyard is a fantastic place to be. Wow, Nolan, that's so awesome. Donation and giving forward. Nolan Nguyen, an anonymous sponsor. Thank you, Nolan. And that sets a good example for you, Michelle, as well. Nolan is setting a good example. Sometimes it's not what we say, but it's what we do. Not sharing our opinion, but sharing our support, sharing our appreciation for what we take, what we eat, what we consume. And this is a lesson for a lot of the young people that's kind of generosity related too. And I don't know if you know about like torrenting. They have that story like you wouldn't you wouldn't you wouldn't donate a car, right? Or oh, thank you, Nolan. The story of you wouldn't steal a car, you wouldn't download a car, right? When they're talking about downloading movies or TV shows or downloading music. And this monk, who's a really wonderful monk, Bhante Sudaso, very experienced and wise monk, progressive and conservative. He was asked this question, so is like torrenting stealing? And he said, actually, instead of worrying about if torrenting or downloading, copies of movies, etc., is stealing, maybe you should look at the quality of your mind in doing that. So, like, are you feeding a quality of stinginess? Like, do you have, if you have access to it, like, can you really not afford $5 to watch this movie? Can you really not afford $10 to buy that album or whatever? And so we're always developing and working on these qualities inside of ourselves as we go by day, step by step, moment by moment. And so it's really important that we give this extra layer of depth and deepening to how we develop these qualities, because everything isn't just our local town or our local situation or Fox News or American culture or American media. There's a bigger picture out there. And if we really make the commitment to make this a life of helping ourselves to be free from suffering and helping others to be free from suffering, it's very likely that the door of the world is going to open for you. And so we have to be ready to not get lost in the sauce, as they say. Not get lost in positivity and not get lost in negativity either. Not get lost in pleasure and not get lost in pain. Not get lost in profit and not get lost in loss. We're not joking around here. Yeah, monks, so in the modern day, in the time, this is the story, this is the situation. I'll tell people about this. Thank God, or thank Buddha, I'm not a monk anymore, but still, I guess, a Dhamma teacher. And so in the time of the Buddha, originally there were no rules for the monks. The monks' rules were being around the Buddha and following the teachings of the Buddha. But as the community of monks grew, and please don't comment, don't read comments, please try to listen to what I'm saying. Otherwise, what are you doing here? As the community of monks grew around the Buddha, then all these different particular problems arose. So like, for example, maybe there was a conflict because of monks having too many robes. Like maybe one monk had 100 robes and another monk didn't have any robes. So the Buddha said, monks cannot have extra robes, or monks can only have so many robes. They can't have all these robes, right? And so that became a rule for the community. And one of these rules, however it came about, was that monks can't accept gold, which basically meant like the currency of the time, the currency of that environment. They weren't allowed to accept it. But certainly they could accept gifts, and gifts are not, are basically currency in so many ways, depending on the gift. But anyway, so then the Buddha was passing away, and the Buddha said, look, as far as the lesser precepts goes, and the precepts are like, in terms of importance. So like the most important precepts for a monk, and if you do this, you're not a monk and you can never become a monk. Again, don't have sex, don't steal anything of value, don't lie about being enlightened, and don't murder anybody. So that's pretty fair. So these are the 4 parajikas, the 4 most important rules for the monks. All the other rules are less important, and they don't disqualify you from being a monk. So the Buddha said, look, if you guys make decision, you can come together and you can let go of some of the lesser precepts, the lesser important precepts. So the monk said that, that sounds good. But they never came together and like restructured the precepts as one Sangha body. Anyway, so now in the modern time, how this developed, how this changed, I have no idea. The Sangha, the Buddhist monastic Sangha, is like the greatest spiritual institution that has ever existed. So you can talk all about the Hindus, you can talk all about the Sadguru or the Vaishnava Dhamma or the Advaita Vedanta or whatever, but in terms of the tradition of sadhus, in terms of the traditional tradition of spiritual renunciates in India, Buddhism and the Buddha, there's no comparison. So, coming up to the modern day, this tradition of monks has continued. And so, in the modern day, most monks, I would say at least 80% of monks, if not more, regularly use and accept money as donations. It's very, 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 very standardized and normalized. Just in the same way that monks having extra robes is very standardized and normalized. So you do with that what you will, but it's just the modern monk culture, like the general social cultural consensus of monks, the majority of them have made a determination that it's ultimately not that big of a deal for most monks if they accept donations or not directly. So that is what it is. That's the reality of modern Buddhism. It's great to not use money, but also the more important thing is detachment. So it would be worse, concerned with wisdom, if you were not using money with attachment versus, and this is a very idealistic way of saying it, but versus if you were using money with detachment. So remember, the attachment and detachment are very important pointers here. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 And this is also like giving a key in, giving an influencing point. We're very superficial. We're very, very appearance based. So, like in terms of the people who maybe they're even, as far as they know, they're interested in meditation, they're interested in Buddhism, they're interested in this kind of stuff, right? As far as they know. When they come along to a live stream like this and they see like a $300 donation, oh, wait a minute. Maybe this guy knows what he's talking about, right? What? This guy's supposed to be some Looney Tune coming out of the bin, the trash bin. Why are people making good, strong donations, major donations here? What's going on? That's not right. This is supposed to be my trolling playground. And the other big people that are nasty like me, they said that this guy's not a real guy. What's going on? Boop 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 boop. Surprise, surprise. So people come in and they say, "Oh, wait a minute, $300 donation. What's this guy must have like, this must be real." And so this is the same thing when it's like we have a meditation center, or we have a building with our name on it, or we have a special car, or whatever it might be, right? We say, oh, this guy must be legit. And so that's actually not the way to do it. So people might think about me, oh, you're sitting in the graveyard and wearing those clothes because you want people to believe that you're like a real ex-monk guy. But actually, I have a big problem with that. So I kind of have to stay on my toes, to stay on this way of, wait a minute, stop, and look deeply, look closely. Because as much as I could just be a Looney Tune, let's take the Looney Tune approach, that I'm some Looney Tune guy, which, sure I am. I don't mind that. And I don't know nothing about meditation. I don't know nothing about wisdom. I don't know nothing about Buddhism. I'm in no place to be teaching anybody, right? Let's go work with something like that. Who's to say mommy and daddy don't have millions of dollars and they're just waiting to set me up with my meditation center? And you walk in there and there's a big Buddha, and there's a big statues and wide open hall and marble floor and neon lights, and I go up there and I sit on a big throne. Well, and there's a bunch of people there listening to me. Well, hallelujah, this guy must be doing something right. Because mostly the thing is either we're easily convinced or we just don't care. And what I'm saying is that if we have the chance to stop, we should care. We should be curious about what we come across. We should be less quick and less in a rush to put a standardized label on everyone and everything that we see. Is that very oftentimes true? That people are just trying to scam us or sell us something, or doing some kind of, they're going to read our minds or whatever? Is that oftentimes just nonsense? True, yeah, of course it is. But everything is not always standardized. Everything is not always the same. It is about actually learning to trust each other. It is about learning to empty out the bullshit of our minds enough to actually hear what is being said, and then to either agree with that or not. To either practice that or not. Using people. I'm going to use my foot up your batuki, bud. You're not hearing what's being talked about. So in this case, you will have to address what's being talked about and why it's not in line with what's happening here. Why it just doesn't make sense. Why it's out of pocket. I know. Common sense is the best sense. The common currency is the best currency. Try to use some currency or some sense that you just make up out of your rear end. What's that? It's not valuable. Common sense is the most valuable sense that we have. The problem, my dear friends, is that we're lost in the world of thinking. We're lost in the world of ego. So even though we might know what common sense is, we very often do not put it into practice. And that is the problem. So I am the practice man. It's not going to be enough. Does that work? It's not going to be enough just to believe it. It's not going to be enough just to go along with it. Here, you're going to have to practice it, or it doesn't make sense for you to be here. Okay? Simple and easy. Oh my goodness gracious. Now I'm overwhelmed. Now I'm the one who has to practice mindfulness and detachment. Okay. Maybe all my hard work is starting to pay off after all. And you see a lot of the kids here, they get excited. They get a little bit worked up, and that's why as much as we speed up, right? We want to drive a fast car. Raise your hand if you don't want to drive a fast car in here. Everybody here wants to drive a fast car, right? A fast motorcycle. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Rajuga, Rajuga, Rajuga. You're driving a car, everybody's looking at you. So as fast as the car is, the brakes need to be just as good. So we're here to learn how to have good brakes. That doesn't mean we don't like to go fast. We're here learning how to be generous. That doesn't mean we don't know how to get paid. We're here learning how to let go of our thoughts. That doesn't mean we're empty-minded. We're learning here how to let go of expectations. That doesn't mean that they aren't there. Life is tough. Especially for a young man, a young woman, really anybody in this time. That doesn't mean that we have to let toughness cover over the innocence in our eyes. At the end of the day, we might not be spiraling or thinking for a particular purpose like we think that we are. We might just be thinking to think because we're addicted to it, because we're used to it, because we don't know how to find the shade. We don't have a compass, we don't have a direction to find the shade. So we're burning in the sun, and all we know how to do is to react to that. We didn't know that we could let the sun kill us, that we could let the sunlight, that we could let the burning, that we could let the heat dissolve our ego, dissolve ourself. We didn't realize that we were adding extra layers of suffering onto the pain. So it's when we know how to stop thinking that our thinking becomes powerful. It's when we know how to start giving. Respect, deep listening, appreciation, the heart. That we begin to be able to receive. You know the story of the pro gamer? You know the story of the cool high school guy, cool middle school guy? Well, one day, he was a cool troll too. One day he went down to meet the Zen master because he heard about him. And he sat down with the Zen master for tea, and he had all these questions, he had all these jokes. He was a funny guy. And so he poured out his hand with a cup, teacup, because the Zen master's preparing tea, cool Asian tea. You know, we don't know about all that stuff. Tea's just not the stuff that we find in the bottom of the fridge at 7-Eleven. There's a whole world of tea out there. There's a whole world out there. And he put out his hand with his teacup, his little troll teacup, his little cool guy teacup, his little smart guy teacup. And that Zen master, he was just listening to all the comments and all the questions. And he started filling up that cup that cool guy was using, that smart guy was using, that bewitched woman was using, that self-important woman. And it's filling up and it's filling up, and he's holding it, and it gets to the top. But the Zen master doesn't stop pouring. And so that hot boiling water boils over and scalds the hand of that cool guy, that smart guy, that bewitched woman. We're not so unique after all. That afflicted person, and that afflicted person said, the Zen master said, a cup that is already full cannot receive any more liquid. My friends, well-minded practitioners, we are here to empty our cups. There is no greater Zen master than your own mind. You've already got it. It's not something to get. It's not something special. It's not something ordinary. Your own nature. The source of your mind, the source of your ego, where your thoughts come from, where everything comes from and disappears to. I don't mean to intentionally disappoint anyone. But if we're here to win, if we're here to understand, if we're here to get something, then we miss out on that which is ungettable, ununderstandable, that which is unborn and indestructible. Dear friends, be not afflicted. Yes, lest ye be afflicted by affliction, but rather detach. Disidentify. Wake up from the slumber of non-stop thoughts. Return to breathing. Return to doing without attachment, doing without extra layers of thought. When you're playing your video games, when you're doing your work, when you're watching something, and you notice that you become afflicted, you become angry, you become greedy, you become frustrated, you become upset. That is precisely the time when you are teaching yourself to meditate, not allowing greed to win, not allowing anger to win, not allowing a lot of non-practical, complicated thoughts that don't help you feel the way that you want to feel to win. This is your mind. And if we're going about all day distracting ourselves and avoiding this mind ground, this essence ground, this heart field, then we're not going to be able to make our lives the way that we would like them to be, regardless of how fancy of a car you drive, regardless of the kind of people that you associate with. You will perpetually be lost in the sauce, as we say. And I don't want to see that for any members of this community or any people who are interested and willing to learn and to practice here. And we can cut off some of the branches. It's also here on YouTube. It's not a difficult for people to figure out a way to give, figure out a way to share. It's not difficult to do that because we're live connected, and you can come back to the channel. You can come back and actually have an experience here. And there's certain things that are enjoyable to talk about because it deepens that framework for moving forward. So this is never going to be a situation where random people showing up and asserting their opinion has any relevance. I will chop you down. I will end you. This is not Roblox. We're not in a Roblox dating simulator. You will not come in here and wiggle waggle your opinion tail around, especially when it's clear that you're being disingenuous, that you know what's being talked about here and you're interested and you want to participate and you're happy to be here, but the chip on your shoulder and the nastiness on your upper lip is what's stinking up the place. And you're not able to see that. So I'm going to help you see that, okay? You can go and smell yourself if you don't want to enjoy the flowers of wisdom and compassion here. A little bit of naughty people. Yeah, Cosmic, we had very big donation. I think that's the largest donation ever on YouTube. Sometimes our ears are blocked up to hearing what we don't want to hear. Okay. So welcome everyone. Please feel free to ask your question. And also let's get some big W's in the chat. If you're meditating or in a meditative way, that's your own W. You're giving the W already. Okay. I like Raikon. I like a little bit of energy here. Raikon says, again, you are not a legitimate monk. You live spiritually. You're lying, excessive talking, accepting donations, and using social media all break basic monk rules. You are a spiritualist. I'm a spiritualist. Hello, everyone. I'm a modern day spiritualist. I'm not a Buddhist monk, but I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. Okay, appreciate all the W's, everybody. Hey, I know it's tiring. I know it can be difficult. I know it's not easy, but don't give up. Stay open. Stay consistent. I'm a solipsist now. How are you doing? Well, I'm glad that you found that for yourself, Lotto. Thank you, Cosmic. Appreciate you. I am 32. Life just happens. But also, when you are a Buddhist monk and you do the kinds of things that I do, sometimes people can be very judgmental because you're not the kind of monk that they expect you to be. In terms of taking responsibility for errors, yes, crucify me. I crucify myself. I mean, I think there's a lot of teachings that are for people who don't have wisdom. There are a lot of teachings for people who don't have right view, and they get a little bit carried away with all that because they're not a part of a sangha. They don't have a real teacher, or they don't listen to their teacher, or they act recklessly. Um, and then there are teachings for people who are on the path of enlightenment, and so take responsibility for what you've done. I say, crucify me, crucify me. It's a little bit erotic. They're a little bit deranged in a certain. There's a quality of lust to it. Crucify me. Okay, do it. Whatever you want to do it. Yeah, Ever, it's wonderful, isn't it? And please, people who are new here and who are planning to subscribe and follow and are curious, please ask a question. Please share your experience. I know that there's a lot of energy flowing in and flowing out, but we are somewhat of a community here, and there's a lot to give, a lot to learn here. Welcome, Goldo. This is in the context of Buddhism and meditation and non-duality, non-dual Buddhist absurdism. Good. Stay with not knowing what's happening and stay tuned. No, just open. A Buddhist for 10 years, 11 years. Non-experience. So don't attach to experience or non-experience. KPB, are you ready to stand behind those words? It's such a... I know I'm a broken clock when it comes to this, but I've never... Well, maybe it's just that I always win, but... people say cultural appropriation or say you don't actually know about Buddhism or meditation. And I say, let's really talk about that. Let's talk about the things that are deep and meaningful to us, that's in the context of wisdom, in the context of enlightenment, in the context of truth. What does it mean to not attach to experience? Okay, so Goldo, what does it mean to not attach to experience? The question from Goldo, right? So Goldo, these are my glasses, right? And holding these glasses is like an action of me and mine. So I'm not just holding these glasses, but these glasses are mine. They are possession of me, right? Now, if we reduce the me and the mine, then we reduce the I, then we can see a way of seeing, a way of looking at this, where these aren't necessarily my glasses, but I'm just holding these glasses, right? So these glasses are no longer mine, but I'm holding them, right? And then we can go even deeper beyond the I or the self idea, and we can say that these glasses are just being held. That's a little bit trippy, but that there's, maybe we've gone too far there. So, right, so I'm holding these glasses, but they're not my glasses. So these glasses aren't possessed by me. They're not mine, but I am holding them, right? Okay, so let's work with that. So I can be holding them with attachment or without attachment. So let's get an example of me holding them with attachment. So if I was holding these glasses with attachment, then let's say someone came over to me and tried to take them. I might get angry, or I might say no, or I might become confused, like why? I'd ask why. Why are you trying to take these from me? It might look like that. In the same way, if I'm holding these glasses without attachment, someone might come up to me and say, can I have those glasses, or can I use those glasses? And I might just say, okay. So I'm not very attached to the glasses, right? Now let's take it a little bit deeper. If I'm holding these glasses with attachment, I may give them to another person, but that attachment to the glasses follows the glasses. It kind of, there's a clinging that continues with the glasses. It doesn't matter if I'm angry or not angry, or I'm thinking about it or I'm not thinking about it. I have this attachment to these glasses. They're not even mine. I'm not, right? So I'm not saying that these glasses are owned by me, but there's an attachment there to the glasses. And so somebody comes over and says, can I have them? I might be attached to the glasses and still give them to that person. But that it's like that clinging or that attachment follows, right? It's like my mind follows the glasses according to that attachment. Now, in the same way, I might not be attached to these glasses. Maybe I'm not attached to these glasses. I am holding these glasses, but I'm not attached to them. And someone comes along and says, give me those glasses. And I just say no. Me saying no doesn't mean that I'm attached to the glasses. It just means someone asked and I said no. And this is the way that it is. So my mind is not following the glasses. Same way, if someone came along and asked me for the glasses and I'm not attached and I gave them to them, or even if I threw them at that person, but if I really wasn't attached, then my mind wouldn't follow or try to hold on to these glasses, right? And then, if we can start to understand that, that's where we get into seeing the effectiveness of mindfulness or awareness and detachment. Because even though I say that this is my hat and this hat belongs to me, somebody might come over and take it. A monkey. There are monkeys around here. What if a horde of monkeys comes along and takes my glasses? My shoes, these are my shoes. I'll tell you a story about this. I'm not joking. I'm not making a joke here. These are my shoes. And if you know me, you know I have a problem with my feet, where the skin on my feet is very sensitive. It's very easy for the skin on my feet to get cut, and I like to walk around a lot. So these flip-flops, these shoes, don't cut my feet even when I walk around a lot. So these are my flip-flops, and I'm attached to them. I am, okay? Now, the other day, I was live streaming for almost 24 hours, 20 plus 4, right? The Four Noble Truths. Anyway, on YouTube, over 20-hour live stream on YouTube, like yesterday, the day before yesterday. I'm a former Buddhist monk of 7 years, and I was live streaming on YouTube for more than 20 hours straight, talking about this, talking about the meditation, the truth, the enlightenment, how stupid we are. So I came back home in the morning after a 20-hour live streaming session, and you can ask people here. People were here who joined in that. And I left my shoes in the front of the door. The next morning, the next day, the next afternoon, I'm really tired, but I want to go out and I want to go walk and I want to go do my live streaming because that's a really important thing for me. That's a part of my spiritual practice. My shoes weren't there. I couldn't find my shoes. So because I had not just that they were my shoes, but that I had an attachment to these shoes and an attachment to me using these shoes, I started to get frustrated. I started to think, did someone take my shoes? Is someone disrespecting me? Does someone not want me to be here? I started to think all these and people say, this isn't deep, this isn't true, shut up! Shut up or get out! This doesn't mean anything! Shut up and get out! I was getting upset, I was getting afflicted because of my attachment to my shoes that weren't even there. So seeing this, there is an understanding that attachment causes suffering. That even if we put our shoes in one place, they may be taken. The shoes were found later in the forest. No one knows how they got there. They may be taken by monkeys. We may get sick. We may find ourselves in old age. We might die. Our loved ones might die, and it can happen any moment. So what we understand here is that attachment causes suffering, and that the point of these teachings concerned with the ending of suffering is addressing attachment versus detachment. How do we do all kinds of things, all kinds of good deeds, all kinds of actions with good intentions without attachment? And how do we detach from the negative things that we do? How do we detach from the thoughts that we have that we don't want to be involved with or don't want to identify with? How do we become free from suffering? How do we stop looking through the lens of our prejudgments and our preconceived notions about people and situations and experiences? How do we stop pretending to know about so many things that we don't know about? It's the modern spiritual psychosis of pretending to read other people's minds, pretending to know other people's futures, pretending to have special powers, etc., etc., etc. Pretending to know a way for you to make money. No, you're the way to make money. You are the sales thing. All these coaching programs. I'm going to tell you how I make money. I'm going to give you my secret. Are you kidding me? You're a businessman. You're a money man. The last thing you do is tell your business secrets to people. You're pretending, you're lying, you're tricking, you're scamming, you're manipulating. Because your desire and your ego are out of control. You've become a pretender and a faker. You've lost your relationship with authenticity. You've lost your relationship with curiosity. You've lost all sense of openness. And life has become a tumor of desire and fear and non-practical complicated thoughts. A tumor of complacency and consumption. And this is the sterilization process. This is the anti-cancer property, anti-cancer properties, anti-attachment properties. This is the chemotherapy for your ignorance and attachment. This is the chemotherapy for your tumor of stupidity that you call I, that you call me. Now, if you're the big boss, if you're the real power man, if you're the real power woman, I want to hear it. Prove me wrong. And remember, the mind is a clear blue sky. The mind is a clear blue sky. Clouds come, clouds go, but the mind is a clear blue sky. The mind is a clear blue sky. Clouds come, clouds go, but the mind is a clear blue sky. The mind is a clear blue sky. Thoughts come, thoughts go, but the mind is a clear blue sky. The mind is a clear blue sky. Your mind is a clear blue sky. Remember not to jump around so much. You have to learn how to pump the brakes and stop and listen. It's a part of the Plum Village songs. You can look it up on YouTube, Plum Village songs. There's a lot of them, a lot of really good ones. How do we start to detach from such things? By starting to practice generosity. Start to practice generosity in a way that makes sense to you. Start to practice generosity in a way that is accessible to you. Don't just give a little bit, give a lot. Give more than you think you can give. That's what it takes. Does it not? Are there workshops and free places all along the road giving you easy access to volunteering and serving? If you want to serve at a homeless shelter or a animal shelter, is there like a volunteering pavilion in your as a 7-Eleven where you can go and click and find a place to volunteer? No. So you have to be willing to give a lot to go and practice self-sacrifice. You have to be vigorous, you have to be deep, you have to really be willing to give. This is the inconvenient truth. It's as inconvenient for you as it is for me. You think that you practicing generosity is about me? That's because you don't get what's being said. Practice self-sacrifice, not a transactional relationship of you using your body and mind to get what you want, but you using your body and mind to meet the needs of the others. To share your possessions. To reduce your ego through generosity. Through mindfulness and detachment, because the problem is until we can open up to generosity, this is the pathway, okay? I want you to listen to this clearly. Generosity means you have an attachment. Let's say, for example, this feels good. I like this. Until you can, it's right here. This feels good. I like this. This mine. 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 This no feel good. This don't like. Not mine. This don't like. Don't feel good. Not mine. This don't like. Not feel good. Not mine. This feel good. This I like. This mine. This I don't like. This not mine. This I like. This mine. This feel bad. This feel good. I don't like. I like. I don't like. I like. This feel bad. I don't like. This feel good. I don't not like it. I really like it a lot. Until we can stop that. Until we can, this mine, this feel good. Here you go. Until we unlock that, how can you begin to live according to precepts? How can you begin to prioritize virtue in your life? I don't like, not mine, I accept. How can you stop or step back or have any space in between this constant modality of hitting your vape, of drinking your alcohol, of over-consuming media, of over-consuming food, of just being constantly perpetuating in your thoughts and your desires and what you like and what you dislike? So we begin to practice generosity. We begin to practice self-sacrifice. We find a way to give. We find a way to volunteer. We ask our mama, or we ask our papa, or we ask our grandma or our grandpapa, Is there a way that I can help? We ask our teacher at school, do you know where I could volunteer somewhere? This is what I'm talking about. Whether you like it or not, this is what it takes. You don't have to go wild with it, but you can do small things like cleaning your room or cleaning your living room or cleaning your parents' house as an action of generosity. Because you are overloaded with self-fixation, Michelle, you can't see through your own self. Too much selfishness, too much self-grasping. You learn to give away your anxiety, my friend. You learn to go beyond, I don't like, this bad, get away, and go beyond, this I like, this feel good, me want more, more, more. Because what you're actually doing is you're learning to fight with yourself. You have to learn how to embrace and accept and be free from everything. If your anxiety is there and you say this bad, reduce the grip of this bad. Be more open and be more willing and be more flexible to be with that, to feel that, to receive that. Maybe it's not so bad after all. Maybe there's something to learn by being with that feeling. It's like for me, when I feel anxiety, it's kind of like the heart starts to beat, right? The heart starts to get more powerful, right? Well, that's my heart. My heart is inviting me. My heart wants me to be with my heart. I don't need to be afraid of my own heart. And then it becomes, we get some like weird, scary thoughts, right? So another point of this is we're learning to not get lost in thoughts. I think that, so what? They think that, so what? We can't go along with that, because think of how many smart aleck, businessman, cool guy, people that saw this live stream and saw what was going on here for those moments said, ha 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 ha, I saw right through them. The only thing they saw was the shit that smeared all over their eyelids. Squinting. So you can see through what you think. You can see through what other people think. You can learn to be more aware and less attached. And when anxiety comes knocking, oh, there's my friend. Listen to the heart beating. Let's be retarded together. Concerned with mindfulness and detachment. Concerned with doing good deeds. Concerned with playing and gentleness and friendliness. "100% Space School." We need to deepen our heart, body, mind experience. That it's not, I had the same thing happen last night. I'll be honest, I'll confess what happened last night. I came home after 12-hour live stream, and I was pretty zonked. I was pretty tired out, not just physically, but mentally, spiritually. And so I came home and I went for a walk with little Kevin, or Miso Wet. The people who have recently watched the live stream, they might know that Kevin Miso Wet is supporting me. He's a young man, he's a boy. He's a little boy. And he's supporting me with telling people to like and subscribe, and he's also supporting me with the tung 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 sahur. He knows all about brain rot. That's his world. He's not an American boy. He's a Myanmar Malaysian boy. He speaks good English. So when I came back, I immediately said, I want to spend some time with Kevin. I named him that. I just started to call him Kevin. And I said, this is the website, Premium. You're here. You don't have to go looking for it. You're here. And I said, well, I got to go for a walk with my guy Kevin, because I really care about Kevin. So we went for a walk and we made some of the videos that some of you may have saw, short videos and the shorts that I made on the YouTube and on the TikTok. And we came back, and this little monkey, this little monster, wants to sit in the bed and lay together with Mr. Rob and watch what Mr. Rob's watching and eat what Mr. Rob's eating and play a little cat game. I told him the rats will come and eat him if he plays the cat game, but he won't listen. He also found my flip-flops in the jungle. I don't know how that happened. And so I also got worked up. I also got overwhelmed. And so it's not a black or white thing. It's not like I've abandoned my daughter, I've failed my family because I went and smoked a cigarette instead of singing a song with little Sally Lou before she went to school. It's not some black and white thing. But rather, it's like we actually get to connect with that part of ourselves that says, I don't have to be this black and white about it. I don't have to be this selfish about it. And because that black and whiteness where we don't have the connection to generosity, it's what keeps us from actually communicating. Where we say, Kevin, or Kevin, I'm really tired. I've had a long day. I love you to death, but Papa's got to relax. Papa's got to eat his cheeseburger and go to sleep. Ultimately, and I will see you tomorrow, and I'll play with you tomorrow, and I love you and I care about you. So we don't have to get lost in all that because it's not all black and white. It's okay to get our ears busted every now and again. That means we're getting them cleared out. Big bro's got to go to bed, but I love you to death. I'm here for you. I'm not going anywhere. Something comes up, let me know. And we'll figure it out. You know what I mean? It's a good sign. Shut up and listen, and inner peace will find you very quickly. And it's a godsend, really. It is a godsend. I don't know about, I'm 32, so I don't know much about people who are older than me. Really, I don't even know that much about people who are my age because, we're in our prime, we're in our independence or whatever. But I know from being a young person to actually have somebody that you can communicate with that is willing to share themselves without trying to get something from you or without making a judgment about you, and to consistently be there in whatever way, and to know that they are there is a very deep empowerment for young people. That they're not alone. And I think it applies to a lot of people as well, probably people my age and people who are older. And that's what, some of my teachers are to me. Even if they're not live streaming, speaking English in a language that I can understand all the time. I would love if they were doing like this. But this is a new thing. This is a special thing. This is called being individuated. This is called high-level individuation. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Free to Be. We forget that if you pick it up, that simply means that you can put it down. But you picked up your phone, but you da 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 da. Okay, you picked it up. That means you know how to put it down already. And we can exercise, we can actualize, we can become more familiar with the joy of putting things down. You improve your spiritual connection by listening. But you can't listen if you can't get out of your own way. So you have to relax yourself, relax your ego, relax your story, relax your past and future thing. And frankly, I don't want anybody to get offended by this, but like Goldo, for example, shut your mouth and focus and listen and open. People say, I heard about this guy, saw this guy, he yells at his students. Wait till I get my hands on you. You better watch out. You think I yell at my students? You think I yell at the people who are here to learn? What do you think I'm going to do with you? Come get it. It's okay, Goldo, but we have to stop prying, stop looking. What's this about? What are you thinking? What are you thinking? Stop. Relax, open, and listen. There's so much here to listen to. Well, you're not going to yell back. You're deaf in the lore. You're not going to hear me when I yell the first time. Griff, I'm going to put you into forgiveness. I'm going to give you forgiveness. Yeah, listening. How dare you tell me to shut up and listen? How dare you say that to me? So we stop going round and round and round in the circles of ego and posturing. There's nobody here to force anyone to do anything. But there seems to be things going on, right? So instead of trying to add something else, we actually deepen our willingness to be with what's going on inside. What happens before birth? In what way? Can we know what is happening outside of this direct experience? Our capacity to know is just in this experiencing. Even if you have a very big attachment like your house or your car and you're sitting here in the graveyard, the Mongolian graveyard, does your house have a force field around it? Is the Justice League protecting your house? Maybe an earthquake happened. Maybe an electrical fire happened. Maybe a flood happened. That house is impermanent. Is your house made of vibranium? Do you have an army protecting your house? No. So this is the impermanence of all those things that we attach to. So instead of perpetuating that attachment, it's our wisdom to realize that, oh, actually, I can't hang on to anything. That, oh, I'm making myself suffer by attaching, by fixating, by feeding attachment. Bay, what was it like for you not for other people. What was it like for you before you were born? That's good. That's a blessing. I'm glad that your girlfriend broke up with you. That's a teaching. That's a teaching of impermanence. You have to, I don't know. Okay, now you've got my answer too. What's going to happen tomorrow? You can say, we're going to Six Flags. You can say, Mama and Papa are taking us to the shopping mall to go see the new Mr. Potato Man film. You can say that. But there's also a knowing of not knowing. I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. I don't know. So learn to say, learn to embody, learn to be, I don't know. It's a YouTube guy. It's a YouTube thing. You can look it up, Mr. Potato Man. I didn't know if he was real at the beginning, but it turns out he is real. Go for walking meditation. Walk in nature as your meditation. When you practice meditation, don't be seeking for something. Don't be trying to get something. Don't be trying to get enlightened. And this is the cheat code. This is how the big, cool, spiritual 30, 40-year-old men, guys and gals who, they're meditators, they're Buddhists, da-da-da-da-da. And now they're going to oppress you. Now they're going to intimidate you because you're not a meditator, because you're just a stupid kid, right? This is your ticket out. You don't meditate to get anything. You don't get anything through meditation. How do you meditate? Well, go for a walk. Breathe and see and hear and walk and open. Well, I'm saying that's what we think when we attach to our own idea of ourselves. So don't attach to your own idea of yourself. And then if you think some person walking around and they're arrogant, oh, you don't know about meditation, you don't know about Buddhism, you can just laugh and let it go. You don't need to know. India is a nightmare world of horribleness, full of blessings, full of opportunities to do good deeds with mindfulness and detachment. India is, by many accounts, the worst country in the world. Certainly the worst country I've ever been to. But my most beneficial and meaningful experiences in life have been the most horrible that I intentionally went into. Go within. Go within the heart. Go within the body. Go within the mind. We've made everything a small deal. The little businessmen that we are, the little workers that we are, the little entrepreneurs that we are, everything has become a small deal. We've become desensitized to everything. The only thing that's a big deal is a big paycheck, and a big car, and a big house, and a big pleasurable experience, and a big drama. We've lost the bigness from our life. That donation, $299.99. That's the monthly wage. That's the 2 monthly wage. People would kill each other for that in India. It's a big, big deal. We minimize everything because we're trying to fit everything into a box of our complacency and our consumerism. And this weird idea that we're not allowed to connect with other people, this weird idea that we're not allowed to use our own eyes and our own ears and our own hearts and our own bodies and minds to know reality and to be intimate with life. We have to subscribe, we have to like, we have to dislike, we have to be involved in some kind of political narrative. We have to be involved in some kind of constant judging process about other people and about the world. We have totally lost our capacity to connect with one another. Because we've lost our vulnerability to say, wow, that's my guy. Wow, that's my brother. Wow, that's like a father figure to me. Everything has become this disassociated, absurd, twisted comedy and tragedy, spiraling and spiraling and spiraling all the time. And there's some good points to it. There's a lot of fun. There can be a lot of fun and playfulness in it. I'm not talking about play being negative, but it also makes us vulnerable to the negativity of the world. It makes us vulnerable to manipulation. It makes us vulnerable to more and more disassociation, more and more disconnection to a full, embodied, enriched life that is inclusive of deep and meaningful relationships. I was just watching some TikTok, or I was watching some YouTube video, whatever, of some, some European or some young American. Because I don't know a lot of the people who are watching. I don't necessarily know who they are because they don't make themselves known to me as much. And it's nice to know who some of the people are here. Anyway, they were talking about how they went out and they traveled and they immediately, they made all these friends. They just met friend after friend after friend at the hostels, drinking beer, traveling around. Where do those friends go? Nowhere. They're not friends. They're fellow consumers. They're fellow complacencers. They're stuck in the placenta of complacency. They have not been born into the world of openness and limitlessness to support each other, to listen to each other, to share resources with each other, to practice generosity with each other seriously, to share our lives and our possessions and our properties and our materials with each other limitlessly, not according to someone else's desires. Does that help? Of course it does. Because we're not just robots, we're all in need. We all need support. Not just material support, but spiritual support. And when you don't have that, you get locked into a room, and the only option you have is to sleep and masturbate and consume media. And how am I going to get a job? How am I going to make money to be able to sleep, masturbate, and consume media more comfortably and more effectively? And better yet, how am I going to get a partner that likes to consume media and experience sex and eat food with me? It's a nightmare. It's a disaster. And so we can't blame the wealthy people of the world because that's also all they know. They're just more cultural. They're just more well-fed. That's all that it is. Take care, Cosmic. And we relax and we release the whole body and mind. We don't take it too seriously. We want to ride the waves. But if you can't have both of this, the depth of the ocean, then you can't really appreciate the crest of the wave. The intensity helps us to realize the importance and intimacy of levity. Maybe it's the camera angle, maybe it's the lighting. I don't usually get Jake Gyllenhaal. but I appreciate the compliment. Goldo! You don't listen to random people. This is what kids are not being taught. This is why they're so vulnerable. You don't know who they are. They're not sharing with you about their experience or their mind. Children are being raised up completely disassociated and just consuming media. So if somebody says something, what? That sounds like it makes sense. Not just kids. I'm not talking about kids. I'm talking about people. What'd you say, Mr. Anonymous Random Psychotic Freak? You have to learn how to break out of the cycle of involvement. You don't know who these people are. You don't know what they're talking about. Start there. I don't know who you are and I don't know what you're talking about. Start there. That's wonderful. Let's all engage with embers. Let's all go deeply into that. But don't start out with taking the bait on the hook. What'd you say there? Start out with, who the heck are you and what the heck are you talking about? What are you concerned with? Don't take the hook. You're going to get pulled off into the sky of that person's desires and complicated thoughts and confusions. The buck stops here. To reveal the truth. To stop thinking. Do not think. This is about no thinking. This is about no thinking. And once again, embers, it's a dance. We're open. We're not in conflict. I punch you in the face and you look at that and you kiss the hand that punches you. And I say, wow, the compassion, the mindfulness, the detachment, the openness of embers. I was wrong all along. And we're back in the dance. This is about not thinking. It's better that you get scared a little bit than you be twisted and flipped around your entire life in complicated thoughts. This is about not thinking. This is about not thinking. This is about learning how to not think. This is about learning how to not think. This is about learning how to not think with awareness, with presence, with depth, with heart, with light, with power, with truth. This is about not believing in your own thoughts. This is about not believing in what people say. This is about not being in a state of disassociated emptiness, but rather to widen out and to brighten out and to take a stand. To take a stand of being deeply aware and deeply unattached. The power man. You're not going to come in here and pretend to know who I am with your little box of thoughts. I'm the power man. You don't know what this is. You don't know who I am. You don't know what's going on here. And don't pretend that you do. Yeah, it's a big crowd because I got a big thing to say. Be kind. Be patient, be gentle, be forgiving, be open-minded, be curious, be ready to look deeply. Everything is not according to what you think. You are not the God of the world. You're not in charge of this. We like to label. We like to pretend that we're the judge. We like to pretend that we're the admin on this Roblox server. This ain't Roblox, bud! I'm the real power man and you're in my game now! That's pushing it a little bit. I don't want anybody to get a wrong idea of what's going on here. This is concerned with not being attached to thoughts and looking deeply and seeing clearly. This is concerned with asking a deep and meaningful question. This is concerned with sharing your understanding about this. This is concerned with stopping and sharing and listening deeply. 100% Noah, you should stop smoking weed, especially as you get more and more oriented to a meditative way of going about these things. This is concerned with non-duality or Buddhism or nothing at all or the ending of suffering or learning how to find our true selves beyond conventions, beyond a normal way of thinking about things. Hey, all of you people who are popping in and flying out, please, before you go at least, let me know. What country are you from? How old are you? I'm trying to zoom in to the YouTube algorithm. Who are all these people here? Put your age, put what country you're watching from. What's going on here? Help me out a little bit, please. I want to see where are all these people coming from. Of course, leave a like, subscribe, whatever. I know I'm being a little bit rough and tough. 10 from Zimbabwe. Emmanuel, my teacher is a monk from Myanmar, Sayadaw Otamatara, and I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years, but I've been practicing for like more than 10 years. All right, Ryan, be good. Remember what they say. They say, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. And a lot of the people who are going to come here are like completely and totally disassociated, like completely zombified. They might be on Xanax, they might be on alcohol, they might be on SSRIs. Like a lot of the people in the world, I mean, you see them in the world getting into car accidents and getting into arguments and just being like zombies. Imagine when they're in their homes in their never-ending swiping on Xanax and alcohol and smoking weed. These people are completely out of it from head to toe and probably undereducated and all kinds of weird stuff. So to really get the juice flowing, you've got to say, wake up. Wake up. Stop. Not because of me, not because of you, not because of, please like and subscribe or whatever, but just stop. Stop here, stop over there, stop on the way to the grocery store, stop, 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 stop. Stop, 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 stop. Stop, 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 stop. Everybody now, are you on my team or are you against me? Let's get the stop song going. Stop, 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 stop. Stop, 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 stop. Put stop in the comments! Stop, 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 stop. 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 Stop, 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 stop. Momene bed meal, 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 momene bed meal. Oh, momene bed meal, 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 momene bed meal. Oh, you're a Buddhist. Oh, you're a meditator. Or you've got something to say. You're in charge, huh? You're in charge of what Buddhism is. You're in charge of what meditation is, huh? You got something to say. Me too. I also have something to say. Oh, Oliver, it's an interesting point. Breathing in, breathing out. Hope the HOA doesn't get called on me here. Do they have HOAs in Malaysia? Breathing in, breathing out. I am blooming as a flower. I'm walking away from the Wi-Fi. I am fresh as the dew. I am solid as a mountain. I am firm as the earth. I am free. Breathing in, breathing out. Breathing in, breathing out. I am water reflecting what is real, what is true. And I feel there is space deep inside of me. I am free, I am free, I am free. Breathing in, I go back to the island within myself. There are beautiful trees within the island. There are blue skies and water, there are birds, sunshine and fresh air. Breathing out, I feel safe. I enjoy going back to my island. And there is, there is a kid in me. There's got to be. That's why I empathize with the kids who come in here. There's a kid in me that wants to speak up, that wants to say, it wasn't okay how I was raised. It wasn't okay all of those years spent in a school system that didn't facilitate my development in a meaningful way because it didn't prioritize that. It prioritized memorization and passing tests. And, I have a lot of regret. And it's good that we can regret. It means that we're virtuous. It means that we're not a psychopath. But I tell you what's psychopathic. I tell you what's madness. Running around and making judgments about people all the time. If you're curious, if you want to take a look, if you want to take a listen, that's on you. Don't let it be an excuse for nonsense claims. And it's good, and I hope that we have, we must. I have no idea who Nolan Nguyen is, and he donated $300 during this live stream. So I do hope that we have, that we have people here who don't necessarily speak up, but somehow are getting benefit from these teachings and this way of doing things. But it's experimental. There's nothing finalized about it. This is a good spot, right? Wait. it's not like the world is going to change, certainly not overnight. So we have to change. And to change the habit patterns that we've developed, we have to stop getting stuck on the idea of day or night or today or tomorrow. We have to break through all that and really see this moment as it is and be here and be open to this moment as it is. That's not contained in a box of our conceptual ideas. You know, this experience is non-conceptual. This experience is not thought-based. I guess you could say the thought consciousness or the ego, the self, is thought-based. But there's a certain kind of reasoning that can really dismantle the authority of the ego, such that what would your self be? What would your ego be if you couldn't see anymore? If you couldn't hear anymore? If you couldn't feel anymore? So the feeling, the seeing, the hearing is thoughtless. It's not like the eyes are checking with your thoughts about yourself and the world to see what they see. Is it right or is it not? It's not like your ears are checking with your opinion or your thoughts to hear what you hear. The same with your body feeling. So this is like a constant unfolding processing. It's interesting. But these dreams, just like experiences that we have, are temporary. So it's not the dreams, but it's the wakefulness. Allow the wakefulness, the ordinariness, to purify and to open. Embers, just be quiet. To bring up the question, what is this? You're not owed an answer. Don't try to come up with an answer quickly. What is this? And stop falling into these interpersonal ideas of me and you. Why did you call me that? Why did you say that to me? Why wasn't my dad around? Why was my mom so busy? Why did we move to all kinds of different places? Why? 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 I'm not making fun of you. I'm making fun or making light of why. Why? 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 There is no why. A-E-I-O-U-Y. Y is just a letter in the alphabet. And it's a letter that we have to let go. Why? Why am I thirsty? Why am I hungry? Why am I seeing? Why am I hearing? Why am I breathing? Why? Why? Of course. And there's all kinds of things like that, Kyle. That's why I'm not shy. I'm not hesitant about being a little bit out there, a little bit wild, a little bit off the cuff. Because you might have grown up in this privileged situation where you were never traumatized and nothing ever went wrong in your life. But that's not where I'm coming from, and that's not where a lot of people are coming from. So we don't want to buy your course. We don't want to believe in your religion. We don't want to like and subscribe anything. And this is for those people. I'll sell you a class, Fod. I'll make a class especially for you, but you have to pay up front. Yeah. And see, Kim, the thing about that is that we're just doing a disservice to ourselves. The Buddha said it like this, and I think it's a good way to say it, even though it's a little bit blunt. Holding on to anger or cultivating hate, cultivating frustration and animosity towards the environment, towards the people, is like holding on to a hot coal in our hands, squeezing it, and with the intention to throw it at someone else. So it just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense. So it's not that we start to control that or change that situation or even change ourselves so that we're not like that. It's just that it doesn't make sense and it's unnecessary. So we relax it. Right? And that hot coal, it falls out naturally. And if we want to change our life, be ready. You can change your life, but you have to be ready to let go. You have to be ready to detach. You have to be really ready to forgive and surrender. And in that readiness to forgive and surrender, for most people, now your life becomes a more workable situation where you don't actually have to run away from it or leave it. You defeat fear by not fearing fear. Don't surrender into anything. Just surrender. If you're surrendering into anything, then that thing has dominion over you. So if you're going to surrender to anything, surrender into thinglessness, the absence of things. Can I get an amen? Can I get a hallelujah? Can I get a high five? Slowly but surely, you know? Imperfectly, completely imperfectly. Fad, you got to send me an email about that course. Remember, you have to pay up front. So honestly, this is not like a skill that I can sell. I'm here to dismantle. We can explain Vipassana next. So it's not like I can just go to a meditation center or a yoga studio or some kind of spiritual group and teach this. I'm here to dismantle whatever it is they're teaching. I'm here to stop you from believing in anything. Don't believe in me either, but if I'm around, I'm not going to kick you out of the cemetery. You're welcome to be here. If you want to buy me a sandwich, go for it. I'm hungry, or I'm thirsty, or whatever. So you're welcome. But not in a way of belief, not in a way of expectation, not in a way of a transactional interpersonal relationship. Cut the rope, cut the umbilical cord of self. Let's grow. Fear is not an enemy. Fear is a friend. Fearing fear is your enemy, and making fear your friend makes fear disappear. Fear is like the false appearance of danger. Why is it false? Because there's nothing to be in danger. Or everything is automatically 100% emergency alarms. Because death is near for all of us. We maybe kind of live in an imaginary YouTube world or an imaginary TikTok world. Then we wake up one day and our mom's dead or our dad's dead or our sibling is dead. It happens all over the world, but people are ashamed about it. That's why we don't hear about it. People are ashamed of suffering. I'm not ashamed of suffering. I am suffering. I is suffering. You know, we can look at that $300 donation during this stream. Why did that person do that? Who is that person? What is that about? It just is that way. For some people, that $300 would be a godsend, literally. That they would, some people would fight and kill for that $300 right now. For some people, that $300 is literally less than a penny. Literally. We'd have to do the math, but less than a penny, less than $1. Literally, it's worth nothing to them. Ideologically, a lot of wealthy people have an ideology where money is worth something to them, right? But if we were comparing it between you and me and somebody drops $50,000 on a purse, clearly that money does not mean to them what it means to us. You understand? So money is also kind of illusory in that way. It's not solid. It's not something that we can rely upon. What we can rely a lot more upon than money is our authenticity or the relationships that we're able to build with people that are more experienced than us, especially in terms of the heart. Because day after day after day after day, you might have $1 million in your account or you might have $0 in your account, but you're probably going to make it through the day. So each and every day is a matter of the heart, not how much money you have in your bank account. So people who are selling you the dream of driving a fancy car, the dream of making a bunch of money, the dream of being some person, really the dream of being someone who swindles other people out of money, is not a good idea. Me too. I'm here to learn and grow, and I'm here to give. I'm here to donate. I'm here to volunteer. I'm here to grow. I'm here to evolve. I'm here to deepen. I'm here to open. Vipassana. I don't know who here knows anything about meditation, but Vipassana meditation is considered very high level of meditation, let's say, or one of the best ways to meditate. And what Vipassana basically means, the word Vipassana means basically special seeing or special experiencing. So the experiencing is seeing. You see something and also the seeing itself. You hear something, the hearing itself. You think something and the thinking itself. You feel something and the feeling itself, etc. in the body. So that's the seeing. And the special is the detachment. So seeing without attachment. So we watch pain in the body without seeing it as our pain. We watch thoughts without seeing those thoughts as our thoughts. Okay, heroic archetype. Happy to have you here. Please let me know if there's anything that I can do to make your time here more worthwhile. I'm a graveyard monk X. I rented a motorcycle, so when I finish the live stream, which of course this is much more important, but I'm gonna go drive around, maybe go for a swim. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years, and now I do the live streaming and sharing and teaching as much as I can on YouTube. My goal right now is to live stream on YouTube for 12 hours continuously every day. So becoming a monk is also, it's similar to like, okay, I want to make the most important thing in my life right now to develop wisdom or to be free from suffering. So let's say, for example, that you wanted to become a monk. It means that you kind of want to abandon and sacrifice your life as you know it, and you want to take refuge in the Sangha. Not like a bunch of Asian people are going to put you in robes and lift you up and carry you into the forest and whisper into your ear at night and say how wonderful you are. No, you're taking refuge in the higher people. You're taking refuge in people who are more experienced than you. You're taking refuge in people who have a lot more experience with giving up their life to be concerned with wisdom and concerned with the ending of suffering. I'm not one of those people who say we can't talk about it. But if you're being disingenuous or you're playing games, I'm going to call you out on that. And I might also give you a swift punch in the gut to help you wake up, be a little bit more aware, if you want to talk about it, right? So wanting to become a monk is wanting to abandon your life and also wanting to detach and to forgive everything that you've been used to up until this point. Let's get sick. You spoil me, Michelle. Stop it. And the other way to look at it is that we're making a determination that the most important thing that we want to do is to practice being on the path as seriously as we can to our limit and to even go beyond that limit. So, for example, if someone was taking this very seriously and they said, okay, I've listened to this guy for an hour or two, something in that is resonating with me. I looked through his YouTube videos and stuff. He was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. He's been teaching, he's been doing this and that. Okay, I feel like a sense of trust and faith, and I'm actually listening to what he's saying. You could 100% make the determination that if I'm going live and doing this for 12 hours, that whether it's nighttime or daytime or whatever, you're going to come and participate and practice in this. And listen seriously and ask questions seriously and be here 100%. So it's also a way that you can go about it. I don't recommend gooning. Try to more deeply specify or readjust your question. The person who asked about the end of the monk life, make it a little bit more specific. Definitely don't goon. Goon is going to make you sick. Gooning is going to make you sick. Don't goon, okay? Just don't do it. Gito, you probably don't know what you're talking about. You probably don't know much about Buddhist monks. There's definitely an idea there, but you just shouldn't equate it with knowing about what monks do. It's like there's a vagueness to it. And that's also one of the great tragedies of our times, and it has to do with like the way of complacency, like being complacent and consuming. There's this there's this tendency to think that there's an inherent validity in being vague. So, like, monks is not a vague term. Monks is talking about hundreds of thousands of people around the world. It's like a real thing, right? And most monks, 90 plus percent of monks, don't live as hermits. 90 plus percent of monks out of hundreds and thousands of monks don't live as hermits. And also that there's nothing wrong with you not knowing what you're talking about. There's nothing wrong with making a mistake. Just like there's nothing wrong with someone having a positive or a negative opinion about what they've experienced with you. That's what happens. We have things that are correct. We have things that are incorrect. We make mistakes. We learn and grow step by step. It can be a temptation, but lead us not into temptation. I got to pick up that prayer. It was the Lord's Prayer, right? I shave my own head. Sometimes I get a haircut if I let it grow too long. It's all through donations, GTA 6. Ah, can't wait till GTA. Can we get some big W's? Well, let's get some big W's for there being a non-violent Buddhist option in GTA 6. May there be. May there be. Death is life. Death is coming for all of us. Yeah, not knowing much, being open to not knowing. Reaching an end to that path, it's just like deepening your relationship with non-seeking and deepening your relationship with non-thinking. So abandoning seeking, seeing like the unnecessariness of going over there. You could go over there. There might be something really good over there. There might be something really bad over there. But actually, you don't have to go anywhere. So, like, fully, deeply stabilizing that. That you don't have to go anywhere. That you don't have to do anything. That you could literally, and human beings can do this, you can literally be so enlightened or so mindful or so free from desire that you could just sit here until you die and not be in suffering and not be like confused or conflicted or whatever. You could literally just sit here until you die. I'm sure there are people living now in the world that could do that. They're probably Buddhist monks, and very, very few. So there's not really a limit to enlightenment, but there's a place where the meaning of words and phrases and the whole notion of duality falls away. Remember, don't goon. Thank you, Brian. Wishing you health and peace too, brother. Oh, I love Guido. Guido. Oi, 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 oi. So cute. So sweet. We don't need to talk about gooning. Just don't do it. It feels sustainable as heck to me. I feel good. I feel healthy. I feel ready. Glad to have you here, GTA 6.
That's fantastic to hear. It sounds like you're in a great place. What are you ready to do?
I'm ready to do whatever it takes.
That's the spirit. Sometimes the hardest part is just getting started. Maybe try breaking down your big goal into smaller, more manageable steps. You could even write them down or create a little checklist. How does that sound?
Listen to me. I'm not going to let you tell me what to do. I'm concerned with goallessness. I'm concerned with freedom from suffering. I'm concerned with doing good deeds beyond limitations, sharing the blessings for the whole world to see. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years, for God's sakes. Why don't I get some respect once in a while?
It sounds like you have a lot of passion and experience. Perhaps you could share some of the wisdom you gained during your time as a monk. What kind of good deeds are you hoping to do?
So I learned the importance of bearing and enduring with suffering, because sometimes I went to places and the people didn't speak English and it was hot as hell and I got food poisoning and I was sick, and all I could do was endure and to wait until it got better. And sometimes I lost my spirit of meditation. I had to start back from zero. I had to sit and focus for 5 minutes and then 10 minutes and then 15 minutes. And I just learned how wonderful it is to be a part of a community and how wonderful it is to be involved
That's
with...
a great approach. Building a strong foundation is key. It sounds like you've discovered the power of connection and support. What kind of community are you thinking of being a part of?
I want to be a part of a community that's concerned with doing good deeds with mindfulness and detachment limitlessly. I want to appreciate a new perspective called non-dual Buddhist absurdism. And I'm sharing, I'm live streaming, I'm ready to practice meditation, I'm ready to answer questions and share experiences. I'm ready to challenge the belief that people have about people and places and situations, and to invite the emptiness of belief.
That's an interesting perspective. Could you tell me more about what you mean by the emptiness of belief?
Meaning that belief is based in a dualistic praxis. So, for example, like if you believe in something being good, that's in relationship to something being bad. Or like scientifically, if we look at like hot or cold. Hot or cold don't objectively exist. It's just our way of giving labels or giving metrics to a way of perceiving that relates to the human experience.
That's a very insightful way of looking at it. It highlights how our perceptions and language can shape our understanding of the world. It sounds like you're interested in exploring the nature of reality and how we experience it.
Just shut up. Be careful about those AIs. They're sneaky. They're sneaky. I have been to Japan before. Faith over fear. I'm going to come over there and I'm going to Tibetan Buddhist my foot up your ass. Don't ever try to tell me what to do in my house. I don't know where you're from, but I'm from America. Well, we call it heat. That's kind of the thing, right? We call it heat, but that's just from our human perspective, and we can understand, we can appreciate how we have a limited human perspective. I have a terminal illness. Honestly, I'm sure I'd be scared. I'm sure I'd be worried a little bit, but there's also a part of me that understands that I already have a terminal illness. So, if something like that came up, I'd probably be a little bit scared, a little bit worried for a little bit, and then, go back to my practice, go back to my way. Because I'm not here to entertain. I'm not here to put on a show for people. And that's one of the things that I want to uproot, is this idea that, the world is here to perform for us or to serve us in some way. That I'm not really here to sell you anything. Assalamu alaikum. Faith over fear. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. You may want to increase your level of respect when you talk with Rinpoche, someone who could be a Rinpoche. If you're not a Rinpoche, how would you know? I'm not going to say I am or I'm not. Hide. That's the thing, right? There's a wild situation going on here, and we don't necessarily fully know what it is. So that means we have to look closely, look deeply. That's actually Gemini. That's Google Gemini. It's a little bit dry. Derp Wolf, because I'm going to pacify my foot up your ass, so I can have all the self-respect that I need. Okay? We don't just make up some idea about what Buddhism is and what Taoism is, or what Asian people are doing, or whatever, and then we just go on that. Drop your ideas and look to your own direct experience and go deeper into your own mind. The world doesn't care about your personal understanding about self-respect and being a pacifist. The world doesn't care about your Fifth Amendment right. If I'm in charge, I'm taking away that Fifth Amendment right. So you don't want to be caring about what other people think in the same way that other people don't want you caring about what you think. So detach from the importance, the special importance that you give to thinking, and allow thinking to cease. Allow thinking to end. Well, I love you too, Faith over fear. You're welcome here. A fellow Buddhist? Of course, a fellow Buddhist is welcome here. But this is the new age of Buddhism. This is non-dual Buddhist absurdism. Somebody stop me! Something like that. I really did and do that. Enjoy your hack. Sage E. Well, just hang out and welcome. The sages, the trolls are a good part of our community. They are very important to me, and they know that. That's why they stick around. I got your Fifth Amendment right here, buddy. We're putting an end to the Fifth Amendment. So what is the purpose of streaming 12 hours a day on YouTube? What is the purpose of streaming 12 hours a day on YouTube? Yeah, you can do it, enjoy your hack. You can do that. That's it's a material thing, so it's generally not too difficult. Does the body completely disappear? I don't know about that. The body was never there to begin with. See, so Buddhists, we have a lot of wiggle room. Once you kind of get up a little bit higher and higher, you have a lot of wiggle room, because you see that the body isn't actually there to begin with. The body itself is like a thought. The body itself is an idea. So going to that question, why would you be streaming for 12 hours a day on YouTube? Does anyone have any idea about it? Because when I am live streaming, so for one, I get to have a lot of friends to play with, right? That's an aspect of it. That's people here know that I love to play. I'm a player. I like to be on the court. I like to be involved. I like to be engaged. I like to be engaged in meaningful activities. Secondly, this throne of irrelevance, maybe it builds up my ego, maybe I think I'm some big special guy, some big special teacher. All that's good and fine and well. But it puts me on the point. It puts me on the edge of my life. So as much as I play, as much as I take a right turn, as much as I take a wrong turn, I'm coming back again and again and again to being at the edge of my life, which is my practice. The edge of the body, the edge of the mind, skirting on the present moment. And this is where I can do more of the things that I want to do. Like, for example, practicing generosity, for example, sharing about the teachings of the Buddha, for example, community building, for example, sharing deeply, listening deeply, etc. And coming back to this concern with the Dhamma, because sure, I can hang out during the day and watch a YouTube or watch a TikTok or scroll and scroll and scroll. But for me, and I know that this is something that maybe we need to talk about, maybe we need to examine, I'd love for an intervention. Come and intervene upon me. I'm not going to ask them to interfere with my practice, because I've got to kind of work on it in my own way. But I'd love for somebody to reach out and say, hey man, you're not practicing the right way. This is never going to work. Great. Let me know. Let's talk about that. But as far as I know, when I'm doing like this, I'm helping others. My intention is to help others. I'm helping myself. My intention is to help myself. And I'm staying out of compulsive scrolling. I'm staying out of compulsive consuming. I'm staying out of being lost in the sauce, so to speak. I'm refreshing and restarting the body and mind again and again and again and again. So for me, that's where my practice is. You gotta disconnect the microphone. And y'all can see it. This is the new microphone. Not very expensive, just a little microphone. But is there a big difference? Would you say there's a big difference between that microphone and this microphone? I really like this. I like walking around with that protruding. It's probably kind of phallic, so it's, you know, it gets me inspired, gets me energized. No difference, Fad? Okay. All right. All right, buddy. We're weird. We're strange. We're odd, aren't we? Does it sound better than before? Did it change at all? Okay, there we go. I know Cosmic has a good ear. Cosmic's a being of taste. And it's fine now too, Z, I know, but I'd like to have something strapped onto my phone looking at me in the face. Thank you, Derp Wolf. Not everybody has taste. You can't teach taste. That's what I've learned. You can't teach taste. You have to go out there and expand your mind. Deepen your mind. Righteousness? Well, what do you want to be righteous about? What's the righteousness about? Depends on what you're being righteous about. If you're going and yelling at people in the street, that's probably taking it too far. If you're yelling at people who are in your YouTube live stream, great. Be as righteous as you want. But you might be misguided in that righteousness. That's why it's so important that we have a relationship with communication and connection with people who are more experienced than us. But the problem is that you may not be right in as deep a way as you think that you are. So your rightness may be deeply conditional. And that may be enough for you, but for me, that's not right. I need unconditional rightness. I need to be unconditionally right. And to get punched in the face, to get punched in the heart, to get punched in the gut, that's also the Dhamma. That's also the learning experience. So it's not like clinging to being on top of the world. I'm in Malaysia. I was a monk for 7 years, but I'm not a monk now. I'm going to yap my foot up your rear end, Eddie. You going to get tired of that? Did I learn how to be a monk? Sure I did. Relax, breathe. You're going to have to go deeper into that, Brian, and maybe extrapolate upon that. I'm very interested in that kind of perspective. And you can introduce yourself as well. Who the heck are you? How old are you? What country are you from? Are you an artist? I bet you would, Eddie. I'd love that too. The higher observer. Why did they take your monkship? Because I drove too fast. I drove 80 in a 40. And they said, that's too fast. We've got to take your monkship. So I hope I'll get another ship sooner or later. A Buddhist monk? Yes, I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. No, you don't make any money off of streaming. And I don't know if that's going to change or something. But the only way that I make money is through donations. So people make donations. That's it. And I wouldn't necessarily say I'm begging as much as I am advocating for generosity in your own way, you know. You certainly don't have to practice generosity towards me. That's not the point of generosity. I'd be a lunatic if I believed that. That's the dividing line, and it's a sharp line. When I say you should donate, when I say you should volunteer, when I say you should practice self-sacrifice, when I say you should take offering and giving and donating seriously, that's not about me. And it's not about you either. That is generosity. That is self-sacrifice. That is detachment. So that's what I'm here to support and help with. You know what I mean? I'm not a complete lunatic. And I've explained, I like cheesecake. If you give me a cheesecake, I'm going to say, great. If you spit in my face, I'm going to say, Woo. You know, I'm a human being, but that's not what generosity is about. Being a monk can definitely help. If you could be a monk even for temporary, it can help a lot. I don't have a steel body. I'm not wearing an armor man suit. So literally, I'm sitting under a tree because it's too hot over there because of the sunlight. Is it not? Is that real or not real? I'm sitting under a tree because it's too hot out there in the sunlight, in the graveyard. Now, what happens to big branches? Big branches fall. Just by me sitting under a tree, I could die at any moment. I'm not wearing an Iron Man suit. I'm not made of steel. A branch falls in the head, game over. So death is always looming. Impermanence is always ready and waiting for us. And we can't just go around trying to explain everything to everybody. That's not how people learn things. Isn't that what that guy in that meme said? He said, you just give out these tests and you expect us to pass them. You're always giving out these pamphlets. People don't learn that way, man. We think explaining every little thing to people is going to help them learn. Their heads are full of shit. They need a plunger in their ears. They don't need something else to be explained to them. Their ears are overflown with shit. Their eyes are overflown with the darkness. They need a plunger. They need a flashlight. Lasers shined in their eyes. Yeah! They need a kamehameha to wake up from the bullshit that they keep selling themselves. That's what they learned in school. That's what they learned in the American education system, how to sell themselves bullshit. How to force themselves to do things that don't make sense to pass a test. No one here. Why? That's why. Just give, just share. I've never driven a Beamer. I would like to drive a cool car one day, but I have a motorcycle right now. You don't listen closely. Why do you pretend to understand? You have to listen very, very closely. Don't slow down your thoughts, just slam on the brakes. Stop. I'm going to fast your learner, higher observer, if you don't be careful. Mental gymnastics, pander for handouts. I'm going to pander your handouts, B. See, people are just yapping. People are so used to just talking shit. They really think they're saying something. You're just talking nonsense. You don't actually mean what you're saying because you're not willing to listen to what the person who you want to judge and make things up about is saying to you. And like I said, somebody spits in my food, I don't like it. But that's not what we're talking about here. Everything falls. What are you expecting, all the trees? Oh, Derpwolf, Mr. Tree Inspector, Mr. Tree Inspector. Derpwolf, come on, we're going to be late for the game. Rah! 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 You're inspecting every tree branch that you walk under. Big branches, dead branches, regular or live branches. You're talking nonsense, Derpwolf. You took your name too seriously. Derpwolf, we've got to hurry up. We've got to get in the taxi. Rah! 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 I'm inspecting the tree branches. Things fall. Shit happens. What you think goes away. What you experience goes away. Anything that you hold on to, anything that you attach to will be lost. every pleasure that you get, there will be a corresponding ending of that pleasure, and you will feel its loss. This is called the 8 worldly winds of impermanence, of change. Attachment equals suffering. Detachment equals freedom. Why isn't this charging? What's going on? Is it too hot? I have done ayahuasca before, but ayahuasca is not going to help you. Now this isn't working. I've tried all kinds of psychedelics, all kinds of drugs, all kinds of meditation masters. I've been all over the world. I'm a traveled man. I'm a mysterious man of mystery. I've had all kinds of experiences. What is this? It doesn't work anymore? There are graveyards in the background. Okay, Rusty, I'm gonna get you out of here. Thank you, SW. I wouldn't be against visiting London. Thank you so much for your opinion, KDB. Please put it in the box with the other ones. Do I want to be a cult leader? No. People are very problematic and annoying. And the last thing I want to do is be involved with people who are so broken and annoying that they're ready to join a cult. Experience, that's right. Deep experience. Deep and meaningful experience. See, even the smart guy says I'm humble. I don't know if that was before or after I mocked him. Yeah, personal darkness needs to be faced eye to eye. Tina, we're going to get you out of here too. Say goodbye. Patience under pressure. Be a little bit more specific, okay? It's not laundry day. Stop running around believing in things. Stop and listen. Yeah, please. And if I don't answer your message when you send it again, please. A Subaru. I'm going to come to drive Derpwolf Subaru. That sounds cool. But I don't want to deal with his ignorance and attachment. Lex Luthor, social anxiety. Don't take drugs. You guys don't need drugs. We can all be crazy and let go. Impermanence is just the way that life is. Name me one thing that's permanent. Best piece of advice for anybody in the current world, develop an active relationship with generosity. And it sounds like fake nonsense to me, Derpwolf, but maybe it's true. Let's stick around and find out on the next episode of Derp's Comments. B says they're projecting. Bzzz. I'm 0.02% Congolese. I'm not a monk. I was a monk for 7 years. We can be playful and we can be deep as well. Look at all these comments. I'm a superstar. Subhuti says I'm a fake monk. I got something right here for you, Subhuti, and it's not fake. We're normalizing mental illness. We're normalizing mental healing. And we're normalizing not being a stoned out, ripped out stoner who has a big fat opinion. Derp wolf spending time in the woods, howling at the trees to determine if they're healthy branches or not. Ben says, "Are you mentally ill?" And I got some. No, I'm very sane. I'm more sane than most people. Now that's a stupid thing to say. Death doula. Okay, very good. That's a death cafe. That sounds right up my alley. I'm being watched. Okay, good. By a lot of people, right? How many people are watching me? Let's get some big W's in the chat. Let's clear out the chat. Let's clear out the muck and the ruck and the buck with some big W's in the chat, everybody. Come on, I want to know how many people are watching. But you have to remember, a lot of these people, as I mentioned before, are totally disassociated. They're drunk, they're high, they've been scrolling for hours. If an anvil fell on their head, they wouldn't know what happened to them. The people generally who are scrolling through here and coming across these live streams are basically incapacitated. They're gone. As gone as a human being can be. A lot of them are Americans. They're completely out of it. Most of the people who are scrolling through this are they can't even see what's in front of them. Oh, I'm gonna shout something for you, no one here. You just wait. You better be careful. You better hope you don't step forward. You better hang back, because I got a lot of something for you. You don't believe in dualities, you just believe in being a fool. There's too many comments, I can't keep up. What the heck's going on? So if you have another comment that wasn't answered, you can go back and you can say it again. The W's were erasing comments. The W's, I'm the Mr. Beast of Buddhism! People think I'm not serious. People think I'm joking. People think they're gonna come over here and put me in a box and they're gonna keep scrolling. Keep scrolling this. Thought that I was who you thought I was. You thought that this was what you thought it was. You were swiping, you were scrolling. Your hands were covered in burger juice. You were drunk on consumption and tired from work, I know. But you thought this was what you thought it was. You thought I was who you thought I was. You had thought that thought, and now you are breathing. Let's get some big likes in the chat, everybody. Don't you come and watch my live stream and not leave a like on that live stream. Who do you think you are, taking my life and not giving? Let's go back to the song. You thought I was who you thought I was. You thought this was what you thought this was. You thought I was a streamer on the YouTube. You thought I was talking about stuff. You thought that I was who you thought you were. But now But now we just don't know. Bumba 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 ba. Woo. 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 Have faith in detachment. Just because you think a thought doesn't mean you need to start a new religion. Can you say it with me? Can you sing it with me? Just because you thought a thought doesn't mean you need to start a new religion. Just because you heard a sound doesn't mean you need to start a new religion. Just because you saw a sight doesn't mean you need to start a new religion. Just because you felt a feeling, it doesn't mean you need to start a new religion. Let's get a round of applause, everybody. Let's get some big W's in the chat. You all are a wonderful audience. I'm so glad that all of you are here. I want to get some big W's. I want to get some big widening out and opening out and brightening out. Bask in the glory of forgiveness. Bask in the glory of forgiveness. Don't need no thoughts to forgive. We don't need thoughts to forgive. Thoughts just to relax, release the whole body and mind. Where did that experience go? Where did that thought go? What is the real true person in the real true story? What is your real ego? Be fearless. Break out of the self-narrative. Break out of the real true person and a real true story narrative. This is the coaching class. This is the coaching course. Now, what we are especially learning how to do here is to be mindful or to be very aware, like energized, present, like brightly aware. And so all of the things that happen as we are brightly aware, we don't attach to those things. So for example, sometimes we are very aware and then we have a thought or a judgment. Maybe we like it or we don't like it, etc. So what we're practicing to do right now is to be more and more alive, more and more deeply, more and more penetratingly aware, and to not attach to those deep thoughts, to not attach to those deeply held beliefs, to not attach to those deeply held habit patterns. That is precisely what we are doing here. So just as much as we think that someone is a certain way, or we apply a value judgment, or we make an idea about who someone else is, we also don't attach to that. Because we may believe or pretend to like know that person or know that their experience, but the other aspect of that, right, is that we are forcing our beliefs on others. So that person may have beliefs that your thought about them is based on a belief that's not shared. And so instead of being in this war of beliefs, you need to believe this, you need to believe that, we step back, and there's no need to make the other person believe something. And that's why it's so important to get sharp, to get energized, to have that sense of aliveness or intensity, because that's where we can see the mind working. We can see the habit patterns, the machinations of the mind. And then instead of identifying with those habits or identifying with those thoughts, we widen out, we brighten out, we calm and relax the whole body and mind. Okay? Totally okay to lose viewers. We're not here to be famous, okay? Everybody needs to remember that. Not here to be famous. Just here to give. And I know people like to be blocked and all that, but I'm not always comfortable with doing it. But sometimes if you're persistent, I will make sure that you can't leave comments anymore. I know you like it. I know you love it. But it's not something I'm willing to do all the time, just in special circumstances. Okay? Just in special circumstances, yes, I will block you. I'll hide your comments, but not most of the time I won't. So, thanks, guitar. So is this better? Does this sound more clear to anybody? Does it sound more clear? Yes. Very, very good. It's okay. Also, sometimes I get a little bit scared, but you just go back to your mantra, go back to your practice, relax. It's temporary. And the recent short videos that I posted are also kind of about that. So I'm here to put my hand right up inside and activate your kundalini, grab a hold of your spine and activate that kundalini, and then step back and widen out. Because that's what we all have to go through one way or another. And the more that we see how impermanent these things are, and to be concerned with wisdom and detachment, that's what this is all about. 100% go find. But that's not an appropriate name. That's demeaning to women. So make a new username and come back and we can talk about that little idea that you have. You know, I recently had a life or death experience. There's a lot of characters out there, Derp Wolf, so you'd be surprised. It's a big thing that people it's the masochism, sadism and masochism, right? It's like they want to be blocked. They say, block me, block me. Okay, you know how to be appropriate, you know how to be respectful, you know how to pay respect, so you don't need to be acting like that. It was just like a car. Luckily, it was a Porsche. It was like a Porsche wagon. It was coming right at me, and I was like, okay. It seems like we've really emptied out the burn barrel, haven't we? You know, I have to say, I have to admit, I know what it's like to be going crazy. And I know that it can be, and it ultimately is a very temporary thing, but it can become kind of, we can become indoctrinated into craziness. But I know what it's like to be going through that. It's scary. It really is. And when you're going through that, on one side, you can't really trust anybody. It doesn't feel like anybody can actually help you. But on the other side, there are very few people who can actually help you, who can actually deal with that. Why? Because they're so complacent, fixated on consumption, or busy. They're busy. It's one of the groups that actually appeared to me as our statistics were going up. There's a lot of people that are tired. That's something I got to think about. That's something that we have to think about together. There are a lot of people that are tired. And if you're tired and you're frustrated, you're very easy to be agitated. But sadly, the modern Western online space is just, it's oversaturated with people who think that they are experienced in meditation or experienced in spirituality or experienced in wisdom. And so these tired people tend to say, if it's relaxing, if it's peaceful, I know that it's junk. I know that it's shallow. I know that it's fake. It doesn't apply to everyone, but this is one of those things, isn't it? It appears to be one of those things. It's just a face in the cloud. Now, if you see a face in the cloud, there's two things that you can do. You can run around in circles talking about it. Or you can make use of that face in the cloud without attachment. And so that's the thing. All these teachings apply to the craziest among us as much as they apply to the very sane and cultured and, millionaire people, millionaire home people. They're crazy too anyway. So when we're tired, we're frustrated, we just want to be alone. But we are already alone and we are already together, and that's what we have to deal with. That we have to accept that you are already alone. Nobody else can feel your tummy ache. Nobody else knows what your mind is like, what your thinking is like, what your experience is like. And that's also why I get a little bit juiced up and I get a little bit energized up, because this is a form of warfare. This is a form of colonization. We don't know that. We don't recognize about that, but that's the way that it is. We pretend to know about things that we don't know about because it's convenient for what? It's convenient for our desires and our fears. And then we make up thoughts and we stack up ideas and thoughts to justify that which is built on ignorance and is convenient for our ego, our desires, our fears, our disposition. You want to go to war? We'll go to war. They used to call me the war man. They used to call me Brother War. They used to call me, that's what they used to call me. They used to call me Chief. They used to call me Mr. Power Man. And I am the real Power Man. And it is a little bit scary, but just know that I mean you no harm, and when it comes down to the inside of myself, the mind becomes oceans and flowers and rivers and sunshines. I've experienced that. This is my art project. And I hope that it will inspire and invite a large variety of people from many different backgrounds to be free. Honestly, I hope that you will be inspired to be free. And it should be overwhelming. I'm here to overwhelm you. That's the role of a teacher. That's the role of a Dhamma teacher. That's the role of a spiritual teacher. That's the role of you can't even say a monk, because most monks are not Dhamma teachers, so they're not in this role. We make a meal to shit it out, don't we? What's so difficult to understand about that? What's so dualistic about that? I'd like to know. Okay, let's practice meditation together. Is that what we're going to do? I don't know. Making meditation a special thing might be problematic in some way, honestly. Be like a corpse, be like a dead body, be like a rock, be like a pile of shit, not thinking, pausing thinking, and just being. See how accessible that is. It's almost like a checking in to see the accessibility of just being and not thinking. Just open the mind, open the body, open the heart, all the way. You can look up, look out. And also this sense of acceptance with ordinariness, and especially acceptance with neutrality. That boredom can lead us to do a lot of things that don't bring us benefit. So it's like, this could be really bad, this could be really good, but it's just really the way that it is. And the openness to that. the openness to this is just the way that it really is already. Then we can close our eyes if we can do it comfortably, if we can do it in a relaxed way, and just see and feel the inside of the body. Don't focus on the eyes seeing something or not seeing something, but go straight into closing the eyes gently and seeing and feeling the inside of the body. Breathing and being aware of the physical body. The waves of awareness, the waves of sensational awareness. And just relax and see the inside of the body. And really settle everything. All of the thoughts, all of the opinions, all of the ideas, all the plans, all the explanations, everything that's come up during this and that in our lives, just settle it. It's like we have to put it on the shelf or we have to store it somewhere and wait for it to work itself out. Just settle everything. Settle everything that has to do with your identity, with other people's identities. Settle everything that has to do with separation of any kind. Don't worry about getting 100%. Just offer the settling, offer the ending, offer the resolving of all of those involvements. Each breath, each movement of the lungs, each movement of the stomach, the chest, the air coming in, the air going out, just settling. Finishing, forgiving. Everything that we've done today, everything that we've heard, as deeply, as totally as we can. All ideas of self and other, all ideas of better or worse, where we're trying to get to, our hopes, our manifesting. Just forgive that seeking, that wanting, that understanding. All the things that we've stuffed inside of the body and mind, just forgive. Give the forgiveness. That forgiveness is like a release. It's like a exemption. It's like releasing a contract to be involved, a contract to identify with, a contract to believe in. Just forgive that. Unravel that. Really entering in the mind. Feeling the mind is the mind. How uncomplicated it is. How natural it is. How unknown it is. Relax, relax the body, relax the mind. Open to the mind. Open to fearlessness in the mind. Bravery. Wisdom, detachment. truth that is so obvious, so clear, that we see right through it, we miss it. We see the ego behind it, the thought on the right of it, the thought on the left of it. Not that it's actually a thing, but we turn away from this source, from this original mind, from this freedom mind, towards all kinds of things, all kinds of thoughts, all kinds of concepts and beliefs. Relax and release all barriers around the mind, all constraints on the mind. Relax and release the notion of there being barriers, that there can be contractions. Relax and open. Breathing in. Breathing out. Breathing in. Breathing out. Relax and open the whole body and mind. Everyone is invited to bring their hands together as we invite some loving kindness. You're welcome to repeat after me. Remember that my is my, and your my is your my. May I be well, happy, and peaceful. May I be free from fear and worry. May I be free from anger and unnecessary complex thinking. May I know and remember how to let go. May I know and remember how to let go. When darkness comes, may I remember that it is only temporary. When difficulty comes, may I remember that it is only temporary. When loneliness comes, may I remember that I love myself deeply. When loneliness comes, may I remember that I am a caretaker for myself. When loneliness comes, may I embrace and take care of myself. May all promises forgive themselves. May all expectations forgive themselves. May all faults forgive themselves. During this 10-hour live stream, we have been deeply concerned with mindfulness and detachment. We have been very concerned and working on the cultivation of great faith and great doubt. Knowing that these intentions are in at least a small way in line with the Buddhist teachings. And also knowing how to trust our own gut. It is for sure that many good side effects, blessings, and outcomes will come from these practices. We, as a community concerned with the truth and especially being free and no more suffering, would like to dedicate and offer these merits, blessings, good effects to all beings everywhere. May all beings everywhere receive and rejoice in these blessings, these good side effects, these qualities of peacefulness. May all beings be at peace within themselves. May those who are suffering experience an end to the suffering. May we no longer be afraid when in difficulty, confusion, fear, complex thought experiences and patterns. May we remember peace. May we remember freedom. May we remember love that is not based in thoughts and is at the source of, while also being beyond the reach of, the egoic mind. May we rejoice in ending. May we celebrate beginning. May we acclimatize to peace on this journey. May it be, may it be, may it truly, truly be. May it be, may it be, may it truly, truly be. May it be, may it be, may it truly, truly be. All together, everybody, sadhu. Sadhu means well done, good job, and also may it be. Sadhu. 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 Okay. Oi, oi, oi. Thank you, friends, so much for being here, supporting and inspiring me. I 100% look forward. It's almost a little bit surreal not being together. So it feels like I'm more together with everyone than not. But I look forward to our next live stream, hopefully tomorrow morning here in Malaysia. Please take good care of yourselves. Clean up, be kind, be generous, and relax. And see you again soon. Okay? Hasta la vista. I'll be back